welcome to the Oracle DBA 19c full course by MindMajix, where we take you from beginner to advanced concepts. Oracle Database has been a global leader in the enterprise database world for decades, and with the release of Oracle 19c, it's more powerful, secure, and cloud-ready than ever. From multinational banks to top tech companies, Oracle powers mission-critical systems across the globe. In this full course, we will be covering everything from Oracle 19c architecture, multi-tenant databases, user management, backup and recovery, performance tuning to advanced security features. Whether you are a fresher or working professional looking to upgrade, this course is for you. Oracle professionals continue to be in high demand. According to the job portals like Glassdoor and LinkedIn, Oracle DBAs earn an average salary of 8 to 20 lakh rupees per annum in India. Before moving ahead, I want you guys to like and subscribe to our channel for more such videos. And if you want to learn paid Oracle DBA certification course, we provide you latest industry curriculum, hands-on projects, mock interviews and more. Check the link in description below. Now let's get started with our full course.
What is Oracle 19c database? Okay. So 19c is the final long-term support release of the Oracle database 12c family. So the cloud family first database version was 12. It was Oracle 12c, which introduced multi-tenant architecture first. Okay. And so far, Oracle 19c is the final version, which supports long-term license. Long-term support means this product is eligible for 5 years or 4 years premium support and then 3 years extended support. So what Oracle does, whenever Oracle launch a new databases, it gives the premium support to the customer for 5 years. So the customer who are using 19c database, they will get the premium support for 4 years or 5 years. In some cases, they support for 5 years. And if customer wants to extend the support, suppose customer doesn't want to upgrade the database for some reason, if they don't want to upgrade the database to the next version, and they want to continue with 19c for a couple of more years, so they can extend the support for 3 years as well. Now why 19c is called the final version? Because prior to 19c and after 12c, an Oracle database version 18c was launched. 18c was launched for 1 year only. If you remember, 18c was launched as the autonomous database, the first database that will manage itself. And there were a lot of rumors that now there is no need of the database administrator. There is a new database from Oracle in the market, which is autonomous database. It was the 18c database. It was launched for 1 year only. So it was not long-term support database. So people directly use from 12c to 19c. Currently, I'm working on a project where I'm upgrading the databases from 12c to 19c. So 18c is not in use. You can download and install and you can use it from the Oracle website, but again, it's not a long-term support. So you might not get support for any issues if you come across.
Why are there versions that doesn't, that the public doesn't really use? I mean, 21 just was released shortly, and then we have 23 now. So
23 now. Yes. So what? 23. So what have Oracle people done? Earlier they used to if I talk about 10G. So 10G was not introduced in 2010. So they streamlined their release with respect to the year. So 19C was introduced in 2019. Then they released another product which is Oracle 21. So more or less they are the same databases. They are from the same family, but since that product was launched in 21, that is called 21C. Otherwise, if Oracle supports 12C database now, there is no need to upgrade databases to 19C. because 12c supports most of the business requirements even now.
So should it be used 21 or 2023?
23 is still not stable. So ideally what people do, if you ask me which one should I use, so what I have experienced, 19c is the most stable database for now. 21 was introduced 2 years back. Still it is being developed. A lot of new features are being added by Oracle into this. So still it is taking some time. After a year or so, 21c will be in use. In the same way, the 23c will also follow the same path. So it is always advisable, or it is always recommended, wait for at least 1 year until the product gets stable. So if Oracle launched, if suppose in 2024 Oracle launches Oracle 24c, for example, you should at least wait for 25 to come to use 24c, right?
Okay, thank you. It's kind of weird for me, but I understand the logic.
Yes, I mean, they claim that the product is stable, everything is stable, but ideally it is not. We should wait for some time. The patches are stable. When they release patches in every quarter, you can deploy the patches immediately. You need not to wait for a quarter or more, but people usually wait. Okay. Let me tell you what happened. Back in 2017, they released a patch in December. Okay, we were the first customer to deploy the patch in our production system. Okay. The moment we deploy the patch, we had a 3-node rack cluster. So after deploying the patch, one node was not allowing other nodes to join the cluster. Okay. And after the hard work of 15 to 20 days with Oracle support team, we got to know that there is a bug in the patch. Okay. So what it did, it there was a feature, okay, cloud feature, it was there, which was not allowing other nodes to join the cluster. So that's why, I mean, unless the product gets stable, we should wait. That is the recommendation.
Yeah, I kind of understand, yeah.
Thank you. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
now,
Actually, they keep on releasing a lot of patches, so better to wait, as you said.
yes, I mean, in fact, auditors, they also don't expect you to perform database fetching 4 times in a year. They are happy if you are applying the patches twice or thrice in a year. If you skip one patch, they're also happy. They understand. Now, what is there in 19c for us? Okay. So Oracle 19c, it offers multi-tenant architecture. Okay. We are going to see in detail what is multi-tenant architecture. Okay. For now, there is one container databases, which is the central repository kind of central database, and all the pluggable databases associated with CDB. Okay, so for one application, you will have one pluggable database. For another application, you will have another pluggable database. So this way, you consolidate your databases into one container. So this way, for effective management of databases, multi-tenant architecture is used, and it is offered by Oracle Database 19c, which makes it 19c. Okay. With respect to performance, what it has to offer. Since you guys, especially Keshav, you have worked on the data, so you must understand. I mean, everybody, Daniela and you, everybody, they understand the importance of indexes. Okay. So when we talk about the database performance, we need to deal with the indexes. Okay. We need to identify if a table has indexes. Does it need rebuilding? Okay. So that kind of things are taken care by database itself. Okay. So it recreates the indexes automatically on a column. Then states gathering. Okay. Prior to 19c, we need to find out the time window, where we can gather the statistics of the database. This statistics of the database is used by database itself to execute a query. Okay. The more latest stats database have, performance of the query will be good. Okay, the better. The latest stats Oracle database have, the better will be the performance. So we need to gather the statistics of the database manually. Okay, for example, a table has 10,000 row now. Okay, and if we gather the states, so Oracle will have the states that this table has 10,000 rows. If we don't gather the states for a month, the Oracle database will still have, after a month, database will still have the information or states that this table still have 10,000 rows. But the data is being inserted by application in the table. And suppose the table has now 20,000 rows, but database will act that it has 10,000 rows. So this states gathering is now done automatically by database itself. Okay. The moment the record is inserted, the stats is gathered. So we need not to wait for a time window. Okay. It is gathered automatically. Now from the memory, it removes the quarantine SQL statements. So for example, if an SQL statement is in the memory and it has not been used for a long time, okay, the time is decided by Oracle itself. So those such statements are called quarantine SQL statements. Okay, and that SQL statements are removed from the memory. This is done automatically by Oracle. So from 19c, these all things are done automatically by database itself. It doesn't need any manual effort. So this is what Oracle 19c is offering with respect to performance. Okay. Now if I talk about what Oracle 19c has with respect to high availability. So as you might have been hearing from the beginning of the session, that high availability can be achieved by RAC, Real Application Cluster. So RAC support.
I have a question about the previous one. What do you mean by remove from the memory? Which memory do you mean?
Yes. So if you can hold on for this question for now, because we are going to cover in the next session, we will be covering Oracle architecture. There you will get to know what memory I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yes. So we will be covering. This is just to show you what features currently the Oracle 19c is offering. I mean, why should we use to 19c from 12c or from any other version? Because in the market, people or organizations are still using 11g, 10g. Okay, banks generally they are very strict with the version. Once they get performance with one database version, they don't move to the upgraded version or the latest version. Okay. So I'm just taking you through what Oracle 19c is offering. Okay. So you will get to know what memory segment or what memory I'm talking about when we'll discuss about the architecture. So now high availability. Okay. So high availability is achieved by RAC. Okay. So high availability means what? If something is broken, okay, if some part of the database is broken, okay, can the database still serve the application or business? How highly it is available? Okay. So with RAC, we can achieve it. I will tell you about the RAC as well. Okay. With Armin backup, okay, if we have lost everything, if we have backup available with us, we can restore the backup and can make the things and data available for the business. Okay, this is with respect to storage. Okay, if one of the many disks is failed, okay, if one of the disks is corrupted, how can we recover from that situation? So ASM provides us the redundancy. So with that, with the use of ASM, we can maintain the high availability. And something called flashback. What if uh, some human error, if a table is dropped, how quickly can we restore that table back? If we have flashback technology, if we are using it, we can quickly recover that table. Okay. And then active data guard, the standby data guard, the data guard that we have been talking about. Okay. What if primary site, okay, for some natural disaster, if entire site is inaccessible, so we have data guard configured on the other side. Okay, for example, if we have primary site in Austria and a standby site or data guard site in US, so if something has gone wrong, the primary site, we can quickly bring up the database, standby database in US. Okay, so these are the offerings that can help maintaining high availability. Okay. Then there is something called DG parsing. I will tell you about this more when we will talk about the data guard setup. Okay. It will be too early to discuss this until we discuss active data guard. It will be too early. Then with respect to security, what 19c offers? So it offers encryption, it offers auditing. Okay. So unified auditing, it is called, but basically it is standard auditing and fine-grained auditing.
I'm sorry, what is auditing?
Auditing means, suppose you are a user, you are connected to the database using any application or SQL developer or Toad. Okay, from any client, if you are connected to the database and if you are executing some insert statement or update statement, if you are using any SQL statement, okay, and now something goes wrong. If the data is compromised, okay, and somebody asks you, can I get to see what all users had logged into the database and what they did? So with auditing in place, we can get to know from what machine, which user, what time they logged in, what SQL statement they executed. Okay, so whoever is connecting to the database, whatever they are doing, everything is logged into the auditing. Okay. So standard and fine
Basically,
grained.
tracking log files, what the user did, like the activities of the users that
Yes,
have an open session.
open session.
Oh,
By default, yeah, by default, auditing is not enabled. Okay. It is a database administrator who configure the auditing. Because if we go to audit each and everything that happens in the database, it generates hell lot of logs. Okay, it will not, I mean, we will not be able to manage the storage. So it is up to us what actions do we want to audit. Okay, and we can create policy for that. Yes, perfect. So this is what Oracle 19c has to offer. Okay. So with respect to architecture, multi-tenant architecture, with respect to performance, these are some features with respect to performance, high availability. Okay. These all features and with respect to security. Okay. I mean, we can mention patches as well, but that comes along with all other databases as well. So this was all about the introduction of Oracle 19c databases. Now we are clear what we need to understand. Okay, because every product has its own structure, its own architecture. Okay, so for Oracle database architecture, irrespective of the version we are using, 19c, 12c, 11g, 10g, whatever database version we are using, okay, we need to understand how an SQL is processed or executed in the database and what all components are there in the database. Okay, so we let me try to explain you with one simple diagram. Okay, this is my machine. Okay, I'm using this machine. I'm placing some request. Okay, this is my application. It can be anything. You can take it. You can take the example of any e-commerce website where you place the order. Okay, or you can take the simple example of Facebook. So what I'm doing, this is my machine. From my machine, I'm trying to access Facebook. Okay, and Facebook is using database. Okay. Now in Oracle 19c database, this is my database. Okay. Now what is there in the database? This is my database. This is the simple diagram, not making it a complex. So in the database, the very first thing we have is data file. Data files are the files where our data is stored. So for example, any user who is logging in here, he gives his username and password. Suppose we are trying to access Facebook login page. So his login information, his credentials are stored in this data file. When he logs into the Facebook website, he is authenticated from the data which is stored in the data file. Okay. Along with data file, there are some other files, okay, which are called system file. System files are nothing but different types of file that makes Oracle database works. We will be discussing in detail when we will explore the database more. Okay. Now remember one thing, these data files, see, we have to access the data in these data files. Okay. Any user cannot directly access this file. Like you have a text file, okay, on your laptop, you can double click and can read out the data from that text file. But these data files are binary files. Okay, you cannot, if these data files are on the Windows machine, you cannot double click on these files and can read out the data. No, we cannot directly read the data from data file. Okay, if you are on Linux machine, you cannot cat or more. Okay, these are the commands used to read the data from a file. So these database files cannot be accessed directly from here. Okay, so to access the database, we need something called database instance. So my request from my laptop will not directly come here. It will land to database instance. And this is where my SQL, whatever request I am placing from here, this will be executed in this area, which is called database instance. Okay, any user, no user cannot access database directly. It is accessed via database instance. Okay. Now, what is database instance? What is there in the database instance? In the database instance, there are some memory area, memory segments, and a set of processes. Okay. They interact with the database. Any user cannot directly interact with the database. And when these two, the database instance and database, when they are put together, they are called database server. So, as I said in the beginning, if we have to understand the architecture of Oracle database, we need to understand what all components are there, okay, and how a SQL statement is processed. So, your database server, this is your entire setup. This is what we need to understand. We need to understand what is database server. We need to understand what is database instance. We need to understand what is database, and how we can execute our SQLs using these all components. So we need to understand this diagram. So when we talk about Oracle 19c or any Oracle database architecture, we always talk about database server, we always talk about database instance, and we always talk about database. Any question, any doubt so far? Anything which is not clear?
The user needs the listener to connect the server, right? Where is the
Yes.
listener located in this graph?
So
Between?
listener will be outside of the database.
Okay, so is it between instance and database, or is it outside of the?
No, it will be outside of the database. Let me show you. If you are clear, then we come in here. So this is where inside the database server, but outside of the instance and database. It will be on the server.
Okay.
This is your listener. So this is your client. Anyway, I'm going to discuss this diagram. So far it is clear.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable with what is database, what is database instance, and what are database server? Right? Now let me tell you one more thing. For example, if you have a Linux machine, this is your Linux machine. This is our machine whose host name example is XYZ com, and its IP is 10.0.0.100. This is my machine. I want to install my Oracle 19c database software here. I'll be installing my Oracle software here. Okay. In general, there will be, if we are not using ASM. Okay. So what I'll do, in general, I'll create two file systems. One is U01 and other one is /data, or generally /fora as well. Okay. I will be creating two file systems. They are also referred as mount points. Okay. Now, in one of the mount points, I will keep my software binaries. Okay. And if we are not using ASM, then I will be using my data files and all other files, these system files in other file system. So when you start your database, okay, your instance will be created on this Linux machine. And if we are not using ASM, the data files and all other files, system files, will also be on the same machine. But usually companies or organization what they do, they make use of ASM, okay, and they use enterprise storage, okay, SAN, storage area network. Storage area network is nothing but the group of disks, okay. For example, I'm trying to depict the disks here, okay. So 10 disks are there, okay. The size could be anything. Usually they are big in size, at least 500 GB. So you have 10 disks in a SAN, okay, storage area network. With the help of ASM, we store our data files and all other system files. That means, in short, we keep our database stuff here while instance on the Linux machine. Obviously, instance will always be on the machine where softwares are installed. Okay. So in your organization, you will find, okay, if you are using ASM, you will find that your data disks are coming from the storage while your instance is running on the Linux machine. Or if you are using Windows as an operating system, wherever your binaries are installed for that Oracle database, the instance will be running on that machine. Okay. Am I clear so far?
Yeah, Indra, can you please repeat once again if you don't mind?
Yes. So what I'm trying to convey here, see, instance is what? Memory and processes. So when an instance is created, you will see some set of processes being created and a memory components are created. So these processor and memory component you will always find running on your Linux machine. Okay, this is your instance. Your instance will always be running on the machine, Linux machine or wherever, whatever OS you are using. While your database, it will always be at storage. Okay, it will always be on the disk. Okay, your disk may be presented to this, your disk may be connected to this Linux machine itself. Okay, or usually in organizations, they keep the data files or database in the storage area network. Okay. This storage area network SAN is accessed by ASM. So I'm trying to say your instance and database, they can be kept separated. Okay, not on the same machine. And usually bigger databases, they are kept separately. Make sense?
Okay, sure. Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Easton, any question?
No.
So now I hope now you are familiar with the term database server, database instance, and database. So sometimes database instance is also called instance only. Okay. Now let me tell you how an SQL statements are executed. Okay. So this is our client application. Client application means whatever application. Okay. Your SQL developer, if you are logging as a sys user from the SQL developer, SQL developer is client application. If you are using Toad, Toad is the client for you. Even our SQL plus, okay, the SQL plus binary is also, that binary is also application. And if you have developed any application in Java or whichever programming language, this is your client application. So what a client does, client tries to connect to the database. Now, how does it connect? So it first interacts with listener. Okay. If your database is up and running, it starts the listener for you. listener is nothing but a OS process, an operating system process. Okay. So this listener process will be running on the server, which will receive the request from client. Okay, and what does this listener do? It will hand over the request to a server process. Okay, so as I mentioned, we have the database instance. Database instance is nothing but memory and processes. So a server process will be running here. Okay, now what is a server process? Server process is nothing but it is a representative of a client. Okay, so whatever request client has made, it is passed to server process via listener. So for example, if customer wants to select some data, if it requests to select some data, then the server process will be executing that select SQL. If it wants to insert some data, it will be executing insert statement. Whatever logic is written in the application, it will do. So whatever request is made here via listener, it will be handed over to server process, and server process does everything in the database instance. Okay, if it needs to read the data from data files, there will be processes which will read the data from here, and it will process and will prepare the result and share back with the client. Okay, so you can see that a client cannot directly access the database. Okay, it is sending its request to listener. Listener is forwarding. The role of the listener is to simply forward the request to the server process. There are many server processes are running. Whichever server processes is free, listener will hand over the request to that server process, and whatever is there in the request, whatever SQL is there, it will execute the SQL here and stuff. Right? So this is the flow. Client makes the request, listener takes the request from client, forward to the server process. Server process does its execution part here in the instance. Okay, we are going to see what is there in the database instance and how does a server process execute the SQL statement. Okay, so we are going to discuss that as well. Okay, and this instance interacts with the database. Whatever data is required from the data file takes in the memory in the instance, and if it has to insert, update, or simply select, it will prepare the result and goes back to client. Right? Am I clear yet? So now let me tell you this database. Okay. This database, it can either be a non-container database. If we are using 11G database, even 12C or in 19C, we can use non-container database. Or it can be a multi-tenant container database. Okay, multi-tenant means we have a container database. Many pluggable databases are connected to the CDB and they are working together as a one unit. So it's okay if you are not familiar with multi-tenant database yet. It's okay. I just want to tell you, even in 19C or even in 21C, we can use non-multi-tenant databases. Okay, so we can have any type of either multi-tenant or non-multi-tenant database. Okay. Now, the next thing, there must be at least one instance, okay, to access the database. Okay, there can be multiple instances, multiple database instances accessing the same database. Okay, but to work, to make database work, we have at least one database instance. Okay, if we don't have database instance, we cannot access this database. Though data files, and entire database will be there, but we won't be able to access if we don't have database instance. So at least one instance must be there. Okay. If we have one instance accessing database, it is called standalone database. If we have multiple instances running same database, then this is our real application cluster, which is RAC database. Okay. Now we have talked about listener. Are we clear what listener does? Listener
Yes.
simply takes the request from client and sends it to the forwards it to the server process. Okay. And are we clear what is the server process? It is, in simple words, we can say it is the representative of a client in the database. Okay. Good so far?
So Indra, I'm clear on this connect packet listener and this one, and there is a arrow on both sides, processes SQL. So means it doesn't go through the listener port when it is processing the SQL command.
So you are saying
Uh,
that when it is sending back the result, it is not going through listener,
Yeah,
right?
sending back or
Exactly.
sending back.
Exactly.
The arrow is pointed on both sides, right? Is it one way or the?
No, the listener only receives the incoming traffic. It doesn't deal with the outgoing traffic. It only takes the request.
Okay.
So
Okay.
for example, if you make two connections, okay, so let's assume at 9:43 you make one request. Okay, your listener was up and running. Okay, it takes the connection from here and forwards it to server process. 2 minutes after, from another machine, you make one more request. For some reason, now the listener is not running. Okay, you will get some error. Okay. You will see that listener does not know the service, or the service is not up and running. You will get some Aura 999 or some number, Aura hyphen, for example, 1055. You will get some error on that connection because the listener is not running. But your listener is down here, and whatever work it is doing, the connection is already established. You will be able to work continuously here. Even your listener is down. Once the connection is made to the database, if your listener goes down, the existing connection will be unimpacted. There won't be any impact on the existing connection, but new connection will not be served. They will not be entertained. So what it does, it simply takes the connection and forwards it to the server process. And then it is the responsibility of server process to send back the result to the client.
So the listener is only needed in one way, but
To
not
make the
back from server process to client process.
yes.
Yeah, the reason is I got this doubt is this process SQL as the arrow mark pointed on both sides. So that's why I was picking.
Right. So I will be covering this.
So
We
it
will
needs to
see
be
the
one way,
practice.
right?
Yes.
There should not be arrow mark from the arrow mark should be pointed from server process to client application, not to both sides.
Not to both sides. Yes. So
Okay.
incoming is way is this and outgoing is this. Okay. Even once your connection is established, then your client and server can interact directly. That 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 is possible both ways. Okay. So in that case, suppose if your connection is already established, your first SQL was select star from one table. Okay. This was done using listener. Now listener is gone away, listener is down. Second SQL, you will directly send to the server process. Second statement is insert into the table. Third statement is update some tables, update some record in the table. Now you are sending your data directly to the server process. So it is the initial connection that needs to be established by listener. And
So only the
role of
first
listener
time.
is exactly.
Oh,
Simply hands
okay.
over the. Okay. So if you guys have heard, see there are two ways. You can either restart the listener or you can reload the listener. If you restart the listener, what listener does, it breaks the connectivity of all the connections if you are restarting. But if you are reloading the listener, it's not going to impact any existing connection. So now our job is to understand what all things are there in database, what all components are there in database, okay, what are data files, what are system files, what is there in the database instance, what all memory components, okay. So the memory structure in the database instance, the processes in the database instance, okay. These all things we need to understand. So we will be spending most of the time to learn what all components are there in database instance and database. And in the end, we will learn how an SQL is executed. Okay, see there are steps. When a SQL is executed, it is executed in multiple steps. At every step, it makes use of these memory structure and processes. Okay, so we will see what memory process, what memory structure it has in the instance. If it is selecting the data, what components are being used. If it is inserting the data, what components are used, what processes are being used, and how it is interacting with database. So this is what we are going to. We will start with understanding the database instance. Okay. So in our database instance, components are SGA, which is System Global Area. Okay. Second component is called PGA, which is Program Global Area. Okay. And third component, okay, which is processes. So these two are memory components, and this is the one process. So in this diagram, we had seen that database instance is nothing but a memory and processes. Okay. So these two, SGA and PGA, these are memory component, and this the gray area, the highlighted one, this is the process. So this is not a specific area. Okay, we are just depicting here. We are picturizing it here. Okay. These are the processes on the Linux machine. Okay. Now, server process we have seen what it does. Okay. Server process, it is also called foreground process. Okay. There are another set of processes which are background processes. Okay. Now, what does background processes do? They do a lot of work, database work. Okay. Let me give you one example. If the client is inserting data, okay, so client will keep its data here. It is the responsibility of background processes to write the data into data files from the instance. We know that client cannot directly interact with the database. That means client neither can read the data from the database nor it can write the data into database. All will be done in the instance. Okay. So client will insert its data in the memory part. It is the responsibility of background processes. There are not many background processes, hundreds of background processes. Okay. Out of 100 process, one of the process has the responsibility to write the data into database. So it reads the data from here and write the data into database. Okay. Suppose there are some cleanup work. Database has its own cleanup work. There is another background process which does it for database. Okay. So these sorts of work, these are done by background processes. Okay. We are going to talk about important background processes. So we will see what background processes does and how they do that. And now I have just given a couple of examples what background processes does. Okay. Am I clear so far? Are we good with what is server process, which is also called foreground process, what it does, what are background processes, what they do? There are system global area and program global area. So if you are good with this, we can go on and talk about what is there in the system global area, what is there in the program global area.
Yeah, sorry, Indra, can you please repeat once again at eye level? I missed the certain question.
Yeah. I can do that. So as I mentioned, we are talking about database instance. Okay. So database instance is the collection of memory part and processes. In the processes, there are two types of process in the database instance. One is server processes, okay, which is also called foreground processes. Okay. The role of server process is to whatever request it has received from client, it has to execute those requests. It has to process those requests. Be it a select statement, be it an insert statement or an update statement. Whatever it has got from here, it will do that. That is the responsibility of server process. The background processes has different responses, different set of responses. One of them is whatever data is inserted by a client, they read the data from the SGA. Okay. Let me tell you, whatever data is inserted, it is kept in the SGA. So what a background process does, it reads the data from SGA and writes into the data files. There is one background process which is called DB writer. So DB writer does that writing. In the same way, there are hundreds of processes which has different set of responses. Okay, if they have to perform cleanup, if they have to perform checkpoints, if they have to perform instance recovery, not many responsibilities a database has. So database does its work using background processes. So when we say database is doing this, that means there is one or many background processes which are doing that particular bit.
If I'm going to import or export a database via data pump, is it also handled by a background process?
Yes. So see, what are these data pump? It's a client. Right? It is the client for database server. So a server process is allocated for your data pump. Okay. Now there is one memory segment in the SGA, which is called stream pool. Okay. So your server process keeps the data in that stream pool. Okay, it reads the data from here. Okay, it keeps in the buffer cache as well as stream pool. So your stuffs, the data from stuff is kept in the stream pool here. Okay, so it is done by server process. Yes. Background process is for database. Server process is for client. So data bomb is a client for database. Does it answer your question? Easter, you're on mute if you are speaking.
Oh, sorry, I wrote in the chat. Yes.
Okay, sorry, I was unable to get it. So background process is for databases usually, and server process is for client. So data bomb is a client. So your work is done by server process. Okay. Now let's talk about SGA. What is this? System Global Area. Okay. So this is the memory. This is the component, memory component. Okay. It contains data and the control information. Okay. So whatever data is there, suppose you want to select some rows from a table. Okay. And the tables are stored in the data files. Now we know that a client cannot directly read the data files. Obviously, data somewhere it must be kept somewhere in the database instance. Okay, so it is SGA where the data is kept. Okay, not entire data of the database, but whatever data is requested by client, it is read by server process from the database and it is kept here in the SGA. So SGA is the memory segment, okay, where the data is kept. Along with the data, some control information is also stored. Control information helps database instance to work in a proper way, in an efficient way. Okay, so mainly it holds the data. Okay, you will get to know more insights about this area when we'll go further. Okay, so either today or tomorrow we will explore SGA more. Okay, this is the segment. There are many subsegments. Okay, so those subsegments, some of the segments hold data, some of the segments hold changes, some of the segments hold control information that I'm talking about. So for now, as an introduction, this area holds the data and some control information. Okay. Now all server process and background process, they do their work in this SGA. Okay. If it has to execute select statement, it will execute its select statement in the SGA. Okay. If background process has to do some work, okay, if it has to read the data from the SGA, it will be doing its work in SGA. Now, how this instance is created? What I mean, how this instance is created. That means how these server processes are created, how these background processes are created, how the memory is allocated to SGA, how the memory is allocated to PGA. What happens when we start our database? Okay, so first thing, this instance is created. Okay, this instance is created. That means this SGA is the memory is allocated to SGA. The memory is allocated to PGA. The server processes are created. For example, if we have configured to create 500 server processes, so 500 processes will be created. And the background processes, whatever background processes, whatever features or configuration we are using, based on that, the background processes will be created. So when we start our database, the first thing which is started is database instance. Okay. So are we good? What SGA does? So SGA, it holds or it stores, contains the data and some control information. This particular area is used by our server process and background process. Okay. So these processes do their work in this area. And program global area. What is program global area or PGA? Okay. This is the global area of the system. Okay. System means the database system. And PGA. PGA is the global area of program. Okay. Program means the client. Now, what is inside the database instance? What is the client? Who represents the client? Is server process. So this is the area of a server process. Okay. And background process also has the PGA. Both the processes has their own global area, which is not shared. Okay. So suppose I have 500 background processes, server processes and 100 background processes. If I'm using my database server in dedicated mode, I will have 600 PGAs created for one for each process. Okay. So if I have, suppose I have a load of 400 connections, my 400 server processes are running. So my 400 PGAs will be there. Now, what exactly work they will do, I will be covering when we will discuss about PGA. For now, the PGA is a memory area which is used by the process. Okay. Every server or background process has its own programmable global area and it is private. So a PGA of background process cannot be shared by other background process or server process. While this is the system global area which can be shared by server process and background process. This is the program specific programs global area and this is the system global area which can be used. This is shared simply. This is also called shared global area. And this cannot be shared because mostly we use our database in dedicated.
So, like if some scheduler, external scheduler job is calling a Oracle stored procedure where if one thinks, if the programmer thinks that it is stuck and it is not processing any data, and if they want to kill that process, so we need to kill the process in the PGA area, program global area.
No, see, you are executing those procedures from client, right? Either you are using
We have a
SQL
lot
plus.
of jobs through the scheduler that calls the Oracle jobs and SQL stored procedure, Microsoft SQL stored procedure jobs.
Right. So when you are executing SQL procedures, so what tool you are using to execute those procedures? Suppose if it is a Oracle database, so are you using SQL plus or you are using Toad or SQL developer? And there must be some client. Okay. So what it does, it actually creates a session. Okay. So this server process, it makes a session. Okay. There will be a session ID in the SGA. That session ID will be killed. Okay. So what it does, it breaks the connection. It doesn't kill this server process. It breaks the connection and free up this server process to take another connection. Okay. So this connection will be broken. and the new connection will be set up. Okay.
Excuse me, if the connection, I mean, if I kill it, will also the server process be killed and generate a new for a new connection?
Yes,
I
a
mean,
new process
if
will
the
be
old,
created.
yeah, the old server process will just die.
No. So every server process will have SID, okay, session ID for database. At the same time, it will have the process ID of operating system. Okay, so if you kill that process, obviously a new OS process ID will be assigned to this server process and the connection will be broken.
Yes.
Or let me repeat, the server process, let me tell you in short, this server process is killed, and when the new connection is received, the same server process will different OS process ID come up. Okay.
Now I understand it. Thank you.
Keshav, are you also good?
Yeah, means I got it. Actually, just out of the box question, like we have a Tidal Enterprise batch scheduler. Well, we have like hundreds of jobs that includes Oracle and facets. So, like if one asks to identify what is the reason why the process is not processing the data, so like how to identify what is that session ID and how to go through the logs and identify the session ID that is getting stuck, because
Exactly.
they will not be giving any job name or stored procedure name or what is the process name.
No, all the things are recorded here. Okay. Whatever you are talking about, it all
In the
stored
SG.
here. It's all stored here in the SGA, and at the runtime we can access all the details. Okay. And in the Oracle database, there is something called AWR, Automatic Workload Repository. So suppose if you are executing your job now and you want to see 2 hours back why it was taking long time, you can generate the AWR report, and in the AWR report you can get to see where my query was taking long time, why it was taking long time. Was there any wait event? Was there any locking that time? So you can get all these details. So see, I told you what background processes does. If you have enabled your AWR stuff here, so it will keep collecting the states, okay, and it will keep in the database. If you want to generate the report 2 days after, okay, whatever you are doing now, and if you want to generate the report for you after 2 days, you can get that report from the database. It's all recorded. Okay. You can get everything at runtime as well as if you have done your work, so historical data can also be accessed. That is something comes under performance tuning. So I'll give you the brief of overview of performance tuning as well. How can you at least identify the problem area? How you can tune is a different story altogether. It's a lot of experience. But as a DBA, you should know the problem area at least. Okay.
And what is this AWR? This term, sorry, I'm hearing now and then. AWR. Can we
AWR,
modify the document like as?
this document,
No, what is the AWR?
it
Those
is
details are there in this
automatic.
document.
No, AWR is different. I mean, it will come later in our course. So this is just to answer your question that you mentioned,
Okay.
how we can get.
Okay.
So far we have not created the database. But you are in a,
Yes.
will not be here. I'll show you how it is generated, how to read that report as well. Fine. So now we have to talk about these components in detail. overrun. But let me just uh, introduce you to the SGA, and then tomorrow we'll cover the SGA part, because see this architecture is very important. We will be referring architecture very often, so it is very important for you to understand the architecture. So what we are doing now, the next thing we have to discuss the SGA. Okay, what are all there in the SGA? Okay. SGA is what? It is a memory segment. Okay, inside this memory segment there are sub segments. Okay, each segment has a specific role to play. When we execute our SQL, okay, some of the sub segments are used to execute the SQL. Okay, while the other has a different set of responsibility or roles to play. Okay, so this is how our SGA. Okay, this is the logical representation. So this is what an SGA has. It has a shared pool. It has a flashback buffer. It has the database buffer. Okay, this particular place, the database buffer cache, this is the place where the data is stored. Not stored, a database is, a data is kept. So if we have to select the data, so from database, a data is selected here, and from here server process reads the data and sends back to the customer. Okay. And I was talking about the stream pool, right? So if you are doing your export and import, okay, from the database or into the database, your data will be there. Okay, whatever data you are exporting or importing, it will be there, and its information. Okay, up to what? Suppose you are exporting 100 rows. So out of 100 rows, how many rows have you exported so far? Okay, so these sorts of information about data pump. So whatever memory data pump process needs, it will be allocated from stream, and the data will be kept. From here, the data will be returned to dump. Okay, so that's it for the day. Tomorrow we will be covering the SGA. Okay, we will be going through all the subsegments. What is the role of shared pool? Okay, what is the role of flashback buffer? The database buffer, D2 logs, large pool, okay, Java pool, fixed pool. We will understand all these components. Okay. And tomorrow or maximum one more day, we will understand, I mean, SGA, PGA, background processes. We will talk about this. Okay, so 2 more days we will be working on architecture. And at the end of architecture, we will see how an SQL statement is processed by using database instance and database, the entire database servers. And then we will jump on to the installation. So if you are appearing in any certification, if you are appearing in any interview, there are a lot of questions from the architecture. And there are a lot of possibilities. So the interviewer or any exam, they will try to puzzle you by asking the question in different way. Okay. So that's why it is very important for you to get familiarized with this concept. So I'll be sharing this document with you. Just share your mail ID with me or the chat so that I can copy it, and I'll be uploading this document on the shared drive. Okay, this Google Drive. You can access the document. We will always have a database server. Okay. Now database server consists database instance and database. Database is nothing but set of data files and other system files. Okay. Again, data files are the files which are stored it, which are created it operating system, and these are the files which contain actual user or application data. While the system files, we have not yet discussed what are those files. We will be discussing one by one, but these are the file which contains the metadata and other controlling data. Okay. Then we also talked about database instance. A database instance is nothing but it is a group of memory, which is also called RAM, and processes. We had seen two types of processes: foreground processes, that is also called server processes, and background processes. Okay. We had also seen the flow of transaction or a request. So first, the request is initiated by a client with the help of network. It connects to the listener. Listener hands over the connection to the server process, and it is the server process which does everything, which processes the request. Okay. We further gone into understand the database instance. So database instance had system global area, program global area, server processes, background processes. Yesterday we also talked about the fundamentals of, what exactly the SGA, what is the PGA. Now the next thing, we need to understand each component. Okay, we briefly talked about the server process, we also talked about the background processes. Now we need to go further and understand what are these components, what type of data they store, and what is their role when they execute SQL transaction. Good so far? Does this summary help what we learned yesterday? Great. So let's start talking about system global area. Okay. So SGA, it is a part of memory structure. Okay. It is basically a memory area which is used by server and background processes. This particular area is shared area. That means all the background processes and all the server processes can work in this area. They can use this area to do their work. Okay. Now, when this instance created, when this system global area, when this SGA is created, when this PGA is created, okay, when the background processes and server processes created. So these all processes created when we start our database. Okay, we have something called a parameter file. Okay, we are going to see the sequence of database startup. What happens when database startup? Okay, and how does it starts? For now, when the database starts, what it does, the first thing, it creates the instance. When I say it creates the instance, it allocates the memory to the SGA. Okay, it allocates the memory to PGA. Okay, it creates the number of server processes. It creates the number of background processes. Okay, now we will see how much SGA is allocated. Where do we configure the size of SGA? That we will see when we'll talk about database startup sequence. Okay, for now, when the database is started up, the database is brought up, that time database instance is created. A database instance is created or started up means SGA, the memory to the SGA, memory to the PGA is allocated, and processes, server processes are created. They are at OS, these processes are created. Okay. Now we need to talk about what all component SGA has. Okay. So if I come from the high level, we have database server. In database server, we have database instance in database itself. In the database instance, we have SGA. So now we are talking about the SGA. Further in SGA, these all components are there. Okay, they all are memory segments. Okay. If we start with shared pool, so shared pool is a memory component, okay, which is a part of SGA. Okay. Now, what does share pool do? Okay. So, shared pool stores parsed SQL statement. Okay, let me tell you what does it store. It is stored parsed SQL statement, or if there is any PL/SQL code, that PL/SQL code is also here in parsed mode. Okay. Now, do we guys understand what is the meaning of parsing? SQL statement parsing?
Not striking at this point of time.
Is it means that like the SQL statement gonna execute? I mean, you send the SQL statement to be executed.
Exactly. So this is the first step of the execution. So for example, I write a query, select all from a table called employee. Okay. Now parsing a SQL statement means verification, or the better word is validation of SQL statement. So when we say database is parsing the SQL statement, that means it first takes the syntax of the SQL statement. Is the syntax of the SQL statement is correct? Okay. So it performs syntax check. Second, it performs semantic check. So when we say a statement is being parsed, that means a statement is being validated by database. Now, what type of validation database does is first to check the syntax of the SQL statement. Okay. So for example, if you forgot to mention the table name, so you will get the error, something is missing in the SQL statement. So where do we get this error from? So database performs the syntax check. That means database parse the statement, and if it finds correct, then it further processes the statement. So syntax check means it checks whether the SQL statement is written properly or not. Is anything missing in the statement? Now semantic checks. What are the semantic checks? So the first thing, see, we are selecting the data from a table. First thing, does EMP table exist in the database? Second thing, if you are executing this statement, okay, obviously you need to connect to the database first. So you must have connected to the database using some username and password. So does that user has access on this table? So it checks if table exists in the database. Second thing, it checks if user has appropriate privileges to access the table. Okay. For example, there is this table is owned by user 1 and you are connected as user 2, and user 2 doesn't have permission on this table, and if you try to execute this statement as a user 2, you will get that table does not exist. Why? Because user 2 does not have privilege to access the table. Okay. So when we say parsed SQL statement, that means suppose in your session you have executed this statement already. Today morning at 10 o'clock you have executed this statement, and again at 11 o'clock you are executing this statement again. So you need not to parse this statement again. Okay, the moment it will see this statement, the database will see this statement, it will not go to parse the statement again, and it will pick and start executing this statement. It will start selecting the data from this statement. It's not going to check if you already have this statement parsed. So shared pool, it stores parsed statement. Okay, let me tell you, when it comes to database performance or SQL tuning, a lot of time is spent on parsing an SQL statement, because in your production database you keep getting SQLs. Okay, in an hour you might get millions of SQLs executing in your instance. So if they keep spending their time on parsing again and again, obviously the time of the entire transaction will be impacted. Okay, so are you good with what is parsing of SQL statement?
So state pool will not be having the invalid statement like
No.
table not existing. Okay.
No. It will not.
And where is the step when I get the results back? It's the last step, right?
Sorry, Esther, can you please come again? Where do we get the
Where
statement?
is the step when I pass the SQL statement and I get the result set back, like the content of the table?
So that is the last step. First step is the parsing. Second step is the execution of the SQL statement. And the last
Okay.
step is the fetching the data and sending back to the user. A lot many thing happens in the execution also. We are going to see. So when an SQL comes for execution, if it finds already parsed statement, so it doesn't parse the SQL, and that is called soft parsing. Okay, so what is soft parsing? When SQL is not parsed or already parsed. Okay, so that parsing is called soft parsing, while the hard parsing is what? When SQL is actually validated. So whenever the SQL hits the system for the first time, it will always perform the hard parse. When it hits the second time and it finds the parse statement, it will be called soft parsing. Okay.
Is
So
this
shared.
do you
Yes.
mean like this is inside a single connection? If I reconnect to the server, do I have to do the hard parsing again?
No. See, this is the system's global area. It is not the program's global area. This is system's global area. So if a statement is here, it is shared by all the sessions which will be connected to the database. So for example, if you have uh, executed an SQL at 10 o'clock in the system, okay, and 10 minutes back, Keshav executes the same statement from other sessions. So he will find already parsed statement here. Okay, this is system's global area. So what we learned, this area is shared by server processes. Okay, so when you connect to the database instance, you have your server process. When Keshav will connect to the server database instance, it will have its own server process. But both the server process can share this area. Okay, so if any parsed SQL is stored here, it will be accessible to all the user sessions.
So state pool
Does it?
will have all the past queries executed by all the users. Is it?
by all the users. Yes, by all the users.
Okay.
So Isra, are you good? Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Sorry if you are.
And over a period of time, like it will keep on increasing, right? Lot of hundreds or thousands of people will be querying, or a lot of jobs will be doing updates to the database. So all that you're saying that it will be written to the shared pool. Means
Yes.
it will
So
be
if
passed and it will be. Mhm.
it will be stored. If the shared pool runs out of space, runs out of space, then what it will do? It will wipe off the least recently used parsed statement. So LRU, it works on the least recent used algorithm. So suppose if you have executed an SQL statement 10 days back, okay, and since last 10 days nobody has executed that statement, and shared pool is experiencing space crunch. So what it would do, it will wipe off, or it will remove the oldest transaction which is not in use.
So everything will be written into the disks, or like if server has been like database is brought down, means Oracle server itself is brought down. So shared pool will still be having those queries stored into the
No,
disk, or like it's in the memory.
no. So when you bring down the database, what you will do? You will deallocate the allocated space. You will bring down the instance. When the instance is brought down, your memory will be deallocated. So whatever memory is allocated to SGA, to server pool and all other components, it will be deallocated. And next time when you bring up the database, it will be all empty.
Okay.
It is not written into any file, but it is kept in the memory. And the moment you bring down
Okay.
the database instance, it will be gone away.
Can I just like shut down only the database without the instance? So the system global area will remain? Or
No,
you mean that I keep everything in memory, or this is not possible?
no, this is not possible. The first step of bringing up the database is to bring up the database instance. And the first step of bringing down the database is to see, instance is the medium to access the database. Data
Yeah, but
files are
if I have a pluggable database, I'm just, like a USB stick, I'm just gonna just plug it out and then plug it in somewhere else.
no. So pluggable database has its own instance. So if you are refreshing pluggable database, if you are rebooting pluggable database, its instance will go away.
Oh, okay.
So what I am trying to say, see, database is what? Data files and all other system files. Okay, it is the instance that we bring up and bring down. Okay, so when we bring up instances, it opens the data files and other files for access. The files are already there on the disk. So what instance does? Instance opens up those files to get accessed. So basically it is the instance which is brought up and brought down. Your data files are already there. So it's only the instance which comes up and comes down. So to answer your question for now is, if we bring down the database instance will go away. And next time when it is brought up, we need to start from the zero. Okay. And I'm happy that you guys are getting questions around database startup and shutdown. So keep your question intake for now. I remember all the questions. I'm collecting it. And when we go on discussing the startup sequence, see, we are going to take entire session to understand what happens when the database startups. What are the modes of database startup? Okay. In the same way, the modes of database shutdown. So all your
Yeah.
queries will get resolved.
That's what that I think that was very strange for me. If I just shut down database like shut down immediate, it is very quick, but if I am gonna start up it again, it needs a lot of time to mount and to open. And then I get all the the feedback from SQL plus, buffer size and so on.
Yes, yes. It takes time because based on how we are bringing down the database, the next time it comes up, it performs a lot of recoveries. So when you bring down database immediate, okay, what it does, whatever transactions are in progress, it has to deal with those transactions. Okay, based on the setting you have done for the database, either those transactions are committed or rolled back. Now, suppose if you have a long running transaction in your system, which is updating somewhere around 10,000 rows, then for so far, by the time you are trying to bring down the database, it has updated 9,000 rows and you are bringing down the database. Now, what it will do if you are to roll back those transactions, those 9,000 transactions are rolled back. That's where it takes the time. So, usually, you have seen that when there is no load on the system or off peak hours, when the business is not much, you will find that your database comes down very quickly. And if you try to bring down the database in peak hours, when the transaction load is high on the database, you will find that database takes time to come down and then again come up. So we were talking about shared pool. So shared pool is again the memory component, part of SGA. It holds parsed SQL statement. It holds parsed PL SQL code. Along with that, it also stores or holds a very important component called data dictionary. Okay. So data dictionaries are nothing but these are views and tables, okay, which are stored in either system table space or in sysocs table spaces. Okay. So Keshav, if you are not familiar with the word table space, it's okay. Okay, you can leave it. You can consider is the data file. So data dictionary is what? These are the views and tables. So if you remember in a very first session, Easter asked about where can I get the details of data files.
So
So
all the views like vSession, DBA users and so on are also data dictionary.
yes, they are the part of dictionary. Even this DBA data file, these are the views. So data dictionary is nothing but it holds the view and tables which further holds the information of the database. Okay, the data about the data, it holds the metadata of the data. Okay, so when this SQL statement was parsed, okay, where did database get the information whether this table exists in the database or not? So these views are accessed. It gets the information from the dictionary whether this table exists or not. So data dictionary is nothing but holds the metadata of the data. Okay, so does employee table exist? Yes, it exists. Is it a part of user one user? Yes, it is a part of user one user. Does user two has the access? So there are lot many views which holds or tables which holds this data. And when the statement is passed, these data dictionaries are read. The details are read from the data dictionary. And this shared pool stores the data dictionary in the shared pool. So when the database instance is started, what it does, it reads the dictionary from the data files and uploads in the shared pool. So when any SQL statements comes for execution as a part of parsing, it refers the data dictionary for parsing. If data dictionary is not kept here in the shared pool, it will be read from the data file. Data files are stored on the disk. So reading the data from the disk is very costly in terms of performance. It
If
takes a
you,
lot of time. Yes. What?
I'm sorry, um, like you said, if I start a database, it will load everything in shared pool from the data dictionary. Is it like an automatically thing? Is it enabled by
Yes.
default, or do I have to set some settings?
No, we need not to do that. It is the default behavior of Oracle.
Thank you.
Okay. So if I summarize, shared pool, what shared pool stores? It stores parsed SQL, parsed PL SQL code, and data dictionary information. Flashback buffer. Flashback buffer is another memory component. This is nothing but a memory heap. Okay. For example, it's a 10 GB area in the RAM, in the memory. Now, what does it hold? Okay. Flashback buffers. So let me first tell you there are two terms which are used very frequently: buffers and blocks. So you guys have heard that at the OS level or in the at the data or at the disk level, any data is stored in the form of blocks. Okay, block has a particular size. Okay, let's see, for some operating system or some disk, the block size is 1 MB. Okay, so whatever type of see, this concept I am telling you apart from database. Okay, this is the general concept. So why I'm telling you, I'll tell you. Okay, so if you are using your laptop, you are storing your data in Excel file, and if the size of your Excel file is 10 MB, so 10 blocks from the disk will be allocated if the size of one block is 1 MB. So the data which is stored on the disk, it will be stored in the blocks. So when you are talking about data at disk, you will be talking in terms of block. Okay. The same data when you talk about, okay, in the memory. Okay, so that blocks now referred as buffers. Okay, so suppose when you open your Excel sheet on the laptop, you are not reading the data from disk. It is loaded into RAM. Okay, now in the RAM, if you are talking about the file size, it will be in the buffer. So whenever you are reading any Oracle document, if they are referring block size, that means they are talking about the data over disk. If they are referring the data buffers, that means the data is in the database instance. Okay, is it clear? Difference between buffers and blocks, or do you want me to repeat?
Yes, it is
Yes.
clear.
So
It's hard for me. Please repeat.
okay, sure, no problem. So why I'm telling you this, whenever you are going to read any Oracle document, you will find that sometimes the data is stored in terms of block, okay, or the same data is referred in terms of buffers. Okay, so going forward, when you will be referring any Oracle document, you will see the data blocks are moving from one database instance to other database instance, or sometime you will find that the same document says that the data buffers moves from one instance to other instance. So what is data block? What is data buffer? So it is nothing but the data. But when the data is moved or when the data is talked about on the disk, then it is data block. The same data, when it goes into database instance, the same data is called data buffer. So when you have data in the database instance, it is data buffer. When you have data in over disk, it is referred as data block.
When anyone is talking about the table size or database size or backup file, like they will not talk in MBs or GB. Like what is the backup file size? It's like almost 500 GB, usually BAK file. So you meant to say in Oracle terms they talk in blocks, block size.
Yes, your backup files are stored at disk. So that is your block size. And you will find it mostly during performance tuning. I just come across the term. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it depends on the size of my buffers, how efficient and performant quick my database is, right? So if I have a huge space allocated to all the buffers, it's good because it's more quicker than.
It again does not guarantee that it will improve your performance in all the cases. See, so every component, it should be sized appropriately. It should not neither be oversized nor be undersized.
I mean,
And
if
that
it's
is where,
it's kind of a bottleneck then.
yes, if it is undersized, definitely it is the bottleneck. And it is very easy to identify the undersized component. It is very difficult to identify the oversized component, because what we feel when we allocate the memory to any component, we feel that we have provided more than what it requires, but still my performance is not good. Okay, so when we talk about the background processes, that time you will get to know why I am saying oversizing of the components is not good. So to address this problem, Oracle has come up with automatic memory management. If we configure automatic memory management based on the load that it is the database is serving, it allocates the memory to different components. So database itself assess the loads. Based on the load, it will allocate the memory to shared pool. It will allocate the memory to flashback buffer. It will allocate the memory to redo log buffer large. So it will assess the situation, and based on that, we just need to mention the shared global area. For example, if we mentioned the SGA to 200 GB for the database, now Oracle automatically manages how much is needed for shared pool, how much is needed for redo log buffer, how much is needed for database buffer. We need not to worry about it. Earlier, during 9i or 8i times, was very difficult. We need to do everything manually. We need to analyze the load from the application. So at night time, the load is less, then you need to resize the shared pool. Okay, and you need to resize the large pool, because during night time the backup is executed, and when the backup is executed, this large pool is utilized. So that's when uh, the DBA job was very difficult. We used to awake all the night, 24/7 they needed to work. But now the life is pretty easy, relaxed, automatic memory management is in place.
Is to your experience, is there any situation where instead of having Oracle allocating the automatic buffer size, DBA taking the control and allocating the default buffer size, like I meant to
Yes,
say block size?
I did it earlier. I mean, in my initial days when I started being a DBA back in 2008 and 9, then that time I did that. We used to resize these components, especially these redo log buffers.
So this buffer
And
size, like usually Oracle allocates how much? Like you gave an example, like 1 MB, one
no,
buffer
this
size,
this
right?
buff this buffer size in GBs. Actually, this is the area. This is not the size of an individual data buffer. It is the cumulative size which is allocated to this buffer cache. And the block size that we decide, we usually keep it either 8 KB, 16 KB. So when we create our database, that time we need to figure out what block size we want to keep.
About this automatic memory management, did you have had some cases since Oracle 19 that like it was not working or it was like not good because it just took as much RAM as was there, and you had to take control manually because it's better to do it manually and then just set it once and then stick with it. Like if it's the application that never changes on the operation.
Sometimes. So we were actually migrating our databases from 12c to 19c, and it was an out of place upgrade. We created a new server. On top of that new server, we installed 19c and we created the database. So we had to resize this stream pool. We were using Golden Gate to migrate the data. What we observed, this stream pool was undersized. It was allocated somewhere around 1 GB. While the Golden Gate processes, there were 3 Golden Gate processes used. Now, as per Golden Gate, every process should at least have 1 GB in the stream pool. Okay, so we had 3 processes. We had to allocate 1 GB to each process. That means 3 GB was the requirement, while the stream pool was not going beyond 1 GB because it was also serving the transaction load. So we had to do it in the business hours. So to do that, what we did, we disabled the AMM and took out some of the spaces from database buffer cache and allocated it to, because only 2 GB was required, and the database that we were working on had 250 GB SGA. The SGA size was 250 GB. So it was easy for us to deallocate some memory from database buffer cache and give it to stream pool. So when we were using Golden Gate, in fact, if you want to try Easter, you can do that because stream pools, these are used by data pump. So when you export and import the data, this particular segment is used, this memory area.
That's what we use usually. If I have to migrate the database, like some bug fixes needs to be done on the software, and we just get a dump from one of the customers. I'm just with the export data pump. I'm just gonna import it with data pump, and that's it. That's why I don't understand why we need to use Golden Gate for it. I mean, I think exporting and importing is just really easy.
No, why Golden Gate is required, let me tell you. Suppose you have the database in TBs, terabytes. Okay. By the time you are exporting the data from source database and importing it into the target database, your source database is up and running. It is serving the transactions from the field. It is serving the business. So what will happen to those transactions? So those transactions, you are quite right. The initial setup, which is called initial load, it was done by export and import. But post first export and import, those online transactions that are being done using Golden Gate. So if you have your database in existence for last 10 years, so you got that historical data with the help of export and import. Okay. By the time you performed your export and import, suppose it it takes 2 days in the entire activity. Now these 2 days data is migrated with the help of Golden Gate. And again, if you need your system to run in the same mode for a week, you don't get approval or you don't get the downtime, and you want to keep both the database in sync for at least a week or more than a week, Golden Gate can help you keeping these database in sync forever. But still, if you want to keep it for 1 week or 1 month, so initial load was performed by export import, but then post initial load, it was Golden Gate used.
Do you use Golden Gate often as a DBA?
Yeah, thank you, Ishtar. So now we were talking about the flashback buffer. Flashback buffer, it stores flashback data. Now what is flashback data? Let me tell you what is flashback actually. So when we enable flashback, okay, the flashback data is created and the data is stored in flashback buffer. Okay, now what is flashback? So for example, let me try to explain you with a real life scenario. By mistake, one of the DBA dropped a table, okay, and you don't have backup. Okay, you have taken the backup as per your backup policy. The backup was taken at night, and now it is in the business hours. The table, by mistake, the table is dropped, and your flashback is enabled. The flashback setting is enabled. So what we can do, we can, as the name suggests, flashback, we can take our database into the past. Okay, we can take our database into the past, okay, using point in time recovery, or we can simply flashback the entire database. We can flashback a schema. Okay, so flashback is, again, we are going to discuss a lot many things to discuss, but for now flashback enables to go your database back in time. Okay, so 15 minutes back the table was dropped. Now you want to restore that table, but you don't have any backup. In that case, if you have flashback enabled, you can take entire database to the state of 15 minutes back. So when you take it back to the 15 minutes, that means your table will be restored from the flashback logs. This flashback buffers. So this flashback buffers stores the flashback data, and with the help of background processes, these buffers are written to the data files, okay, in the database.
So Indra, one question.
Hmm.
So like that flashback, can you please go to the notepad? Yeah, flashback buffers, like you mentioned, like 15 minutes. Like if, for example, one table has been by mistake it was deleted. So like instead of restoring the entire database, because there will be a lot of other process that will be running, can we just restore the table?
Exactly.
That kind of
Exactly.
it is.
We can
So-
flashback a single table as well.
So we can choose
Okay.
what data to restore, but what happens with the other data, like it's dependent on the table, whatever. There's some keys or something that is a foreign thing to it. What happens with this type of data? Or you cannot drop the table if you have childs still active.
No, it will not look for that integrity constraint. It will not look for any constraint. It will simply store the table. It will restore the table. And now when application will select or insert or update any data, that time it will look for the integrity constraint. Now suppose if it was a parent table which was dropped, so obviously constraint will be in place. Since the parent table was dropped, application will not be able to insert the data into child table. So application will start getting errors. If it is a child table, then there is no problem. The parent table will keep on updating. However, application will get the error that the child table does not exist. So when you
Is,
restore it, you can make up the data,
is
but
it
it will
possible
not look for it.
to have like data loss if it's a child table? Then I inserted something in the parent table in the meantime, and that's
Yes.
not there, and it didn't make it into the child table because it's not there anymore. And then I just stored this table, but the new record is still not there, or will it get pushed again, kind of?
So the first thing, it all depends on the logic which is written in the application. If application has the logic that it is mandatory to insert data in all the tables, then only a transaction is successful. Then if the table is lost, from the point the table is lost, no transaction will be returned. It will be an outage. Okay. Now suppose if the application logic is written in a way that it's okay if the data is not inserted in any table which is dropped, it's okay. Then we need to make up that data. And this data makeup is purely, it needs data expertise, because being DBA, we don't understand the business logic or business data. So we will take the help of application team, how they can make up the data, from which table they can insert the data. Obviously, with the help of parent table, we will help them to insert the data into the child table, the missing data. But it is the application team or development team who needs to tell us from which table they want the data. Or if they don't have any source, then yes, it is a loss of data.
Do you interact a lot with the developers as your DBA work?
Uh, Not the developers, but we have application maintenance team who used to manage application, who used to interact with customer directly. So the usually the structure in the IT is like that. We are the infrastructure database admins, okay, and they are the application maintenance engineer. They have the visibility of the nature of the data, and we have all the access. So we know how it is done, but what is to be done needs to be told by application team.
Oh, okay.
It
So
is
the application knows how to do it, and you have the rights to do it.
yes, they know what to do it, and we know how to do it.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Yes, yeah. So to answer your question, Keshav, yes, we can flashback a single table as well. We need not to flashback entire database.
And where is the flashback data stored? Only in the buffer or somewhere else too?
No, in the
On the-
database as well. In the database as well. So it will keep on your flashback buffers will be in the memory. Obviously, you cannot, if you have enabled your flashback buffer for 6 months, so your memory is not sufficient to hold that data into memory. So it will be offloaded to the database. So we have
Like
data files.
the system files.
Yeah. Along with data files, there will be flashback logs. Okay.
And
So
from this
flashback logs
logs
will come
file.
under system files.
Okay.
So this is one of the system files, flashback logs.
Are they like shuffling, refreshing itself? Like I say I set it up to 6 months, like you said, then will it shuffle itself like the last data 10 it's 6 months old, and then I just generate a new one? Will it just delete the oldest one and
Yes.
create a
If
new one?
if if there is a storage pressure in the database will take care itself. It will start deleting old flashback logs.
So that my space doesn't explode.
No, database will drop these flashback logs. Especially these flashback logs are deleted. No other logs, but these flashback logs are deleted. database server has two components or two parts. One is database itself, which is nothing but the collection of some files. In general, we had seen that there were two type of files. One is data files, and other one is all other system files. To name some of the system files, control files are the one, redo log files, archive log files, password files. Okay. So in general, we are giving them a name as system file. The second component of, or the second part of the database server was database instance. So this is the critical most part. So database instance plus database makes a database server. Now what is there in database instance? Two things, or I would say two things. Okay. First, database instance is made up of memory structure and processes. We had seen two types of processes. One is server process. Okay. Server process, also called foreground process. The server process is nothing but it is the user representative. So end user that makes connection to the database, it carries the request of that end user. The user makes a request to database, listener process receives that request and forward the request to server process. The other process is background process. So background process we are yet to cover. There are hundreds of background processes. Each process has its own responsibility to carry out. We are yet to cover the important ones. And then these two processes comes under processes, while the other one, memory structure, that is also called SGA, system global. If I take out system global area out of this picture, the system global area is nothing but it is the memory segment which is used by server processes and background processes. A shared area, all the server processes which are created in the instance, all the background processes which are created in the instance, they can use this area to do their work. Okay. Server processes can have their different set of work. Background processes can have their different set of work. Now in SGA, we had covered shared pool. Shared pool, it is nothing but the area where parsed SQL statements are stored, parsed TLSQL codes are stored, and along with that, data dictionaries are also stored here. Parsing, we discussed the parsing as well, checking the syntax of the SQL statement and its semantics. Semantics means whether the object which is being used in the SQL, does it exist in the database? Does user which is executing this SQL has the proper privileges on the table to select or to insert whatever it is doing? So these types of semantics are also verified. Then hard parsing means whenever any SQL which is being executed for the first time, when semantics and syntax, when these are verified, that is called hard parsing. Soft parsing, that means the executable SQL is already there, the already parsed SQL is already there in the shared tool. It doesn't need any further parsing. That is called soft parsing. Along with that, we had also seen the flashback, which was not the mandatory one. Okay. Flashback buffer. Okay. It is used, it is created when flashback feature is used. Okay. We had not seen so far how the flashback is enabled. So we will see it when we will discuss the database backup and recovery. Okay, so this was the quick recap. If you have any question here, otherwise we will move on from here.
Can you
No
please
question.
explain the flashback buffer again? Sorry.
Yeah. So flashback basically it is a feature of the database which can help database to travel back in time. Okay. So last time we understood from the example where uh, due to human error a table was dropped. Okay. So table was dropped half an hour back. With the help of flashback feature, we can flashback the table. Okay. So what happens? Only that table, the data which was there half an hour back, that table is restored. So without taking entire database to the state half an hour back, we are taking only that table. We can flashback entire database as well. So it is the way we can take our database back in the time.
So
Does that
Indra,
help?
if
Yeah.
so,
Yep, go on.
Indra, so if this server is restarted, so would that flashback buffer will wipe out? It's in the
Yes.
it's just sitting in the memory, or it's written onto the disk. This particular flashback buffer.
A very good question,
Due
Gator.
to
So
some
yeah, this will be why. Thank you. So basically, it's not related to flashback buffer. What happens? It makes the use of undo segmented. See, these flashback buffers are returned to the database. The flashback buffer is here in the system, SGA. Okay. This flashback buffers, there is a background process which has the responsibility to write the data of flashback buffer into the database. Okay. These files are called flashback logs. So there is a process. What it does, it keeps writing okay, on a periodical basis. It keeps writing the data from flashback buffer, which is the part of SDA. So from memory to the database, it keeps writing. So you will have your database. But if your instance has gone down, whatever data was not written to this file, which was still in the memory but was not written to that file, that data will be lost. So it's not like entire data will be lost, only which was there in the memory that will be lost. Now moving to the other critical component, which is redo log buffer. Okay. Now let me first tell you what is redo log buffer. Again, this is the memory area. Okay. What does it hold is more important. Okay. It holds the information about the changes made to the database. For example, any user is updating some records in the database. Okay. Now what happens? I'm updating a table, updating some rows into that. Let me go back here. Okay. So again, I cannot access the data file directly, so I cannot update the record in the data file. Okay. I will update the record in the system, HGML. Okay.
okay.
These updated records are kept here in the database buffer cache. At the same time, these updated records are also kept in the redo log buffer. Now, why there are two copies? Okay, when you have already installed, when you have already stored database buffer in the buffer cache, then why are you holding records in the redo? What happens? The data is returned to the data file. Okay, from the redo log buffer and from the database buffer. This redo log buffer reads, writes the data. Okay, there is a background process. It writes the data from here to redo logs. There is one more background process which reads the data from here and writes into the database files. But this particular bit writes the data faster than this. In fact, the condition when redo logs is written, okay, is different than when the database buffer written. This write-up is called lazy write-up, while this write-up is called quick writer, fast writer. Okay. Now suppose you are doing some transaction. Okay. Your transactions are there and they are also in the redo log buffer. Okay. Redo log buffer have written its transaction into the database, but the database buffer cache is not yet written to the database. And for electricity outage or for some unplanned reason, this instance goes down. This instance goes down, that means the data from the buffer cache is gone. But it is there in the redo log buffer. I mean, it's not there, but it had already written its data into database. Now this data can write its data into data file. Okay, that is the reason Oracle has designed its solution in such a way that this is written to the database prior to this. Okay, and it is kept as a lazy writer. So if I summarize, the redo log buffer holds the changes which are made to the database, and it is used to recover from the failure scenario. If instance goes down for unplanned reason, it is the entire instance is terminated with the help of redo entries. Okay, the data which is stored here are called redo entry. Okay, with the help of redo entries, we can recover the database. Does that make sense, or do you want me to repeat?
So any updates or inserts gets written to the redo log buffer that gets updated immediately to the data file, right? That's what you meant to say, right?
Not immediately. Not immediately. There are 4 to 5 conditions. So that we will see when we will cover background process. But those conditions occur faster than the condition for database buffer. So for now, this data is written to data file faster, and before this database buffer cache writes its data. And the purpose of this particular segment is it helps to recover the database from the failure scenario.
A
Basically,
question.
yeah.
Like if it's a electricity outage and it just like vanishes. I mean, there's just no electricity, it's just all of a sudden, and then it goes back online again. Is since the redo log buffer is a memory, is it just empty, or will the memory recover itself?
No, it will be empty. But since it writes its data periodically, and that period is very short. Okay. Let me tell you the condition here. It makes more sense to share those conditions. The redo log buffer's data is written when this is filled 1 MB. When the data is 1 MB in this segment, immediately background processes are instructed to write the data from here to data file. So even 1 MB data is also written to the database in every 3 seconds, whichever is faster. Okay. If 1 MB data is written before 3 seconds, then it will be written to database. If it is 3 seconds and data is not yet written 1 MB, for example, 500 KB data is written only in this segment. Still, in every 3 seconds, the data will be written to database. or the moment you hit the commit. Okay, you updated a table, some records are updated. In the moment you hit the commit, that means you are sure I want my data into the database. So whenever a commit is hit, commit is executed, it will start writing data into database. Or if this is filled, for example, our redo log buffer is less than 1 MB. Okay, in some cases, you may see the redo log buffer is less than 1 MB. So if this redo log buffer is one third filled, so these are the 4 conditions. Okay, when we hit commit, when the data reaches to 1 MB, okay, when this particular in every 3 seconds, and when this segment is one third used. Out of these 4 conditions, whichever occur first, it will start writing data into the database. Okay, and I have seen all the businesses can bear the loss of 3 seconds. They can bear the loss of 3 seconds.
Is the 3 second like a default setting, or can I change it, or does it make sense to change it?
No, we cannot change it because it is designed by Oracle and it is there in their code, so we cannot change, and it does not make change because if we change it to something else, then see it will change the behavior of. If we could change, then it could change the behavior of database buffer cache. It is the thumb rule that the data from redo log buffer will be returned to database first, and then only database buffer cache. Now, if we were able to change its more than 3 seconds, then it could have changed the behavior of entire database. So fortunately, we cannot do this. When you will be working in your real environment, especially when you are tuning the performance, or if you are monitoring the database health or database performance, you will be dealing in these 3 segments more than any other segment. Now we are going to cover database buffer cache. Okay. For me, this is the most critical memory segment of SGA. Okay. Now, what does database buffer cache? What does it do? What is the purpose of this particular memory segment? Stores copies of data blocks which are read from the data files. Okay. Now, let me go back to. Now, suppose a user has requested some data. What it has done, it has executed select statement. Select star from employee table. Okay. Now, obviously, your data, all the data is stored in the data file. Okay. Nobody can access the data file directly. So this data will have to go to the memory area in the SGA. Then only a user can read the data from the memory. Are you with me in this concept? No user can read the data from data file directly. It takes a database instance. Now, the data which is there in the data file is uploaded in the SGA.
Why we can't access the data directly? Wouldn't it be faster? So we don't have to copy it around?
No. So first thing, reading the data from the disk is very costly. You might have heard disk input output, disk IO. It is very costly. If you are reading data directly from the disk, it's not performant. Second thing, until unless you have instance, you cannot open these data files to read the data file. Okay. Directly we cannot read because again this is binary files. So we cannot double click on the file or we cannot use ls in data file. So there is only one way we can access the data in the data files via instance. Select all from employee table. Now the data of the table is there in the data file. It will be copied in the SGA, in the memory area. Copied data is stored here in the database buffer cache. Actual data is stored here. Okay. So there are n number of users who are selecting the data from the database. All the data from the users will be kept here. For example, I have executed a command select all from table 1. Okay. I have executed, I got the result. 10 minutes after, Easter also executed the same command. Okay. Now Easter try to understand where it is faster. Okay. Now you have also again selecting all the data, select all from the table 1. This data buffer
It's already
holds the data.
cached, so it's faster.
It's faster. It is already cached. And data will remain here. Okay, the algorithm is again same. The least used data will be wiped off. It will be moved off out of the cache by the database itself. There is a background process that takes care of this clean. And I'm going to cover this shared pool and database buffer caches separately. Okay, these two segments are very big. So I will tell you each and everything how a SQL. You will see that how a SQL is being executed. So I'll take these two segments separately again. Okay. But for now, we are going to understand what it does and why they are in the system. From 19c onwards, okay, or Oracle related operating system. Okay, Oracle related operating system is OEL, Oracle Enterprise Linux, and Oracle Solaris. So Solaris was also back, long back. Solaris earlier was an independent company like Red Hat. It was acquired by Oracle. Since then, it is Oracle Solaris. So that is why I'm telling Oracle related operating system. So from 19c onward, this segment is also created. This is optional again. Okay. If we want to create, we can allocate memory to this segment. Okay. This is nothing but the extension of database buffer cache. So purpose of this area is to again hold the data. Okay. It again holds the data, but on a different device. Not in this instance, on a different device. That is also flash device.
Is this
In real,
sorry?
yeah, go on.
I already read that it is only for, and you said it's not for Windows. Is there a special reason it's not for Windows, or just, like marketing reasons? Business.
No, not much. And there is a technical reason behind that. So the kind of device it uses, okay, to hold the data, it is supported by only those operating systems for now. Okay, going forward, this area will be added. Even when you will find 21c, or I have not gone through 21c yet. So 21c, in fact, 23 test release is also launched. So we might see that this particular segment can be created for other OS also. 19c, the kind of device it uses to hold the data is supported by only OEL and Solaris. Okay. And this is the extension of this cache. But in most cases, they serve the purpose. It serves all the business requirements. Okay. If you want to use additional device, okay, if you want to keep it open for all the time, then you can do it. And if your business needs it.
So please, as you are explaining, any new things, for example, what is this Oracle related operating system? You listed two OS, right? Can you please write down in this document itself? That would be really great. It would be like a little cheat notes for us, for me
Yeah,
at least. So, like, if you can,
sure. I believe it must be there. See, it's on the very first line. It is an optional
okay.
memory extension with the database buffer cache for the database running on Solaris or Oracle.
So most of the clients have their Oracle installed on this Solaris or Oracle Linux. Means Windows don't Oracle doesn't prefer having Oracle installed on Windows machine.
No, that is not the case. This is not the case. Usually, Oracle database is preferred to install over Linux and the flavor of Linux. Okay, HPUX, AIX, Solaris, okay, Red Hat Linux, Ubuntu. Usually, as per audit requirements, they are considered more safe, so safer than Windows. Okay, managing window is a different thing, but there is no compatibility. What I have usually seen that if it is a small database, they use Windows machine. If it is a large database, then usually Linux is used. But otherwise,
Okay.
there is no. The only thing managing the things are bit easy. How will you recover with the help of logical backup? Now, suppose, uh, let me give you one example. Okay, if I talk about my local time, it is 9:50. Okay, 9:40 in the evening. Now, suppose uh, the disaster took place at 9:40 at my local time, and you took the backup uh, last night. Okay, let's consider today itself at 1 a.m. How up to what time you could restore the backup? You could restore the data. You could restore the
One,
data until, the time that you
1
had
year.
backed up 1 a.m. Right? So you will be able to recover the data up to 1 a.m. Now with physical backup, what will happen? Suppose if you have your physical backup which was taken at the same time at 1 a.m. Okay, you can restore that physical backup, and on top of that, if you have archive logs, there is something called this redo logs. Okay, these redo logs are zipped. Okay, in normal language, I call it these redo logs are archived. Okay, so archive logs are also there. So on that backup, you can restore your archive log, and your archive logs are generated in every 3 seconds. See, this data is written to the database in every 3 seconds. Those archive logs will be there. It might be there or might not be there. Up to, it depends what is accessible. But if you have your archive log there until 9:40, you can restore those archive logs on top of the backup.
Yes, thank you. Is it also possible, to recover the whole instance and the whole database, or just the database
That's the
with the
data.
physical one?
The physics. See, when the database is started, the instance is gone. There won't be any data in the instance. It is wiped off. The memory is clean. You will not find. So instance is gone away. Okay. The database, in general scenario, physical backups are more comfortable recovering the database. Okay. While if you want to deal with particular data, that time data pump are more useful than physical data. For example, you want to migrate particular user, okay, or a particular schema from one database to other database. That time your data pump is more useful. So considering recovery scenario, physical backups are far better than, and just hold on for 1 week. We are going to discuss what is physical data, what is logical structure of data. Okay. We are going to discuss that. So that will give you uh, the better understanding in what scenarios we should use data pump, in what scenario we should use RMN or whether this physical backups. The best example of physical backups, let me tell you. Have you guys heard of standby database, Oracle Data Guide?
No.
So that is where this physical backups are used. Okay, and I mean this physical backup must be there if you want your database to be compliant. Must be there. But I'm not saying this data from backup does not suffice. If you are good there, if you are capable enough to recover from this situation, you can do. But the scenario which I told you, with data pump, you can recover your database up to the time when the backup was taken. But with physical backup, that too you are taking with RMN. You can recover up to the point of stream pool. Stream pools, basically, this memory segment is used when golden gate solution is used. Okay. When export import data pump is used. Okay. That time, this particular memory area is used. Similarly, Java pool. Okay. If we are getting any session from the application that executes Java, okay, that executes Java code. So that time, Java related session information is stored in the Java pool. So this particularly Java pool is least used area. Okay. So if I talk about shared IO pool, so probably you must have heard of uh, in database. There is a data type called blob. Okay. So blob is large object. So, for example, if you want to store images in the database or any other large object, okay, we could use this data type. Now, whenever any operation is performed on large objects, that time shared IO pool is used. Okay, it is not used very often.
I have a
Blob is,
question. What's different between blob and C-lob?
they are basically large objects, the type of large objects. They used to hold different type of data. Okay. Sometimes if you want to upload a picture, if you want to upload a video, okay, so they used to hold different type of data. Otherwise, underlying object, underlying thing is LOB, which is large object. Okay, so blob and blob, they are type of large objects, which used to store big data.
So, like Indra, large objects of what size, like maximum of what size it can accommodate? Like big data, usually it has a huge stream of data, right? So, like video files or anything, like how much it can accommodate the blob?
So there is no as such limit. I have not seen any restriction on that.
Okay. And can you please repeat on this stream pool and Java pool? I missed certain portion.
Yes, no problem. Stream pool, basically what happens, there is a utility data pump. data pump. Okay. Now data pump, what it does, it exports the data from DB and imports the data into DB. Okay. So suppose if I want to move one table from one database to other database, what I will need to do, I will need to export the table from the source DB and I will import that exported table into target DB. With the help of data pump, I can export a particular table, okay, and imports it into another database. So when the data pump operations are performed, okay, so the processes that are created to perform export import, they make use of this particular area. Okay, because export imports are SQL statements. So they will not go to the shared pool for parsing. They will not go to the database buffer to read the data or write data. Okay, they will use this area. They will consume some space in the database, those processes, and will export the data if they are exporting, or they will import the data if they are importing. They need certain memory to do their work. So that time, this stream pool will be used. Make sense?
So backup and restore also uses this stream pool or only with respect to export and import of the tables or database?
Data restore using?
No, what I meant to say is, does the stream pool will be used for backup and restoring?
Oh, see, we can backup the database using RMAN. We can backup the database
Okay.
using. So if we are using RMAN, it needs large buffers. It will need large pool. Export import, it using stream pool.
Stream pool. Okay.
This is one example. Now, Golden Gate is a data replication tool. Okay. If we are using Golden Gate, Golden Gate has a lot of processes. So what these processes do, they extract the data from source database and replicate the data into target database. So they move data from source database to target database. So that processes also use stream pool. Okay. In the same way, Oracle has one more product called Oracle Streams. Okay. The Oracle Stream also replicates the data from one database to other database. So they also make use of this memory area. Okay. So what Oracle had done, okay, what was its idea? What they could do, they could allocate a single area. Okay. They could not divide this area into multiple memory regions. Okay. But what they did to work this memory area efficiently, they divided this area into multiple sub memory area. Okay. Now consider in coming days, Oracle come up with some other feature, one more feature. Let's say this feature is XYZ. So what they do to make that feature work efficiently, they will create one more memory segment in SG. Okay, XYZ buffer. So the idea of having different segment is different operation needs separate area to work with. That is why these many memory areas. Okay. Does that make sense? Does this summarize a bit what we have been discussing for long?
Yes.
Okay. So similarly for Java pool, okay. So usually what a user session do, it executes SQL statement. But any session, if it does something related to Java code, if it comes up with a Java code rather than SQL, if it comes up with a Java program and does something in the database, so that user session will make use of this space to do its work, whatever it is doing. We can write program for anything. So whatever it is doing, the Java code, this particular space or memory will be used. Okay.
Usually, Oracle requires a JDK version installed. So, does this meant to say it is using this Java pool, or it's different? It's not related to that JDK version to be installed on Windows at least.
No, it's not related to that. So I see this JDK is what Oracle is what. Oracle is again a software solution, right? So a software solution must be written in some programming language, right? So the code, the binary code or library code of the Oracle, it is written on the Java. Now, if you are deploying your program on any of the machine in the world, what you need, if it is in Java, you need Java classes and Java development kit to work that solution on your system. So that's why this JDK version comes along with Oracle software.
Okay.
Okay. So again, Java pool is used for Java specific session. Shared IO pool is used to work with whenever any operation is performed on large object. That time this shared IO pool is used. Fixed SGA. So now this fixed SGA is what? This stores the state of database in database instance. Okay. Now, when we will talk about the startup sequence or shutdown sequence, there are some stages. Okay. For example, first database instance is created, then database is mounted, okay, and then finally database opens up for read and write operation. For now, there are various states of a database in database instance. So these states are stored in this particular area. Okay. So now this redo log buffer, how does it get to know that my data has to be used for recovery? So this information, okay, this state, it tells every segment in this area that this is the current status of the database. This needs recovery. Okay. So whatever information is stored here, it is communicated with all the processes in this area. This is how each and every component is aware that they have to do. If the database is not open for read-write operation and the user connects to the database via instance. So at instance level itself, the user will be responded that database is not yet open. You cannot read or write any operation in the database. So this sort of information are stored in fixed SGA. Okay. And if I talk about these two areas, okay, they are about the memory optimization. Okay. This basically used for data warehouse, not the usual OLTP. So first let me tell you, are you guys aware of what is data warehouse and what is OLTP? They are two different type of databases.
No.
To tell you, this will help you. So Keshav, Harshil, are you aware if you want to add something?
OLTP online transaction processing. That is not. I don't have much idea.
Harshil?
No, I don't have any idea.
Oh, no point. So there are two types of databases. One is OLTP, as Keshav said, this is online transaction processing DB. Okay. The second one is data warehouse. Now the fundamental difference between these two databases, the type of transaction they process. Now online transaction processing means this type of DB, okay, you will find inserts operation, dates operation, deletes operation. Okay. And in short, you will find manipulating operation a lot. While in data warehousing, you will find only one type of operation, which is select. So what happens? Your historical data. Okay, for example, in university, a student's record is preserved for 15 years. Okay. So the historical data, which has to be preserved for years. Okay. So this type of data is stored in data warehouse database, where the data is not updated. Okay. It is only stored, and on demand, the data is selected.
Like it's an archive of data.
Yes, data archive of data. And
Is there no
this
possibility to do an update insert? I mean, it is restricted, or it's just usually not doing it.
usually it is again recommended. So this database, it is designed in such a way that it performs select operation more effectively. Whatever component are there in this database, they are designed in such a way that it will support select statement only. Okay. If you perform insert, you cannot. I mean, even a small statement can take a long time. Okay. So, as the name suggests, they are data warehouse. Okay, warehouse means a big space to hold goods and material in general. Being a data warehouse means it used to stores large amount of data that can only be selected. Okay, and we need not to keep it online for all the time. While on the other hand, OLTP, it serves mission critical application. Mission critical application means business that need DB online or all the time. If we bring down the database, we will lose the business. So fundamental difference between OLTP in data warehouses, the data warehouse generally function select statement, why? Support all other operations. Okay. So these two particular segments, memory in memory area and mem optimize, they are configured for data warehouse type databases. So usually we deal with OLTP only. So these two areas are used very rare. Okay. In fact, I mean, if I talk about myself, for 19c, I have worked only with OLTP. So I have never used these two areas uh, in the live environment. In my environment itself, I have never used it. They are least explored area, but good to know about this. What are these? So does that help to understand the fundamental difference between these two types of databases?
Yes.
Because when you read about a new feature or new release of Oracle, you will find what is their new feature for OLTP and what is there for DataWare. This will help you. Otherwise, at work, uh, I hardly find any help. I hardly seen this information helping me. When I'm referring Oracle documents, that can be help. Okay. So any question in SGA?
This,
Yeah.
so
Please
this
proceed.
data warehouse is a separate component, nothing related to Oracle, right? It's a separate database where the data, primarily data warehouse is used for reporting purpose, like business objects reporting, BO reporting,
Yes.
is it so? And is the data warehouse separate database and not
Yes,
residing
it is.
on Oracle database?
It is a product of Oracle company. It's a different product.
Okay.
It's that
Okay.
database that we are running. So when we will create our database, the very first option it asks us, what type of database are you trying to create? So you will find the general purpose database we will be creating. So this data warehouse is a different product.
Is the general purpose one the OLTP one?
Yes. General purpose is OLTP.
Is this part of the reason why you have to have a separate instance for a separate DB? Because if this is a warehouse one, you have these two areas, and if it's not, then you don't have this.
We can have this area in OLTP as well, but they are primarily used with data warehouse. See, I mean, what is the point of having these two areas created when we are not selecting the high volume of data? So that's why we don't keep it in OLTP. The primary use is in OLTP, in data warehouse. If you want, we can configure this, but they don't improve the performance because they degrade the performance.
Thank you.
So with this, we are done with the overview of SGA. I'm not saying we are done with the complete discussion of SGA. Okay. Now we know the overview of SGA. What are the components are there in general? Okay. What is their purpose? What they do? What they store? This is what we know. And at work, being a DBA is more than enough to know this information about these all components. When you go on working with performance tuning, that time you need to explore these further. Okay. If you want to tune the shared pool, you want to tune flashback buffer, you want to tune this particular area, that time you need to explore it. But for being a DBA, the information that we have discussed so far, it is more than enough to work. Even if you are appearing in your certification exam, this information is sufficient. If we go further, there is no limit to discuss database architecture. It's like an onion. The more you peel off, the more layer it will come up with. Okay. So this information is sufficient. So with this, we have concluded the SGA. We have PGA also, which is part of our database instance. In our database instance, there were 4 blocks. One for SGA, other one for PGA, and there were 2 processes blocks. One is server processes, which are also called foreground processes, and background processes. We are now done with SGA. Now we are going to discuss PGA. So this is PGA stands for Program Global Area. As SGA is shared between or shared among all the server and background processes. This programmable global area, it is not shared. Okay. It is a non-shared memory region. Okay. So every server process will have its own PGA. Okay. Every background process will have its own PGA. It is not shared. Okay. If our database is running in dedicated server mode. Let me tell you something about DB running mode. One is dedicated server mode. Dedicated server is enough. Shared server. Now, what does it mean by dedicated server and shared server? Okay. So if you remember, let me come to the first diagram that we discussed. This one. So this client application or user, it connects to the database by sending request to the listener. Listener forwards it to the server process. Now, what does server process do? It first creates PGA for itself. Okay. So if our database running in dedicated server mode and there are 5 user connections. So 5 user connections means 5 server process. 5 server process will have 5 PGA, each for one server process. If database server is running in dedicated server mode. If our database is running in shared server mode, okay, in that case, multiple server process can share PGA. In dedicated server mode, each server or background process has one PGA. Okay. So if somebody tells you my database is running in dedicated server mode, that means the only thing you need to conclude is, okay, if it is running in dedicated server mode, that means one server or background process has dedicated PGA. And this PGA is not shared. Okay. And if it is running in shared server mode, that means multiple server processes are sharing PGA. And where do we configure and when do we configure that our database should run in dedicated server mode or shared server mode? So when we create our database, okay, there is one option where it asks about whether we want to keep our database running in dedicated mode or in shared server mode.
It
At the time of yeah.
Sorry, does it depends on if the database is the OLTP one or it's a data warehouse one?
No. Now we are only talking about OLTP. We are not considering data warehouse.
So it's okay. So both is OLTP.
Yes. So our OLTP database can run in dedicated server mode or in shared server mode to us.
So if we are considering dedicated server, if there are 10 users connected to the Oracle database, so it is like all these 10 connections as one PG.
No, for
If we are
dedicated,
considering dedicated.
each user will have server process. So if 10 sessions are there, that means 10 server processes are there. Okay. Now each server process will have its own PGA. Okay, database running in dedicated mode.
Okay, each server process has one PGA, and if it is a paid server process, then it is
Duration of each process, then 2 or 3 server process. It is decided by Oracle itself internally. So more than one server process can use single PGA. We need not to create one PGA for each process.
Can I change it on the fly, or is it like I create a database, I set its mode, and that's it?
I need to check. I mean, you can certainly change it, but I need to check whether it takes database reboot to get into effect. But certainly you can change from dedicated to shared or from shared to dedicated. But
Can I
does
just,
it take
kill all the connections, kick everybody out, and do it? But is it mandatory to restart the database?
that? I need to check. So I'll check and get back to you whether this takes database reboot or not to get into effect.
Thank you.
But yeah, certainly it can be changed. There is a parameter like large tool was the parameter in parameter file. Similarly, in the parameter file, there is one parameter shared underscore server. If we set it to true, it will be run in shared server mode. If we don't set this parameter, then it will run in dedicated server mode. So now this is about PGA. Who it is used by. Okay. So it is used by server process and background process. Now what PGA holds? So in PGA, we have user global area, UGA. Okay. What we have? UGA. Okay. If our database is running in dedicated mode, our UGA will be part of PGA. Okay. If our database runs in shared server mode, this UGA will not be in PGA, but it will be in SGA. And in SGA, it will be kept in large pool if our database is running in shared server mode. Let me repeat. If database runs in dedicated mode, the UGA will be part of PGA. But if database runs in shared server mode, UGA will be part of SGA. Specifically, it will be kept in large pool. Now let's understand what exactly PGA does. We have seen that what SGA does. Okay. So server process and background processes, they come together, they do their work in SGA. Okay. Based on what works they are requested to do, they make use of the memory area. So what is there in PGA? Okay. More or less, okay, it is same as SGA, but it is much smaller than SGA. Okay, because it is related to user session. Okay, right. So first thing, in user global area, the first thing is SQL work area. Okay. So suppose I have executed an SQL statement. Okay. Let's consider this is my SQL statement. Okay. I'm selecting all from employee table along with department table. Okay, so I'm joining these two tables and then I want combined data. Now, whatever data I'm selecting, I'm sorting this data on the basis of last name. Okay, so the employee whose last name starts with A will be kept on top in the list. Okay. So whatever data I'm selecting, it is sorting by last name and is keeping in ascending order. So this order by, this sorting, where does this happen? This sorting happens in this work area. So whenever you are executing an SQL, select SQL, obviously order by clause is always used with select. Update, insert and delete, these type of statements, they do not sort data. When you select data, that time only sorting is done. That sorting is done in the SQL work area. So in general, you need to remember if we are sorting the data, it is being done in PGA. So order by clause or group by clause, when you find such type of clause in your SQL, you will see the use of SQL work. It is done SQL work area. Okay. And second segment is session memory. Okay. So it
So,
holds.
so
Yes, Keshav. Yeah.
so like where condition or the conditional statements, does it only for sorting like group by or order by only it will be used particular area, sort area, not
So
like where condition or having clause.
where and having, they are filter condition. We filter the data. Okay. This filtration is done in the SGA. When you have got the filtered data, okay, if you have to send it to user as it is, it will be sent directly. But if it has to be sorted, then this sorting will be done in PGA before sending it back to user. Where clause and heading clause, they are not, they don't
They
do
don't
their
use
work.
this space. Okay.
Now the second area is session memory. I mean, as the name suggests, it holds session related information.
Sorry for interrupting. The logical operations are being done in the SQL work areas, right?
Logical operation means this entire operation is logical operation because it is done on logical data.
Yes.
So the part of this statement, which is this one, order by.
Okay.
This particular bit is performed in PGA. So
Okay.
data selection and data filter, this is all done in SGA, and one is it shares the detail with user. Before sharing it, if it is to be sorted, then the data is sorted in PGA.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Sorry. So the next segment is session memory. As the name suggests, session memory means it holds session variable, session related information. Okay, such as logon information. When 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 did the session when did the session initiate? Okay, what time user logged into this? Such kind of session related information are stored in session memory. And trust me, we hardly have anything to do with this. Okay, this is just for knowledge purpose we are doing. Otherwise, when you get on to work, you hardly access this detail. Now, the most important area of UGA is private SQL area. Okay. In private SQL area, it stores bind variable. Okay. Let me tell you something about bind variable. So, Keshav, you must be aware of bind variable, right? Bind variables. Look, what is bind variable? Now, let me select all from employee here. Employee ID equals to it's very fun. Okay. Now one of the user executed this statement. Other user executed this statement. One more user executes this statement. Now we discussed about hard parsing and soft parsing. So what Oracle does, see, this is the value being supplied by user. Okay. And if a table has 10,000 rows, that means it can have 10,000 different SQL operation. Let's select only. Okay. So what Oracle does internally, it replaces this with bind variable. Okay. And it treats as a one statement. Okay. So if somebody executes this statement and it is already parsed, so Oracle stores this already parsed statement, keeping this particular place kind of empty. Okay. So next time when a user comes up with different employee ID, so only this different employee ID is placed in the empty place and it does not need hard parsing. It soft parses the statement and then go on doing its bit. Parsing can be avoided like this. Okay. Are you with me or do you want me to repeat this concept, bind variable concept?
Yes, one more time, please.
Yeah. So you can say this is the kind of empty place. Okay. Now any user comes up with its own value and can place it here. This way, this will be only single statement. If it is parsed once, it doesn't need parsing again. Okay, because if database starts treating these as a two different statements, all the memory area will be less to hold the parse statement. Okay, what it does, all the variable values, okay, it is replaced by bind variable. Okay, that means it is a single statement. Now come along with your value, place your value here and do your work. Don't parse. Okay. So whatever, yeah,
So,
yeah,
so usually by this PLSQL block uses the bind variable defined by the programmer. So here anyone executing like simple select statements with the where condition, it will be recorded as something like internally it will be allocating some bind variable.
exactly.
Is that so?
Yeah, this is what is done here. So when you come
Okay.
first with this value, okay, it replaces this value with bind variable. So next time when any other user or you yourself come up with the same statement but different value, it makes use of bind variable. So this bind variable is replaced by the value you come up with.
Okay.
That's it, right? Easter.
Yes. Because you said if you hard parse a query, you check the syntax and the semantics. What if a user says it's just a character that is not valid in the bind variable, will the bind variable be checked on the data type?
Sorry, so can you please come again? What does it pass? It passes only.
So will it be checked if in the bind variable user has some characters that are not like some special characters that make the whole SQL statement invalid?
Yeah, statement will be invalid. User has to pass the value which is stored in the table. They have to pass only that value.
Okay, thank you.
So in the private SQL area, it holds bind variable. Okay. Along with bind variable, it holds execution plan of a query and state of SQL. Okay. For example, if a user has to fetch 10,000 rows, or if a user has to update 1,000 rows, out of 1,000 rows, how many rows have been updated so far? Okay, this is what state is preserved in this area, private SQL area. Along with that, information about past statement. Okay. So information about past statement means in SGA, in shared pool, where can you get already past statement? Do share pool hold past statement or not? If it does, then will hold the information about the past statement. The actual past statement will be stored in shared pool in the SDA, but the information of that past statement will be with PGA. So the process will quickly go to SDA and get the past statement. Okay, and execution plan. Right. This is the sample execution plan of a SQL statement. So this is my select statement. And this is the execution plan of this select statement. Execution plan means how this query is going to be executed in database. What is the plan? So this is the select statement. Okay. This will sort the data by order by clause. This will make use of hash join. Since you can see the two tables are being joined here, it will use hash join. It will scan full table. Which table? Department table will be scanned fully and employee table will be scanned fully. Okay. So when this SQL was executed, okay, it performed full table scan on employees table and fetched 107 rows. It also performed full table scan on department. Full table scan means it reads all the rows of the table. Okay. So it fetched 27 rows. And the size of the data is here in bytes. Okay. Now the output of hash join is 106 rows. Now obviously if the output of this hash join is 106 rows, it has to sort 106 rows. So it is now sorting 106 rows. And then finally, the output of overall is select statement is 106 rows. And the size is 9 KB. So how long does it take? It takes 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Totally, it took 5 seconds to execute this SQL statement. So this execution plan is stored here as well as in SGA. So suppose Keshav logged into the system and executed this query. Okay. So its execution plan will be in PGA as well as in SGA. So next time when I will execute the similar statement, okay, I will go to the share tool and will get the same execution plan. But Keshav will not go to the SGA because he already has this execution plan in PGA. So it will not go to the shared tool. It will get this execution plan from the PGA. While I have to go there, but it is beneficial for me. Okay, I need not to define the execution plan. It was already there because Keshav had already executed the similar query. Okay. Anyway, we will be discussing this in detail further since we are discussing it for the first time. So I thought of showing you how does the execution plan looks like. Okay. So these information stored in UGA. SQL work, session memory, private SQL area. This is the most important segment of PGA. I think we are overrunning. To discuss about the storage structure of database. Okay. So in Oracle, okay, Oracle database supports two types of storage structure. Okay. One is physical storage structure, the other one is logical storage structure. So the database component that we were discussing yesterday stores all the physical files. Okay. So whatever physical files a database has, okay, that all file comes under its physical storage structure. Okay. Now we had seen so far that a database has data file and system files. Now typically in a database, we can have data files, we can have system files. Okay. These two types of system files are mandatory files without which a database cannot function. They are called control file, online legal options. Okay. So whatever discussion we have so far, we know what is a data file, what type of data does it store. Okay. So data file is a physical file which is stored on a disk. Okay. It is created by Oracle database at the time of database creation and later on also based on the storage requirement we created. And inside the data file, we store our user related data and system related data. We had seen that we talked about system table space, resource table space. So it used to store data dictionary B. It is called system data. So it is stored table and indexes. We're talking about system file, which is new for us. There are a lot of system files, but the mandatory files are control file, online redo-log file. We'll keep talking about system files as and when we will come across those files. So currently mandatory system files we are going to discuss. The first one is control file. Now control file is the most important file. Okay? We talk about system file. Control file is the most important file. It is a small file. Okay, 200, 300 MB maximum. Its size never goes beyond 200, 300 MB. Okay. Now it is a binary file. Binary file means we cannot read the data of this file. Okay. We cannot, if we are uh, running our database on Windows server, so we cannot open it this file by double clicking it and read the data. No. If we are running our database on Linux machine, we cannot read its content by cat or more command. This is the binary file now that holds the information about physical structure. Okay. Physical structure means what? Data file. control file, this redo log file. So it holds the information about these physical structure. Okay. How many data files are in the system? What is the location of data file? What is the name of database? What is the location of redo log? Okay. Up to what checkpoint or up to what time the data files are updated. So it includes the information like database name. Okay. If you want to see, if you want to know what is the name of our database we are currently working for, we can get the information from control file. The name and location of associated data files in redo log file. As we discussed, see, it holds the information about physical structure. Physical structure means what? Data file, control file itself, and redo log. Okay.
Can I have more than one control file? Or is it mandatory to have only one?
No, multiple copies of control file. Information will be same, and Oracle recommends that we should have at least 3 control files, which is called multiplexing of control file.
Multiplexing. Thank you.
Yeah. So it also holds the information when the database was created. So the timestamp of database creation. Okay. Holds the information of current log sequence number. The log sequence number we will discuss later on in the course. Important topic. But for the sake of what information control file is stored, I will check with you. Along with that, checkpoint information. The checkpoint also we are going to cover later. As the name means
Indra?
control. Yes, Keshav.
Yeah, why the need of having the control file multiplexed, like multiple copies of the control file? Multiplexed means, is it meant to say multiple copies, or what this term meant to say?
Well, there will be only one control file, okay, but the copies of this control file. So, for example, Oracle recommends 3 copies of control files. Okay. So there
But
will
they
be
are all
3
the
control.
same. Are they all
They all
the
are,
same?
yes. The content of the control file is same. So see, control file is really uh, critical file. If we have one control file and if we lose it, there is always a threat that we could lose the data. See, Oracle recommends to have 3 copies. Now there is no
Okay.
logic, nothing
So
like
it's
why
like a
should
backup file. Like if at all we are losing one control file, Oracle can use the other file, right? Is that is the purpose of having multiple copies?
I would not say the backup file because all the 3 files are online all the time. Okay.
Okay.
All the control files are
Yeah.
updated all the time. Okay. So backup file means it is restored when required. No. All the 3
Yeah.
files are
Okay.
online.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Just to maintain the redundancy, we use 3.
So this is kind of like key to the database and to the instance because it holds the info to enter to start them up, right? So it's like a key to start them.
Yeah. So until unless database doesn't know about its name, the files it has, okay, the checkpoint and the sequence number, until unless the database has this information, it cannot bring it up. So if you don't have control file, cannot bring up the database. And we will understand the importance. So whatever we have discussed so far, these are the facts. This is the property or behavior of control file. Concept, the actual use, when we'll go on discussing the database startup mode, the backup, restore, and recovery. That time we will see, I mean, in every concept of recovery, control file is important. So for now, to start with, we must know what the file is, okay, what all information does it store. So moving to the uh, next file of database, which is online read log. If you guys remember, in the SGA, we had talked about redo log buffers. Okay. So what does redo log buffer store? What does it keep? Does anyone remember?
These are like all the changes we didn't commit.
The
Exactly.
DML statements, insert, update, delete. If we are not committing, it will be in the redo log, right?
Just to correct you, Keshav, and not the DML, but the data of the DML.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. The
Not
data of the DML. Okay. Got it.
it means SQL statements are stored in shared pool. Okay, the parsed SQL statement. So it holds the changes, whatever changes we are making in the database. So redo log buffer stores the changes in instance, in SDA, and background processes. So there is one background process called log writer. We will see when we discuss background process in the next session. So that log writer process writes the data from redo buffers to online redo logs. Okay, so it stores all the changes that we made in the database. Okay, there must be at least two redo log files. Okay, these are nothing but the files. Okay. Like we have data file with the extension .dbf, we have the redo log file with the extension log, or we can change the extension. So these are nothing but the files. So we can have, we must have at least two log files. The reason is they work in circular fashion. Okay. In the beginning, first log file is used for writing the data thing. Okay. Once the first log file is filled, the process switch to the other log file. It will keep on writing in second log file. Once the second log file is filled completely, it again comes back to the first redo log file. So this is how it writes in circular fashion, and it overwrites the information. Okay. So usually I have a database of 12 TB. Okay, and the redo log size for the database is 4 MB. Okay. Each redo log is 4 MB size, and it is best practice to have 3 redo logs. Okay. And as we discussed in brief, not completely, that redo logs are used to perform database recovery. If our database needs recovery, then the data will be taken from read. So this is again when it comes to database recovery, these are the most critical files. Now let me tell you about physical storage. Okay. Physical storage, we have data file. Now let's again come back to data file. Okay, so far we have talked about the data file, what does it store, and property of data file. Then we talked about control file and redo log file. Now I'm again going back to data file. Okay. Now before I go on to discussing the database, let me tell you something about every operating system allocates the memory, okay, in terms of blocks, okay, which are called OS blocks. Okay. For a Linux OS, okay, typical OS block size is 512 MB. Okay. Which means, see, every machine, okay, be it Windows machine or Linux machine or any operating system machine, it has a storage disk attached to it, right? Okay. Now, this disk has the storage. Okay. Storage in bytes, KB, MB, G. Okay. Now, OS locates the memory in terms of block. Okay. For example, I want to add a data file okay, of 1 GB. OS will allocate how many number of blocks? If the block size is 512 MB, or sorry, byte, it's byte, not MB. If OS block size is 512 MB, then how many blocks will be allocated to a 1 GB data file? 1 GB divided by 512 bytes. Okay. So if we want to calculate, we quickly calculate. We want to create 1 GB, which is MB, this is
24 MB.
these many bytes will have in 1 GB. It should be divided by 812. Okay. So these many OS blocks will be allocated in database file in a data. Okay. If I want to create 1 GB block. So consider this is my OS block. Okay. OS block of 512 bytes. Now I want to create 1 GB data file. This will be made up of these blocks, OS blocks. I'm talking about physical blocks. Okay. Physical block, I mean, I can see the file. These many blocks will be there. Please excuse me for my drawing. I want to cover the things quickly. So this is how a data file will be. We want to see how does it look physical. Okay. So this will be my one block. 512. Physically, this is how an operating system allocates this data file. Now keep it with you. Okay. We have something very interesting to discuss when we will discuss logical systems. Okay. Now the second type of storage structure that Oracle supports for the database is logical storage structure. Okay. And logical storage structure, there are certain logical units in which allocation of storage is done. Okay. Physically, simply OS blocks are allocated to data file. But logically, there are certain units. The logical units of database space allocation, there are certain units. Okay. The smallest unit and the very first unit is data block. Please pay attention. This is not OS block. Okay. It is data block. Okay. So when we create database, we are asked. Okay. That time the wizard, okay, the run installer wizard asks us what DB block size we want to see. Usually it is of 8 KB. Okay. So what is a data block? A data block is the smallest logical unit of data storage. Okay. It is not from any disk, but it exists logically. Okay. You cannot see it anywhere on the operating system. It is not file. It is not a disk. But just for Oracle's internal behavior, okay, a logical unit is created. That is called a data block. Okay. This is the smallest logical unit. Okay. Now, one logical data block corresponds to the specific number of bytes of physical data. For example, I am creating one table, okay, and the table size should be 1 GB, for example. Then I will have 1 GB divided by 8 KB. These many blocks I will have. Okay. Suppose if I want to create a table of 1 GB, okay, and in a table the data will be inserted often. For example, from 1 GB, it may increase to 2 GB and further it will keep on increasing. So allocation of the storage is done in terms of blocks. For 1 GB, I need how many blocks? 1 GB divided by 8 KB. Oracle internally it will allocate these many data blocks. So it represents. So what does data block represent? It represents the storage. Okay, 2 KB, 4 KB, 6 KB, 8 KB. Okay. For example, 2 KB. Data blocks are the smallest unit of storage that Oracle database can use or allocate. Okay. So database will allocate at least if the block size is 8 KB, it will allocate minimum 8 KB space. Okay. If I want to create a table, if I want to create an index, if I want to create whatever object I want to create which needs storage, it will give in terms of data block. With me so far?
Yeah. Do you usually change the default data block size if you install a new instance?
I don't. I mean, the current database that I have, it was running on 11G R1 with 8 KB size. We upgraded it to 12C in year 2016 with the same block size, which is 8 KB. Then now we just a couple of months back we upgraded this database to 19C with the same 8 KB.
Do you usually need to change it for special purposes, or
We can,
8
if
KB is okay?
we need to, we can change. We can make it 16 KB, 32 KB to us.
Do I have some benefit from it?
Usually, if you in data warehouse, okay, in theory, I have seen that they are using the larger DB block. Now, suppose if you are storing a big data, it's a large object, then you need less fragmentation and less chained block. So, for example, you have a row, okay, whose size is let's say 16 KB. So row means let's say there is a table called
Yeah, I
employee.
know, just one entry, just one data, like,
Yes. So employee number, ENT, name, etc. Okay. So suppose the size of one row is 16 KB. Now database will have to allocate two blocks to different blocks. Okay. Now when you read the data from two different blocks, okay, which are joined together, you will get a little less performance. But if you are reading from the same block, you get better performance. Usually in OLTP, it may be sufficient. If whatever table we use or whatever data we insert into the table, 8 KB block is more than sufficient. But in general, uh, data warehouse, they store big files, okay, the images and video, archive data. So they usually need 60 KB or 32 KB as well. If
so
you know
like
your
like
data,
blobs and some kind of stuff, like pictures,
yes,
music, whatever.
yes, then this is your main data. Then you should use bigger block. But in general, small block. Even in OLTP, if you have couple of large objects, this 8 KB is enough. Okay. For a small database, if you use larger block size, so again most of the storage will be left unused. We have something called block. Okay. It's not OS block, it is data block or DB block also we can call it. Now If we group together the data block, we form something which is called extent. Okay. So an extent is a set of logically contiguous data blocks allocated for storing a specific type of information. Okay. So, suppose if a user connects to database, he comes to database and says, I want to create a table. Okay, what does it say? I want to create a table. Okay, so it can say, give me some storage, or it will say, give me some extents. Okay, so it is extent. In terms of extent, Oracle allocates storage. Okay, and extent is nothing but group of data blocks. Okay, so extent is a set of logically contiguous data blocks allocated for storing a specific type of information. Okay, so a table has its own extent, index has its own extent. Okay, apart from table and indexes, okay, I would say these are the two major objects that stores the information. Okay, if you have heard of procedure, procedure does not store any data. Function also does not store any data. View, they also don't store any data. Sequences, they don't store any data. Okay, so it is table and indexes. These are the objects that store data. That's where it is storage. If I go one level up, if I group extent, I get a segment. Okay. A segment is a set of extent allocated for a specific data object. Okay. So now how does it happen? Let me tell you. Again, I want to create a table. Okay. So what will happen? A segment will be created. If I am creating a table, okay, so table means what? In background, a segment will be created. Okay. Now segment is what? Group of extents. Okay. So if a table needs storage, I cannot allocate segment directly. I need to get the extents. I need to place the extents together, and then it will form a segment. So if I say I'm creating a table, that means I'm creating a table segment. If I'm creating an index, I'm creating an index segment. Okay. So what is segment in general? It is the collection of extents. Okay. What are extents? Extents are data blocks. Okay. What is data blocks? Data blocks is nothing but the representation of storage. 8 KB, 16 KB. That means this much minimum space will be allocated at once. Okay, so if my data block is 8 KB, database neither can allocate lesser than 8 KB at once, nor more than 8 KB at once. If DB needs more than 8 KB, then there will be multiple allocations. If it needs less than 8 KB, it means 8 KB will be allocated. Okay, to see. A segment is a set of extents allocated for a specific database object. A segment is related with the object. Object may be table or indexes, such as table. For example, the data for the employees table is stored in its data segment, whereas each index for employees, so index will have its own segment, table will have its own segment. This is what it is trying to say. Okay. Any questions so far, guys? or let me just cover next unit as well, and then this is the last unit of logical storage. Okay. Then if you have any question, let me know. Then we will compare logical storage with physical storage. That's where all your questions will be answered that you had yesterday. Okay, the relation between data file and table space. Okay, it all will be clear when we'll compare it. Now, what is table space? Table space, when we group segments together under, okay, when we group them together, the new entity which is formed is called table space. Okay. For example, I have table 1, I have table 2, I have table 3. I want to keep these 3 table segments together under one table space. Table space 1. Okay, I have table 4, table 5, table 6. I want to keep them in the table space 2. Now I have index 1, index 2, index 3. And I want to keep them under table space 3. Okay. I can do that. So a table space is a database storage unit that contains one or more segments. Okay. So this is table space 1, which contains 3 table segments. Table space 2 contains another 3 table segments. Table space 3 contains 3 index segments. Okay. We can keep table segment and index segment together under one table space. Okay. There is no rule that we can only group tables together and indexes together. No.
Is it more efficient to have index and tables, index and tables, like separated in separate
Yes.
table spaces, or just together?
No. It is advisable to have separation. I mean, the
In the
segregation of
objects.
good.
Yeah.
So we will come to that. The segregation we will come to that. Now each segment belongs to only only one table space. Okay. That means table 1 will be part of table space 1 only. It cannot be part of table space 1 and table space 2. Okay. So every table will be stored in one and only one table space. It is not like your table employee can be placed in user table space, and suppose if you create one more table space called employee table space. Okay. So it's not like a table can be stored in 2 table spaces. It will be
Can I
stored
have
in
multiple schemas like HR1 and HR2 have both of them have the table employees? Can I have both schemas stored in the same table space?
yes, a table space can have multiple schemas. So if you have a schema, let's say your schema name is user1 and other schema has name user2. So both the users can store their data in one table space. I mean, in fact, if you observe closely in your environment, you can have 10 schemas, but you will find that the table spaces are less. You can have 5 table spaces, 4 table spaces, but you can have more than 10 schemas. So multiple schemas can put their data into single table space. So when we create user, we give default table space for that user.
Sir, can you please summarize once again at a high level? I'm a little confused on the topics related to extend segment and the stable space.
Yes. Just give me a few minutes. Okay. When go on to that picture, we will get to it. Okay. Or let me go. So this is the picture I was talking about. Can you see my screen where here we are comparing logical and physical? Can you see that screen, right?
Yes, I'm seeing the screen.
Yes.
Yes, we can see now.
So the right hand side of this figure is physical storage. Okay. What we had in physical storage? Data file and OS block. Okay. So if we compare, if we talk only about physical storage, to make a data file, you need multiple OS blocks. Can you see that multiple lines are going into one data file?
Yes.
One OS block, two OS block, three OS block. Likewise, multiple OS blocks are creating one data file. Okay. Now we have this side is the left hand side is logical storage structure. In logical storage structure, what we had a data block. Okay. The size of data block is the minimum is 2 KB and usually it is 8 KB. Every time you will find that your OS block is smaller than data block. So multiple OS block will form. So logically, when we want to create a table, okay, whenever we want to create a table will create a segment. Okay, segment will come to the extent and will ask for storage. Right? I got a request of 1 GB. Give me 1 GB extent. Okay, now extent will come to the Oracle data block. Okay, now the data block is 8 KB. So it will get the number of required blocks and will give it back to segment. The segment will give it to the table. So table and segment, they both are same thing only. Okay. So segment will go to the extent, give me these many blocks. Extent will come to the block and will take that many blocks and will give it back to the table. So table will be created. In table, when multiple tables are placed together in a table space, this is a table space. So table space is we are grouping something logically. Okay. And table space and data files are correspondent to each other. The only difference is one is a part of logical structure, other one is part of physical structure. So what is data file in physical structure is table space is logical structure.
What is the segment and extent? Can you please repeat?
Yeah. The segment is nothing
Yeah, I
but
understood.
yeah.
Yeah.
If you are creating a table, that means you are creating a segment. Okay. Now you are creating a segment means you need some storage. If you are creating a table, that means you need some storage. So that segment it take the space from extent. Okay. So that extent is associated with data file. Okay. If my data file has 1 GB storage, it will get the 1 GB extent in the form of data block and will give it back to segment. So this data block is being used to allocate space only. That's it. Okay. This is 8 KB block, kind of brick in the wall. It's not doing anything. It is simply a block of 8 KB. So if I want to allocate 1 GB, these many data blocks will be required. So what extent will get these blocks from data file? So physically the storage is coming from here and being assigned to a table.
Why has the extent direct connection to data file? Why is it instead, data file table space and then through table space everything else?
A table space has nothing to do with allocation. It is simply the segments are being placed together. Okay, under one table space. That's it. Allocation, the distribution of storage is done in the form of extent. Okay, this is just A label. Table
Group.
space label.
Oh, so this is like a group, and the accent is like where it is inside the group.
Yes, this is the group and extend in terms of Oracle allocate the storage.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I understand that.
So, see, block is nothing but it is a kind of storage. Okay, it is kept there. Now, extend is something which takes this block from the data file, okay, and give it to the segment. Give it to the segment can be anything. Table segment, index segment. It can be any kind of object. Okay. And when those tables are grouped together, they are placed under one table space. Now, the importance of table space is what? Let me tell you. There are three table spaces. Okay, I tried to explain yesterday as well. Let me take the same example. Okay. Now, suppose this table space holds the data of HR department. This table space holds the data for sales department. Okay. This table space holds the data for IT department. Okay. Now, suppose I want to perform some maintenance task on this table space. Okay. Okay. So what I'll do, I will take this table space offline. Okay. Offline means it will be inaccessible to HR. Okay. I want to perform some maintenance or for some reason this table space become inaccessible. Okay. Only HR department will be affected. These two departments will be completely unaffected. Are you getting my point? But
No,
if I
can you please repeat it once again, Indra?
yeah, so what I have designed my database in such a way that there are three table spaces. Okay, one table space holds the data for HR department. The second table space holds the data for sales department, and the other one holds the data for IT department. Okay. Now something goes wrong with this table space. Okay,
With the
and
file, with the data file, or with the logical tablespace entity?
it could be anything. Suppose I want to backup the data file associated with this table space. I want to backup these data files only. So what I would do, I will bring this table space offline. For
Wait,
whatever
so
reason,
for for backup, you bring it offline first, and then you do the backup.
no. I'm talking about the older time. So here reason is not important. The important is I want to bring this table space offline. Okay. The reason could be anything. When the RMN was not there, the cold backup was taken using. We first bring down the table space and then we back the data file associated with it. At that time, the table space was crucial. Still, it is crucial. Okay. For some reason, I want to bring this table space offline. Okay. So HR will be unable to access their data. Why? Because their data was their data is stored in table space 1 and it is currently offline. While IT department and sales department, they will keep on working. They will be unimpacted because these two table spaces are online. These two table spaces are online. That means their underlying segments, whether table segments or index segments, they are accessible. That means the storage is accessible. The data is accessible to them. But this table space is offline. So HR department cannot access their data. So it is clear so far. Yes. Keshav, Harshini, Easter.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm good.
Now suppose
Mm,
all these segments under one table space. And I needed to bring down that one table space offline. Won't it be all three departments will unable to access their data? If I keep all the segments under one table space, and I have to bring that table space offline.
Yeah, I understand it's bad. So it's very neat to have multiple one of them because you can handle it one by one.
Exactly. So for every business, for every application, even inside application, if you have multiple modules that store different types of data, keep their tables under one table space. Okay. So basically it is done at user level. A user will have one table space and all the users data will be stored in one table space. So the purpose of table space is to group the data together. Okay. The segment represent an object, whether it is a table or index. Extend, what does extend do? Extend allocates the memory. Oh, sorry, not memory, storage. So storage is allocated in the form of extend. Okay. And it is data block. So data block is what? The storage, the logical storage. So this is the storage which is allocated in terms of extend to a segment. And these segments are grouped together based on the type of data. So based on any logic, I usually keep it by the type of data. This is what their purpose is. This is storage. Okay. This is how it is allocated. It is allocated to a segment, and segments are grouped together, placed together to form a logical group.
But
Keshav,
this is only the storage for index and tables. But what about like the code, the SQL code for some procedure or stored stuff? Where is that stored?
So see, procedure does not store any data in itself. Procedure.
Yeah, but you have to store the code itself, right?
Yes. So that will be stored in a table space. So whatever user on, okay, so that will be with table segment or index segment. Okay. So for example, your user has a default table space is table space 1. So all its tables, all its indexes, all its procedure, function, sequences, views, materialized view, anything and everything, all the objects will be stored under one table. Right, if it is clear so far, we will move further. Couple of things I need to tell you.
Yeah, I think so.
So the temp space also will be allocated into this space only, like whatever the having clause, the join condition, and all these the calculations, everything, it will be in the table space only, right?
They all are table spaces.
Can I query it? I mean, I did it sometimes that I have to, if I don't know the name of the table space, I mean, I have some dump I get from some customer, and then I have to import it via data pump. I often have the problem that I do not know how the table space named inside the dump file, so I have to try to import it, and the import just won't work. It just will fail because the data it tries to write the data inside the table space that is not existing because the table space has another name. So I have to remap the table space after it failed, and I get the log file, and in the log file it just says what the name is, and then I have to for the second run I have to remap the table space with some sort of name. So the table space I have created for importing, is there other way to do it? Because if I just get a dump without the log file, I do not know how the table space name is.
Yes. So your problem is you want to identify the name of table spaces
Yeah, and often
from
I
the
don't have access to the as a remote access to the database server itself, and I
there
just
is
get
a
the
way
file
I
and that's
doubt. Yeah, there is a way, but I doubt your customer will allow. Okay. There is okay. No, I will say DP. The MPDP, there is something called either SQL or SQL file. Okay. When you use this parameter, read about this parameter. What it does not perform your actual import. Okay, but it creates your DDL. Okay. So what all definitions you have in the dump, you will get it created in a log file. And this log file is in readable format. So you will get to know from that output what all table spaces are there. So just read off the SQL file often is used with IMPDP only. This will generate the DDL command file from the dump file. Okay.
because
Suppose dump file table HR. If you need the DDL of table employee, okay, and in this the DDL of this table, you will find the table space node. Okay, so it will not import your data. It will create a log file, the DDL. In the log file, you will have all the commands. If it is table, then it will have the definition of table. So from the table definition, you can get table spaces. So, Keshav, you were asking something. Yeah, sorry, sir. Keshav was.
I just can you just I was not quick enough to type it down. Can you just because you deleted the command
Oh, this one.
SQL file
I'll do that time. Here.
dash tablespace.
This, this is where you want to give it the scale or text, whatever it is. Give it text, whatever you want to do. So, let me share a link with you. Yeah, Himanshi, you were asking something.
Because it's sometimes that I have to do it 2 times because I don't get the log file sometimes, and it's just
Yeah. I mean, if you
more
don't
work.
know about this parameter, okay, you will need to do it multiple times. That is quite tedious.
So I have
Indra,
to
please
Google
repeat
that.
this. What exactly this IMPDP will be doing? Does it? It will create a DDL. It will retrieve the DDL statement.
So,
Or,
Keshav, let me know.
Mhm.
Do you know general what IMPDP does?
No, I don't have any idea. I'm new
Well,
to
leave it. Actually, what it does, suppose there is a table uh, in your one database, okay, and you want to take the data of this table from your database to some other database. So what you can do, you can first back up the table using EXPDP, okay, from the source database. So you will export the data using this, and then with the help of IMPDP, you can import the data. So this is data importing tool. Now the question of
Okay.
Easter here. So Easter doesn't have the visibility of source data because it is customer's database. So she struggles a lot to import the database. A lot of dependencies there on table spaces. Okay. So what usually happens,
Okay.
to know what table spaces are there in source database, create the same table spaces in target database and simply import your data. But she doesn't
Yes.
know what table spaces are there.
Yeah.
So what I'm suggesting, she can, while she uses IMPDP, with that there is one parameter called SQL file. Okay. Whatever IMPDP command she is using, along with that, she use this SQL file, give some relevant name, okay, like ddl.txt or whatever, and in between all the things will be there which takes to import a data. Okay, sir. So what it will do, it will not create any, it will not import anything, but it will create all the definition in this file. So definition means your definition of table. So create table, table name, table space. So from there you can get the table space.
I have a doubt. Like if we
Yes.
like after creating that IMPDP, if we want to get the data, can we get it?
Sorry, actually, I lost it
Sorry,
after I'm.
we have searched the file from the IMPDP command, right?
Hmm,
After that, if we
yes.
want to get the data and want to check what the data inside the file, and wanted to do edit some of the commands like that, so can we do that?
We cannot edit the data during the import or before the import. We can't do that. Once we have
Okay.
imported the in the database, then only we can amend the data. We can change the data. So for that, we need to import.
Okay.
It's like, if you have Windows, a Windows folder, and you have click inside the Windows folder, and then you see all the data. And it's like a dump file, it's like a zip file, and you have to extract
Uh,
all of it, then you can edit the files. It's like the same.
like whatever
Okay.
dump you get from customer, you can't read that. You have to import in the database. Then only you can read the table data. So now quickly get back to the structure. So if you are good so far, then one table space can have multiple data files. Okay, you can see this arrow. Multiple data files are going into one table space. This table space is nothing but a label. Okay, so actually your data will be stored in a data file only, but those are logically grouped together. They are giving a sticker. So data files are giving a sticker with the name of table spaces. Okay. And all other relationships we have understood, like this OS blocks, multiple OS blocks will form one data block, multiple data blocks will form one extent, multiple extent will form one segment, and multiple segments will form one table space. Okay. And on the physical side, multiple blocks will form a data file. So let me tell you, you are never going to deal with these two storage structure together. Either you will be working on or you will be managing physical structure or logical structure. Both not together. Okay.
You said a physical backup from data file is far superior than the logical one with the data pump that I do usually.
So
Why?
see, both type of backup has different requirements. I mean, we cannot compare. Let me tell you, you want to uh, store few tables. So first of all, physical backup means the backup of data files, while the logical backup means the backup of tables, indexes. If you need all the objects of a data file, then take physical backup. But if you want to migrate selected objects, then use logical backup.
Yeah, but in my work, it's data pump is sufficient because I get all the objects we have in the database, like, packages and procedures and so on. It is still in the dump that I do import with the data pump. So what do you mean with other objects or all objects?
So if you get that is fine. If your data is small, see, I'll tell you. If you want to take all the objects, you can take it with the help of export import as well. There are a lot of factors which I cannot tell you at this point in time.
there are security features. Okay, some encryption which can be enabled with physical files, but cannot with logical files. If your logical backup is compromised, if your dump is compromised and could be shared with other users, they can restore in their environment and can get the data. But if you have encryption in place for physical backup, even if the backup is compromised, this cannot be restored until unless they have encryption details. So a lot of factors, it depends. But yes, if you ask me, technically it is possible to backup all the objects using physical backup and using logical backup. Okay, you can set up, you can take all your data from your database to another database by logical as well as by physical backup. So your export import data from will also be useful. Your RMAN backup will also be useful.
Is the RMAN backup
Technically,
bigger?
yes. Not bigger. I mean,
Physical.
physical backup. It is physical backup. So basically, I mean, I cannot tell you at this point in time. A lot of things are there. Okay. So
Okay.
I cannot comment on which is bigger and better. So you yourself will decide which suits you better. So technically,
Yeah,
everything
then
is possible with
yeah,
both
okay.
types of backup. So yes, with this we are done with the database component that we were discussing. Okay. In the next session, we will discuss the last component of our Oracle instance, which is background process. Okay. Background process will give you some more clarity. Okay. So we will be discussing what does background process do. So if you remember our today's discussion a bit, we talked about uh, the logic, the log writer process, which writes the data from redo log buffer to redo log files. Okay. So these sorts of work are done by background processes. So this is what we are going to see in the next session. Okay. And with that, we will be done with our architecture discussion. Okay, we have almost taken 1 week, but that is okay because architecture is everything. Let me tell you, if you are working in, if you are working as a database administrator for 10 years, still you will refer that architecture diagram. Okay, I have been a database administrator for 15 years. Still, I refer this database architecture. And there are uh, still so many components which are untouched for me. I have not experienced practically. Okay, like large pool. I know what it does, but I have never resized it. Okay, I have never seen how does it store the data. Okay. So,
Like, is there any robust document available? If any document is available, can you please upload into the Google Drive, Indra?
uh, mm, so, Kisha, I would
Talks
say
about
it,
this Oracle DBA architecture.
it should be based on requirement. What you want to, what is your requirement? Okay, this is the best thing. Suppose, I mean, see, if you take the example of Easter's problem, she had a requirement to
Yeah,
identify.
got it.
So there are a lot of documents. See, if I open this Oracle data pump import document, okay, this is an
Yeah,
Oracle
yes.
document.
This is
It is,
one example that Easter has highlighted. Means what I meant to say is the complete database architecture, Oracle DBA architecture. If you have any document, if you can please upload, that would be helpful.
yes.
Or I can Google it out.
No, I'll give you the link. I have the link handy with
Sure,
me. The only thing,
sure.
what I usually find, I found Oracle document is too much to write. It has
Yeah, too much of
too much
Yeah,
information.
it's too much to handle. It's very hard for me too.
yes.
See, now you want to identify the problem for your, okay. So I had some experience. I knew we could use SQL file. Now you can try and test SQL file option with IMPDP. But if you go on reading this document and try to find that SQL option, it's very, I mean, do you believe that data pump has its own certification.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Indra, if you
I
have
think that's the
something,
topic.
or if you have something like an example or how you use data pump, I would be very thankful for it if you upload it to the drive.
Let me check. I must have some scripts with me. So let me take that out. Okay. And then I'll share the scripts.
Thank you very much. I would appreciate it.
Yep, I'll do that. Yeah, Keshav, you were saying something?
No, nothing actually. What I meant to say is any DB architecture, since you're saying that even though we are having 20 years of DBA experience, we need to keep referring this open DB architecture, like by googling it out. Like for example, you Google on this data pump that is highlighted. If we have like high level, since I'm new to this DBA architecture, so any documentation at high level it would be helpful. So if you
Yeah.
could able to
So
find
let
any
me
document.
yeah, I'll suggest here one thing. I mean, just keep on learning the concept. Okay. When you will get the problem, okay, you will connect the dots. Okay. If you get
Okay.
any problem with respect to shared pool, you will get all your knowledge about the shared pool that you are learning now. Okay. If you
So
ask
you
me about
need
now, okay, there are a lot of things that I don't remember at the moment. But the moment you will give me the problem, I will get to know what I already have learned, what my experience,
Okay.
I will get to know if you share the problem with me. But if you ask me in
Okay.
general, so probably I would not have remembered this SQL file parameter. But since she asked, well, I got to know. So for
you
now,
need
just keep
to like an example. Sorry, just continue. Sorry.
no. I was just telling that for now, just keep learning. I mean, don't try to conclude things here. Because the moment you will go on doing the thing, means so far we are just learning the product. Once we'll go on using this product, once we will install, create the database, and once we start the database and create user, start dumping data, backing up the data, restoring the data, this time you will understand the importance of all these concepts. And we will keep referring what we are learning now. That time it will build the concept. Currently, we are just understanding what the components are. How does it work? We are just getting the sense. Okay. Once we are going to do this database creation, database startup, database stop, backup, if we have lost control file, if we have lost redo log, if we have lost parameter file, that time we will get to know the importance. That time this all concept will be useful.
Instance recovery. So I told you we will quickly recap this part. Okay. So instance recovery means what? When a DB instance is terminated abnormally. Okay. So abnormally by using shut abort command or power outage or any other way. It could be anything. Now, when the instance is terminated abnormally, it needs recovery when DB is started next time. Now, what does it mean by recovery? It means apply committed transactions or SQLs from redo logs to data file. This is one thing. Okay. This operation is called roll forward. Okay. And second part it does is roll back the transactions and SQLs which were not committed from undo space. And it is since it is rolling back, so it is called this operation is called rollback. So what it does, instance recovery means what? Apply the committed transaction and roll back the uncommitted transaction. So roll forward and roll back. These two things are done as a part of instance recovery. Now the question comes, when the database comes up, how does DB know that instance needs recovery? Okay. So DB checks SCN in DB. Okay. In DB also DB header and control file. If DB finds different SCNs in these files, that means DB is in inconsistent state. Okay. So when instant goes down normally, the DB and control file has different checkpoints. That's why it needs recovery. And who performs instance recovery? It is system monitor. Okay, system monitor is a background process. Is it clear, guys? Any question? Okay, I take it as a no. So now let's move forward. So we had talked about PMON, PMAN, listener registration, and SMON. The next background process is DB writer. One of the important background process. Okay, guys, with respect to document, so I had updated the document yesterday as well as today. So you will find everything until what we are going to discuss in today's session. I have updated this document to the drive half an hour back. So you will find the most recent document. So now what does DB writer do? Okay. So if you remember in instance, we had something called database buffer cache. Okay. In database buffer cache, we usually have the user's data. User's data means, suppose if we are inserting into any table. So like insert into EMP table values, whatever values we want to insert. So with the help of an SQL statement, we are inserting a data into database. So this data, as we know that no user can access database directly. Database directly means no user can access data files directly. So this SQL will be executed in DB instance. So in DB instance, we have already discussed that the data is stored in database buffer cache. Okay. Now, how does it reaches to the data file? Because we know that data file are the files where eventually the data is stored for all the users. So this is done by the DB writer process. Okay. So this is the DB writer process. This is the buffer cache. It reads. So we can see from the arrow that this reads the data from here and writes it to data files. Okay. Now, if the data belongs to system, the data files of system tables, it will write into system table space. If the data belongs to the user table space, it will write the data into the data files of user space. Okay. And if our operating system is OEL and or Oracle Solaris, and we have configured the Smart Flash, so data will be written from database cache to database Smart Flash also. Okay.
I have a question about that.
Are we clear?
If I have like two different table spaces, so one for data like tables and one for the indices. Where does the database writer write the table stuff, in the user space or in the data space? Because you said, I mean, it is user related, and this is also the default table space for the user, but all the data in the tables are in the custom space. So
No, so if I got your question correctly, you have two table space. Okay.
yeah, so
Let's
one
say one is
in
table
table
space
data and one just index, that the indices and the tables are
Okay.
separated from each other. And the user has the default table
Okay,
space
fine.
users.
Okay. So it will be written in the data file, okay, which owns this table. Okay. So wherever this table will be there, the data will be written into that data file. So for example, you have a user called user1, okay, and user1 is the owner of EMP table, okay, and this user1, okay, user1 was created under table space 1, okay. So the data will be written into the data file which are associated with table space 1. In that case, it will not be written into user table space.
So it can be the default user table space, but it also can be different. So it's everything it matters the owner, right?
Database we can have, see, these are the typical owner in our typical table spaces, general table spaces, applications. Okay, database. So what you call space each application. Okay. So this user is the general representation of application. Does the answer is to or still have follow-up question?
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay. So when we will have created our databases, that time I can understand you have a lot of question and confusion with table space and data files. Okay. So once we have done created database, most of your questions will be answered. So it is user, okay, in general, it is the user who is associated with table spaces. Okay, so user is creating a table, it will be created in a table space which a user is associated with. It can be any table space. Okay, if the user is associated with index table space, and if the table is created in that index table space, it will be written into the data files of index table spaces. So now let's move on. So, so what does database writer process do? It writes data from database buffer cache to data files. Or if this smart flash is enabled, then it will write in the smart flash also. Now the important thing is, let me tell you one more thing about. So this DB writer is considered or called lazy writer. Okay, in your interviews, you might be asked, can you tell me a background process which is also known as lazy writer? Okay, so it is database writer, which is called lazy process or lazy writer. Okay. Now, why do we call it lazy writer? The reason is it writes data in the data file in scattered way. Okay, scattered way means, let me show you by a diagram. So consider this is my disk and my data file is created on this disk. You guys have heard, so disk has slots physically. Okay, so slots look like. So I was saying, consider this square is my disk where my data file is created upon. And these are all slots. So what does DB writer do? It writes the data in scattered way. That means it does not write data in serial order. At first it writes in this block, then this block, in this block, and so on. No, it will write data in a scattered way. That means it will pick up any slot randomly and will write the data. So when the data is written on a disk in a scattered way, the writing speed, okay, is impacted badly. Okay. And DB writer writes only in a scattered way because we don't know. There are lot many disks and our data file can be on any disk. Okay. While it is compared with redo logs. So what redo logs does? The redo log writing is done in sequential manner. Okay. So on a disk, there are limited number of redo logs. Okay. And they are also written in the serial way. Okay. So writing data serially is quite faster. So that is the reason DB writer is called lazy writer. And whatever changes we make in the database, they are written to the redo logs first, and after that, these data is written into data file. So makes sense why it is called lazy writer? It is compared with redo logs. So when we compare it with redo logs, so redo logs writer is performed in serial order, while it is performed, the DB writer performs the writer in scattered way, and that's why it is called lazy writer. Fine. Now in our instance, we can have 100 DB writer processes. The nomenclature is quite interesting. First 9 processes will be named as DB writer 0, DB write up to DB writer 9. So DBW0, DBW1 up to DBW9. First 9 background processes will be named as DBW0 to DBW9. Then the next 26, as there are only 26 alphabets, so they are named as DBWA, DBWC, okay, up to DBWZ. So this 10 and this 26, 36, okay, this is first 10, should be first 10. Okay, and remaining, so this BW. So BW36 to BW99. So this is how there are 100 processes exist in the database instance. Okay. So based on the requirement, if there is more data to read from the instance, more data files will be created. There is a parameter. Okay. This parameter, we can mention this parameter. Okay. So suppose if we mention this parameter as 60 background, maximum 60 background processes will be created. Okay. And we know that when the background processes are created, the background processes are created when database instance is brought up. Now the important point, when does DB writer initiates? Okay, this process will be created when the instance is brought up. Okay, instance is brought up as a part of database startup. So when the database is started up, okay, these all processes are created. Now the important point, when this process starts writing, so there are some conditions. Okay, in every 3 seconds by default. Okay, 3 seconds are more than enough. Okay. It sounds very less when we hear 3 seconds, but for a database, 3 seconds means it's a big time. Okay, because the transaction happens in milliseconds, that too from end to end. Okay, that means if any user is doing some transaction, if he is withdrawing some money from the bank account, those transactions are happening in milliseconds. So that means database is getting less than a millisecond time. Okay. So if you consider that scenario, these 3 seconds are very big time. Okay. So DB writer initiates in every 3 seconds or when checkpoint is issued. Okay. Now we are going to discuss the checkpoint. So for now, just keep it with you. Whenever checkpoint is issued, DB writer process starts writing the data from database buffer to data files. Okay. Now suppose before 3 seconds or before checkpoint is issued, our database buffer cache is occupied. Okay, the consumption of this cache, either this is undersized or the volume is too big that it cannot wait for 3 seconds, it cannot wait for checkpoint. And this buffer space is consumed before 3 seconds or before checkpoint is issued. In that case also, database writer start writing the data from buffer to data file. Apart from these 3 conditions, now suppose there is a table that we want to drop. So if a table is dropped or truncated, the database writer starts writing the data. Whatever data is there in the buffer, it will write all the data. And when a table space is brought offline or when the table space is kept in begin backup mode. So begin backup mode means when the backup of the table space is started. So these are the 5 conditions. Okay. When any of the 5 conditions occur, DB writer starts writing the data. Checkpoint background process. Now, what does this checkpoint process do? Okay. So this checkpoint process initiate the checkpoint. It issue the checkpoint. Okay. Now, what exactly the checkpoint is? The database is in consistent state. Okay. So to maintain the consistency of database, okay, checkpoint is issued. Now, what happens when checkpoint is issued? At checkpoint, okay, whenever this checkpoint process initiates the checkpoint, okay. Now, what happens at checkpoints? This checkpoint process informs database writer that whatever data you have, start writing this data into data files. Okay. So whatever data you have for whatever data file, start writing the data into this data file. Okay. So when we write the data into data file, do we remember that every SQL or every transaction, whatever you want to call it, generates an SCN number? Okay, whenever an SQL statement is executed, it generates an SCN number. Okay. So when you write the data from buffer cache, okay, see, this DB writer is reading from database buffer and writing data into data files. So what it is doing? It is writing the data and it is updating in the data file that with this SQL, this SCN is performed. Okay. So suppose at 10 o'clock, Keshav has performed one insert statement. At 10:05, okay, Harshini has executed one update statement. At 10:10, Easter has performed one delete statement. And suppose at 10:11, this checkpoint is issued. So all these 3 transactions will be written here. So all these 3 transactions has their SCN number. So what this checkpoint process does, it updates the latest SCN number in the data file as well as it updates the SCN number in control file as well. Now, the same SCN number is updated in all the files. That means our database is in consistent state. So if we are able to issue checkpoint, so what does checkpoint do? It kicks off or it triggers database writer process, which writes the data into data file. Once the data is safely written into the data file, this checkpoint process goes into every data file, updates it with the SCN number, and the same number it updates in control file. So data file checks its consistency by checking the SCN in every file, every data file and control file. And this SCN number is written in data file and control file by checkpoint. So checkpoint is nothing but it is the SCN number only. So whatever SCN is written during checkpoint is called checkpoint SCN. Okay. So checkpoint is the mechanism to verify the database is consistent or not. How can we verify? So checkpoint process, it issues checkpoint. Issues a checkpoint means it goes to database writer, okay, and tells it that go and write the data into the data file. Once the data is written into the data file, checkpoint writes the latest SCN in all the data files and in control file. So when you have same number in all these files, that means your database is in consistent state. So to maintain the consistency, checkpoint is used. We can perform this checkpoint manually as well, and database also keeps initiate checkpoints in every 3 seconds. Perfect, guys. So now let's move on to next process, which is log writer. Log writer, we have referenced this log writer for quite a long time now. Okay. So log writer, it writes the data from redo log buffer to redo log files. Redo log buffer resides in SGA in database instance. In redo log files, it resides in database. Okay, this is the system file of the database. So in general, server process, it writes the data in buffer cache, it writes the data in redo log buffer. Okay. Now, this is the log writer process, which reads the data from redo log buffer and writes it into the redo logs. Okay. The redo logs are written in sequential manner. That's why they are fast write. And Oracle database, okay, intentionally needs this redo log files updated before database data files. The reason is these are written in serial order. Okay, and database writer takes time. So in case something goes wrong, if instance is terminated, instance is terminated, that means buffer cache will be wiped off, redo log buffer will be wiped off. But since this redo log buffer writes data quicker than database writer, so we will have data in the redo logs. And that is why at instance recovery, data is written from redo log files to data files. Now, then again, when does log writer gets initiated? So whenever a user commits, so suppose from our session, we update something, okay, we delete something, or whatever type of DML we execute, we commit those DML. The moment we hit commit, this log writer process starts writing data from redo log buffer to redo log files. Okay, guys, pay attention to the term buffer. From buffer to files. Files are the physical files. They reside on OS. They reside in the database. Physical files. Buffers means memory. Cache means memory. Buffer cache, memory chunks. Okay. So the moment you hear data is written from instance to disk, instance to data file, memory to disk, memory to data file, buffer to data files. Okay. So this is how you have to get yourself familiar with this term. Buffer, cache, instance, memory. They all refer to the memory segments, memory area. Simply RAM in general term we call it. Okay. Now whenever log switches are performed, so log switches are something, there are 3 redo logs. Okay. if one redo log file is being written by this file and we want this file to write it to other file, we can hit or we can execute, we can perform log switch. So alter system log switch is the command. Okay, we will discuss, we'll go through is how the log switches are performed. In fact, we'll go through how the redo logs are resized. Okay, because the sizing of redo logs has a major role to play in database performance. If these files are too small, the performance can be worst. At the same time, if these files are too large, the database can be at risk. So the right size, it should be sized correctly. So we will see how they are resized. Okay, going forward, we will see it. So whenever a log switch happens, this log writer process starts writing the data from buffer to file in every 3 seconds. Okay. And when redo log buffer is 1/3 full or 1 MB full. Okay. So if it is, suppose the redo log buffer size is, let's say 100 MB. Okay. So either it is 1/3 fill, that is 33 MB, which will never happen because there is one more condition, or 1 MB filled. So 1 MB will be filled before 100 MB, 33 MB. So any of the condition, whichever, for a small database, this size can be, suppose if the redo log buffer is itself of 1 MB, then 1/3 means 0.33 MB, so 300 KB. So when it is filled 300 KB, this process starts writing data from buffer to redo logs. Okay. So now the generic way to understand the background process is what it does and when it does. That's it. 2 things to know about it. That's it. And since yesterday we have been talking this way only. What it is doing and when it is doing. That's it. Right? Are you with me? This is what we have been doing. Now recovery, this is not very important. Okay. Kind of optional only. We don't have very much visibility of this background process. Okay. Basically, this recovery process, what it does, it resolves distributed transactions that are pending because of network or system failure in the distributed database. So what is a distributed database? The database, okay, when your database instance is not limited to one instance. Okay, when you have multiple servers, then for the database, okay, when the database is created on multiple servers, that is called distributed databases. Okay. Usually OLTPs are not created on distributed. I mean, they are not created in distributed database. Okay. So I mean, you will hardly, going forward, you will hardly see or hardly use this feature, the distributed database. And so this recovery process is, since we are not going to use distributed database, so recovery background process will be used. And now coming to last 2 background processes, which is manageability monitor and manageability monitor lite. Now let me tell you something. There is something called AWR, Automatic Workload Repository. So what is AWR? What is this repository? So what happens? There are some background processes which keeps collecting the statistics of database. Now they collect the statistics for SGA also. Okay, statistics means how many SGA is utilized. Okay, they collect even further how many how much shared pool is utilized, how much database writer, this DB buffer is utilized, how much redo buffers are utilized, okay, how many server processes are there, okay, how many sessions are connected, from which machine the sessions are coming. So what all possible statistics, okay, with respect to memory, with respect to session, with respect to system, okay, they keep collecting these statistics and keep these statistics in this repository. Okay. So what they do, they create a snapshot. In every 1 hour, by default, database creates a snapshot. So how does it create the snapshot? It keeps collecting the statistics and dump into this repository. And after 1 hour, it takes the snap. Okay, it creates the snapshot. By default, database creates this snapshot in 60 minutes, but we can change it. If we want to make it 15 minutes, we can do this. If we want to make it 10 minutes, if we want to change it to 2 hours, that is up to us. So frequency of snapshots, we can do that. But in general, what it does,
my performance, like if I have a database that is really transaction heavy, does this affect my performance in a really negative way? If I do it all the time, like 1 hour or in 2 hour cyclus?
yes, we can do that. We can do that. By default, it keeps collecting or it keeps creating the snapshot in every 1 hour. So if your database
Yeah, but
is up,
will it my transaction be slowed down, my application, because of snapshot taking?
no, it doesn't slow down your application. Never. You will never find your transactions are impacting just because of this. In fact, it helps improving the performance. It collects the data. Based on that data, we can find out which particular SQL needs optimization, which particular SGA area is undersized and need more memory. Yeah. So with this type of decision, we can take by reading AWR report. You will never find, it's very light. I won't say it exerts any load in the database.
Yes, thank you.
So now the data is dumped into this repository by which processes? It is these two processes. Okay. It performs tasks related to AWR. Okay. AWR is the repository that stores performance data, which includes statistics of system, statistics of session, statistics of SQL, memory structure, process structure, and whatever exists in the database. It keeps capturing the status. Okay. So M1 process, what it does, it gathers the statistics for memory. What MMNL does, this gathers the statistics for session, such as user ID, machine name, okay, what SQLs are being executed in this session. Okay. So whatever data is written into $V session and $V session weight and any other $V sessions, okay, it dump that data into automatic workload repository. And that repository is a snapshot in every 60 seconds. So it is a kind of in every 60 seconds, it takes a pick. Okay. We can read the data, we can generate a report and can get the statistics, can get the data. Okay. So
I have a question about this M1. Does this gathering of statistics have something to do with the feature that the indices will get built automatically?
can you please come again? I missed some of the question.
You said Oracle has the feature to rebuild indexes automatically. Does this M1 process have something to do with it because it gathers all the statistics?
Exactly. So this AWR, okay, this AWR is not used by us only, but it is used by the database internal process as well. Okay. So all performance related decisions are made by the statistics only. So you're quite right. So if a database is to decide whether I want to build this index automatically, so the database needs some statistics. So these statistics are gathered by these two processes. Okay. So M1 has to do with memory structure, while MMNL is the SQL. Okay. So it is about the table. So table statistics will be gathered by MMNL. For now, we need not to go in this depth. What background process, out of these two background process, what background process does what? Okay. We just need to be aware that these are background processes which does something related to AWR. That's it. That is enough for us. Now, when you go further into performance tuning, that's where this is used. Okay. So it is not a part, performance monitoring is the part of responsibility of a DBA, but performance tuning is altogether, it is the advanced database administration, which is also not called database administration, but performance tuning.
When did this for the certification, for the professional certification?
Not 100% entirely. When I appeared for professional certificate, I didn't do that. So professional.
I looked up and Oracle changed the certificate now. You don't have the associate anymore for the 2019. You only have the professional one, and you have to have positive in both exams, in 1 and 2.
So let me go through the content for OCP of 19C. I have not gone through yet, but in general, the professional OCP is more about OCP for performance tuning is different than OCP for DBA. So for DBA OCP, it's more about RMIN, okay, the backup and recovery. Most of the content comes from backup and recovery. When I appeared for 12C, 11G and 12C, it was more around backup and recovery, CP1. And database administration was about the administration task that we had discussed in our very first class: installation, DB creation, patching, user management, etc. So now with this, we are done with discussing all background processes. Okay. We need to now talk about the database software installation. To do that, we first need to set up our lab. Okay. So today we will be talking about how we will set up the lab. Then we'll see how we can download the database software from Oracle. Okay. Then we will perform Oracle pre-installation tasks, and then we'll go ultimately for installation. Okay. So yesterday I have shared the lab stuffs with you. I used a different mail ID because my current mail ID does not have sufficient sufficient storage to upload this VM. So can you confirm if you have received these 3 files? Basically, we have 3 files. Okay, this is VirtualBox setup. Okay, so in the document, you will find that installation covers the VirtualBox version 5. Okay, so version 5 or version 6, this VirtualBox installation doesn't have much difference. Okay, so you can consider all the steps are same, and simply this VirtualBox installation is pretty simple. We just need to follow the instruction by wizard. Okay, it will do for us. Once you have done the installation of VirtualBox, okay, and when you launch it, so in the first half of the document, you will find that it will take you through the VirtualBox installation. Okay, it's pretty straightforward. Okay. Now, if you get any issues installing in VMware VirtualBox software, okay, just let me know. Okay. Now, post installation, the next thing is we need to import this machine. Okay, so what I have done, I have created a machine over the VirtualBox, okay, and exported this machine in the form of .ova file. Okay, and as VirtualBox allows us to share this file with anybody, so I have shared this file, and now we have to just import this file. Okay, so once you have installed Oracle, the VirtualBox is again an Oracle product. So once you have installed Oracle VirtualBox, once you launch it, you will find your VirtualBox manager. It will look like, I mean, on the left hand side, you will not find any machine. Okay, I have some machines created, but after fresh installation, you will not find any machine. So you need to go to File, and then from there, we need to import appliance. From appliance, we need to find import. Okay. So this is the machine. Okay. So wherever you keep on your laptop, you need to give that location. And moving further, okay, it will give you all the details. Okay, like the name of your machine. If you want to change it, you can change it. The operating system of the machine, CPU. Okay, I have kept it as 1 for, if you want to increase, you can increase to. But usually I have seen having one CPU sometimes creates problem. Okay, but with this machine, I have not seen any problem. But in case if you come across any issues, you will find over Google that people suggest to increase the CPU count. Okay. Then I kept RAM as 4 GB. I'm using 2 network adapters, 2 NICs, and base location. Okay. This is the location where you want to keep your files associated with this VirtualBox. So on your laptop, where do you want to keep the files? Okay. So I don't want to keep in C drive from other drive. I'll be keeping it in drive E. You will see virtual machine. Oracle 19c DB. The same location I need to give. I'm changing the location where the files associated with this machine will be stored. And then I'm good to go. I will import, and import might take some time. Not talking about downloading these files. Okay. So VirtualBox software is a small file, somewhere around 150 MB. This runbook is also a small file. This might create some trouble. Okay, you may find it challenging to download this file. So suggestion is, if you have LAN connection, use it, because what happens if you are downloading this machine via Wi-Fi connection? So if any fluctuation in the network, this download will stop and we cannot resume it. We need to re-download it. And the size of the file is 9 GB. Okay, 9.5 GB. So it probably take 5 minutes to get downloaded. So either you have, if you have Wi-Fi set up with you that does not break for 5 minutes, so you can. So it all depends on what bandwidth you have. But if you have LAN connection, the other suggestion, if nothing works, a workaround, you can use your mobile hotspot by plugging your mobile with the laptop you are downloading the machine from. So
I have a
this
question.
yes,
Is this a virtual machine you downloaded from somewhere, like from Oracle, like a pre-built one, or is there just a Linux operating system installed on it?
No, I created myself. So it has database software downloaded only. So since we have to go through the installation, so I have just stopped it downloading the software.
which distribution do you exactly use? The background is I'm sitting at home and it takes, I don't know, 4 hours, as it said, to download it. And I just, I already have a virtual machine set up and running with Ubuntu. Can I just use this one? I mean, I already had the files in there, but is this enough? Or do I have to use the machine you provided for us?
No, if you want to set up your machine, that is perfectly fine. The only thing, whatever document we are going to refer in future, so that will be related to this machine. So having a different having a different operating system, we may see some differences. Okay.
Okay.
Because
But Ubuntu is okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
That's it.
Should not be a problem. If you want to set up your machine, that is perfectly fine. If you have Ubuntu and you know how to, I mean, I'll take you through where to download the softwares from. So if you
Yeah,
want,
I already did that part. So that's okay.
okay, that's
Thank
perfectly
you.
fine. Yep, sure. So yes, we are done with the machine import. Okay. So if you want to see the setting, we can get the setting from the machine from here. Okay, the same setting. In general, it has the name of the machine, the type of the operating system, and the version. Okay. And advanced. So all sorts of, I mean, system. That means the resources that it has. Okay, the memory, the type of processor, okay, the CPUs, etc. Okay. So now let's quickly start this machine. So here we are. We are done with import of machine. That's it.
Can you please briefly summarize about the installation steps?
For this VM, for VirtualBox?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Fine. So first we need to install, we need to download all these files on our local machine. And the moment you will double click on VirtualBox, okay, this will ask you to install. This is the installation wizard. It will take you through. So it will simply ask for the location where do you want to install your VirtualBox. Okay. Once your VirtualBox is installed and you launch your VirtualBox from here. So when you open your VirtualBox manager, you will see this screen. Okay. From this screen, this left hand side will be empty for you. You will not able to find any machine. Okay. I had 4 machines prior to this machine. Okay. So from file menu, I can go on importing the machine, import virtual appliance, import. Okay. So wherever you have downloaded those files, so from the download, you can give this file. And now if you want to change any value, okay, with respect to machine, for example, number of CPUs, RAM, machine name, operating system, anything and everything that you want to change at least the location that's where you want to store the file for this machine. Okay. And then click on import. So it will import the machine for you and you will be able to see this machine with whatever name you have given. If you go ahead with the default name that I have given, yes.
So the machine that we are connecting is your machine. And this is the server that we are connecting to your machine, right?
No, it will be your machine on your laptop. It will be a local machine. You can do anything and everything, whatever you want. It's not going to impact anybody. It will be your personal machine. Okay, so Easter will have her own machine. Harshini will have her own machine. I will have my own machine. Okay. Likewise, you will have your own machine. So by simply double clicking or by this arrow, you can start the machine and you can change the mode, scale mode. So now we have our machine is ready. Okay. Let me log into this machine. So we have one user Its name is root and password is welcome1. Okay. You will need to use the same credentials. It is there in the runbook as well. Okay. So username is root and password is welcome1, all in small letters. Okay. Now let me check the IP address of this machine. Okay. So this is 192.168.29.26. Okay. Now this is the optional steps. Okay, that's what I am going to do. I used to connect this machine from the local machine. Okay. I use MOBA Xterm. Okay. You can use Putty as well as MOBA Xterm, up to you. Okay. So I find it comfortable to use MOBA Xterm. So what I do, I take the session of that machine, okay, from my local machine, which is my laptop. So on my laptop, I have installed MOBA Xterm. Now from MOBA Xterm, I am connecting to our machine, okay, which is 192.168.29.26. With using root user, the password is welcome1. So if you want to save the password, you can save.
Is mobile Xterm already installed or do we need to install again?
No, it needs to be installed. Since it needs to be installed on your laptop, it is not the part of machine that we have just imported. Okay. So you can either install MOBA Xterm or Putty. Okay. Whichever you are comfortable with. Yes. So let me check if Putty is there. Okay. It's not installed on my machine, my laptop, but they are lightweight software. Okay. Hardly few MB software. So you can easily download it from Google. So let me just type for you. You can use MOBA Extra or whatever you want. So they basically give you a terminal. So I don't connect to the machine directly. I take the remote session. So here I have created some file systems, U01 and Aura. So in U01, we will install our database software. Okay, we will keep our binaries in the U01. So this will act as the Oracle home, and this /Aura to store data files, redo log files, and control files. Okay. So when we will create database, we will use Aura. Okay. Now let me quickly share the location of software. So inside U01, you will find softwares folder. And this is where software is already downloaded. So any question, guys? It is simple a mechanical task. Okay. You will get questions when you go on doing this. Okay. And if you have any questions, guys, let me share my number with you. So if you need any help on WhatsApp, you can just ping me whatever error you are getting. You can connect with me over WhatsApp. Okay. That runbook should help you. All the steps are covered there very well. You should not find any error. But just in case if you need anything, it's simply a mechanical steps to follow. That's it. Nothing else. So if you are good, should we go on to see where we can download the software from?
So we need to install this mobile Xterm or Putty on the virtual machine, the one that you...
No, it should be on your local machine.
On the local machine, okay.
Yeah, they are not part of virtual machine, and that is not required at all. Okay, if you are comfortable working on VirtualBox directly on the machine, you can do that. But I find sometimes difficult to migrate pointer from my local machine to this VirtualBox. So I prefer to work with MOBA Xterm. And there is one more reason why do I choose this MOBA Xterm. It is color coded. Okay.
Yeah, color coded. Usually Putty is black and white.
Yes. So that's why I choose MOBA Xterm over Putty. So now let's go on discussing how and where we can download the software from. Okay. So guys, basically this document that I'll be uploading, it covers the steps to download, to perform prerequisites, and to perform installation of Oracle 19c database software on Linux server. Okay. Linux version is Oracle Enterprise. Okay. Enterprise 8.7. Okay. While the database version that we are installing is 19.3. Now make sure the Linux machine has all the packages, latest packages are installed. So the moment, see this is yum repository. So Linux packages are like the way you get updates for your Windows machine from Microsoft. Okay. In the same way, there are RPMs and packages, Linux packages. Okay. So packages are nothing but if you know that OS is nothing but your operating system is what? I mean, it is the collection of binaries, libraries, and all other files. So you keep getting updates from Linux as well. So there is a repository. Okay. So by executing this yum update, what we can do, we can get all the updates. Okay. So suppose I installed operating system a week back, for example, and in a week's time, in the repositories, the Oracle has updated RPMs, new RPMs. So by executing this command, this is the operating system command, nothing to do with database. By doing this, we are getting all the updates from the Oracle to this machine. So it is as good as the way we update our local laptop. Okay, we are notified by Microsoft that there are updates to apply on your laptop. So the moment you say yes, it is applied on your laptop. So similarly, I'm just updating it first. Okay, so these are the packages. Okay.
So you are using yum instead of apt-get, or the get is, I think, the get is the new one, right?
So
The
apt-get,
get is the old one.
yeah, it's for Ubuntu, and yum works well with the RHEL and OEL.
Is there difference? I mean, the packages, but aside from that, between
No, this is
get and yum.
This is the way. I mean, if you are using yum repository, so yum command will be utilized. So RHEL and OEL, they make use of yum repository, while
So
Ubuntu
only
makes
your,
use of
okay.
apt-get. Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
the different way for different OS, nothing else.
So the yum even works with the putty also?
Yeah, see, putty is the way to connect to the server. Now, whatever I'm doing from mobile extra, I can do it from putty as well. Okay, it is like you want to play a song, so you can do it via any player, any media player. Okay, so two different ways to connect. So putty is nothing but a terminal that helps you connect here. So suppose there are 10 servers in data center. You install putty on your local machine, give the IP of any of the 10 servers. Okay. Or if you want to launch 10 session, one for each server, you can do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. So my machine is ready. So this was about the document, what document has. Now let's download the software.
Does the insert package have the examples already inserted, or do I have to download the HR myself?
So, Easter, I created this machine a week back. When the last weekend. So I can see there are few updates from the last weekend. So better we updated. So these packages were updated.
No, I mean the Oracle download package. Do you do you download the package with the examples in it, like the HR schema, or do you download the package without the examples?
No, without examples. I simply let operating system do it. Since I don't have much visibility what those packages are all about. So I just leave it to operating system. I just simply use this command yum update. So it does what it wants to. Software download, we can download the software from two locations. One is from OTN, Oracle Technology Network. The link is here. Or in general, if you Google that I want to download the software database, Oracle Database 19c, this is the first link you will get. Okay. Or second is Oracle eDelivery. Okay. Now you must have your Oracle account created. Okay. If you want to download the software, you have Oracle account created. Okay. So you should have account created on my support, my Oracle support. Okay. And it does not take any license or any organization detail. Okay. Every single individual can have account at Oracle. The way we created our Gmail ID, we can create our Oracle account as. Okay. I already have my account created. So let's see.
Do we cover the Oracle license in this course or not?
No, Oracle license, I mean, Oracle license is altogether a different subject. I mean,
Okay, so we don't touch it, we don't cover it. Okay, thank you.
okay. I have copied that link here. So here we are, Oracle database software download. So this is 19.5 Oracle 19c database. Okay, 19.5 for which operating system? Solaris operating system. Okay. 19.3 Enterprise Edition for we have it for Windows operating system. Okay, Linux x86, which is our machine. Okay, if you want to check what operating system we are using, okay, over Linux, you can check that with the help of uname -a. So Linux, Oracle Linux means Oracle Enterprise Linux. Okay, this is the machine name. Okay, this particular piece will give you the enterprise level 8.7. And then you can see this is the architecture of operating system is x86 64 byte. Okay. So we need to download, we can download this file for us. So if you have different operating system, okay, you can download whatever file you want. The same way, okay. If you go on downloading this file, it will redirect you to insert your Oracle credentials. So if you don't have one, you can create one from here. Okay. It will be created by giving your personal details, etc. It will create the account. So this is how we download the software from Oracle Technology Network, OTA. Now, suppose if you want to download older version, okay, sometime it happens you need, for some reason, you need older version. Suppose if you want to install 12c, okay, 12c binaries, okay, you are trying to reproduce some scenario, okay, some issue in your environment that takes 12c database installation. So you will not find OTN keeps latest softwares. Okay, it doesn't store outdated, or I would say older softwares. Okay, so the moment it finds new software for any operating system, the older will not be available at OTN. So e-delivery is the place where we can get old softwares as well. Okay. So you need to first log in the same account with the same account. So from here, I want to database 90. I want to download uh, software for Oracle Database 19c. Here I can see this is in-memory database. This is Enterprise Edition. Okay. So the moment I click it, get this here. Okay. It is a kind of card. Okay. And C. So a database software, okay, Oracle Database 19c. Okay. So it is a complete package. Okay, in this package, you get software for database. You get software for database client. You can get software for Global Service Manager, GSM. If you want to use REC database, okay, you need to install grid infrastructure. So GI software, okay, this is application server, HTTP server, and this is NoSQL database basic edition. Okay, so for now, we just want to install database software. So I will check that only. And then we want it for our x86. You continue, review and agree the license. Continue. Feedback, it's fine. Simply click on that. And here, download is starting. Okay. So this is how we can download software. So any question, any confusion, anything to discuss?
What is the database client? The one that you unchecked, that is for the software for the client machine.
Okay. So what happens? Yesterday we discussed about the client. Okay. So suppose if you develop your application, okay, you create your application in Java or .NET or in any other programming language. So that application is, if you connect to database, so for database, this application is client. Okay. In the same way, Oracle has created its client. Okay. So it has SQL binaries, SQL plus binaries. Okay. So you can say it is the subset of Oracle database. Okay. So from Oracle database, it has extracted the files needed to make connection. That's it. Okay. So you will find SQL plus. Okay. You will find TNS files. Okay. TNS means network related file. Okay. You will configure your service in the network file, in the TNS file, and using that TNS file, you can make connection with the database. Okay. So this is where client is used. Now suppose you have an application that needs to connect to the database. Okay. But there is no utility, there is no way you can check the connection before deploying the application. So what you can do on the server, you can install Oracle client and check the connectivity that from Oracle client, are you able to connect to the database? If yes, then you can deploy the application. So client is just to take the to connect to the database. That's it. Nothing else. So we don't need to download it because we already have. Okay, and we have seen. Now the prerequisites. The most important part of installation is prerequisites. Okay. Now let me tell you, if you want to install our database software, okay, there is a need to perform prerequisites. Now what prerequisites? Okay. First one is we need to create an operating system user. Okay. So we have root user. Okay. But we don't want root user to own the software for us. Okay. It is recommended by Oracle that there should be an operating system user whose name should be Oracle, and it should own the database software. Okay. So our installation will be carried out by this user, and whatever files we will be installed as a part of database installation, it will be owned by Oracle. So we need one user in the Linux machine, okay, whose name will be Oracle. Along with that, we need certain groups. Okay, so we will see how many groups do we need. Okay, and there are certain Linux packages, okay, which are required to carry out the installation. If we don't install these packages, our installation will fail, saying that this package is missing. So install required packages. Okay, so these three prerequisites can be done either manually or with 19c we have automatic setup. Okay, so prior to 12c, okay, even in 12.2 also, or if I say prior to 19c, we need to carry out this thing manually. Okay, and most of the things are done by Linux administrator. Okay, DBA does not have privilege to do this, so he or she takes the help of Linux administrator. Okay, because as a DBA, we don't know what norms to follow to create an operating system user. Okay, but now with automatic setup, a DBA can do all these things at once. Okay. So let me first tell you about manual setup. Okay, so with manual setup, we need to create the groups and user. So see, this is how we create a group. I want to create O-install group, DBA group, Opera group. Opera stands for operation. Backup DBA group, DG DBA group. So each and every group has its own purpose. Okay. These all groups are required to be added. Okay. So using these commands, okay, as a root user, we can create. Okay. And we can add user. Okay. See, the name will be Oracle, user add, name will be Oracle. It will be associated with O-install group. So O-install will be its primary group and DB and offer will be secondary. So using these commands, we can create group and user. And these packages need to be installed manually. Okay. This is the list of packages. Okay. Along with once we install these packages. Okay. How do we install these packages? So from yum install, give the package name. Okay. So we need to install these packages manually.
Indra, can you show an example?
Yum install, and there is a package called DC. So since we have updated all the RPMs just now, so it says this package is already installed, dependencies resolved, nothing to do, it's all complete. So it's already there. Why? Because if you remember, just after starting the machine, okay. So if we did, we can install it even after doing everything. Okay, if installation fails saying this RPM or this package is missing, okay, so we can install this package like this using this command. Okay.
Okay.
What's this? Yeah, that's where the cursor is, like Oracle soft hard. What's this?
So these are kernel related parameters. Okay. These are kernel related parameters.
Why do you
So,
need it?
yes, we need it. We need it. Okay. So once installation will be done, I'll take you through. Okay. All these three. Okay. So it is about.
This is specific only for Linux, right?
What?
This is only for Linux. I mean, I had to set up Oracle for a couple of times by now in our organization, and I mean only Windows, but I never had to touch the kernel.
No, kernel, it's all related to operating system only. For Linux only, that too, not for Windows. Okay, so
Thank
they
you.
are just limiting. Okay, these are basically how operating system works. So it limits. Okay, for example, number of file an operating system can have. So soft limit is 1024 and hard limit is 65K. Okay, in the same way, these are related to memory lock. So I'll take you through all these. What are these? Okay, what's their significance? But if I go on discussing, it will take around 30 minutes and then we'll run out of time.
Okay.
So I keep it separately. Okay. Okay. So
the groups in the the groups that you listed that you created during the manual installation, are these the mandatory groups that we need to create for Oracle to?
At least O install, DBA, and Opera. These three. These three are must.
I am so glad that I didn't have to do it manually. Honestly,
Yes.
It's just a lot of work.
Exactly. I mean,
did it.
prerequisite used to take days earlier. When I started installing Oracle database REC for the first time, trust me, guys, it took me a week to perform prerequisites because there was a lot of dependencies. I need to sit with network administrator and Linux administrator because my knowledge is only limited to database administrator task. Okay. These all things are carried out by system administrator, and right, you need some network concepts as well. So it took me a week to perform all those prerequisites before I actually can kick off installation. Okay. So
what is the purpose of the first three groups, install, DBA, and OPER?
So what happens when you have installed Oracle database? Okay, a lot of privileges are maintained. Okay, so in general, forget about these groups. On operating system, if you want to separate the privileges for a user, okay, put them in a different group. Okay, so group 1 has some level of privileges. Group 2 has some level of privileges. Group 3 has some level of privileges. Now, whatever group your user belong to, that user will have those privileges. So just to segregate the duties. Okay, so this O-install will be the owner of your database software. Okay, so whatever user will be part of this group, okay, by default, they will become the owner of your Oracle database software. Okay, this DBA. Okay, so what happens? Some of the database users, okay, they are authenticated outside of the database by operating system. Okay, consider the scenario, your database is not coming up. And now all your passwords are stored inside the database. Now your database is not coming up. How do you authenticate a user? The database is not coming up. So sys user is authenticated always outside of the database. Okay, so those users who are part of this DBA group, they will be authenticated outside of the database. Okay.
Is the sys DBA user like sys, like member in all of them?
No, sys user. So whoever user is the part of this DBA group, they will be authenticated outside of the database, not in the database. Now some user you want with the limited access, so you can put them in. So they will be operational user. Okay. But anyway, we need to mostly deal with Oracle user only. So Oracle user is O-install is primary group, and these two users, these two groups is secondary group. So most of the things are done. So now, rather doing these things manually, okay, Oracle has come up with doing it automatically. Okay. So you simple install this package okay, which is which is Oracle-database pre-install 19c. Okay. So it does everything for us. Now let's do it. Yum install -y Oracle -. Okay, you can use tab as well. So whatever package is there for Oracle, it will show everything. So Oracle, and now we want database. So again, see, there was only one Oracle database pre-install, and then just give 19c. So what it will do, it will pick this one up. Where is, yeah, this one. And just install.
This is a stupid amount of packages.
Exactly. And that's why it is taking some time. See, 52 packages were installed.
I mean, the oldest, I think it was 12.2. I had to install, and even 12.2 did it automatically, and I was really glad for it.
Right. So 12 from 12.2, we have that
12.2, yeah,
automatic.
for
Yeah.
Windows.
Yeah. So 12.1 still does not have that automatic setup.
Really? I mean, I didn't have to do a thing except I had to install one repository for C++ special version, but that was everything I had to do, and then just click through the install, and that's what it. And then it just worked like a charm.
Yes, exactly. So I'm sure with 12.1, we didn't have automatic setup. From 12.2 onwards, we have. Okay. So now let's quickly verify that the prerequisites are completed successfully. Okay, that means we need to check whether the groups and packages are, groups and user are created or not. So using these commands, we can quickly verify. Okay. So here we can see a user with the name Oracle has been created. Okay. This is the number used by operating system internally. Okay. This is the directory of Oracle user. Okay. Now let's check the groups. So these many groups were required. That's all created. Okay. Now you must be surprising why there are less number of groups than we have seen them in this. Okay. So these three groups, when we will use ASM, that time these three groups are created. These three groups are not created for standalone database. So if we are using ASM, that time these groups will be created. For non-ASM, so we will discuss ASM later in the course. So it will be too much here if we discuss ASM thing. So that's why we have these many groups created. Now let's change the password for Oracle user, because Oracle user is created and we don't know what is the password. Okay, so let's change the password. I will keep it same as welcome1. Retyping the password is welcome1. Okay, it will say you it is a best password, it is not meeting the password policy, but that's okay. We are not in the production system, so it is not restriction. It is not restricted to follow all the policy. We can see all tokens are updated successfully. Now, if we want to verify whether the kernel parameter that we discussed has it been updated or not, so we can get it from here. This CTL I such file. So there we can see these all kernel related parameter. So this have been updated. Okay. So basically, this sysctl shows all, but we had to update only its parameters. Okay. Now let me tell you, I mean, we should know, okay, at least we should know what are the things carried out by automatic setup. Okay. We need not to go in depth, okay, how and why, but at least we should know what is all done by automatic setup. And that was the reason I took you through the manual setup, what all was needed. So with this, we are now done with. Okay, now wait, one more thing. So apart from these three prerequisites, there are some I would say system related prerequisites. Okay, which is we need to create the empty directory structure. Okay, where we will be installing our database. So this will be the home for database software. So we can create. So let's create it. Such file or directory. Okay,
Yeah, just only directory. So no, it is under a partition, like mounted somewhere else, or just a directory.
No, I have already created this mount point U01. So inside U01, I'm creating directories. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
And this should be on by Oracle. Okay. So it is created by root user. So I'll quickly change the honor. Okay, ch on, that is change honor, -r for recursively. Recursively means inside U01, whatever files, directories are there, it will change for everything. For that, I need to give username and group who will on this location. So change ownership for all the files to Oracle, okay, who belongs to oinstall group and of these directory. So all subsequent directory inside this now will be owned by Oracle oinstall. Now in our machine, we should have enough sufficient space available in /10. At least 500 MB should be available. Okay. So if it is not there, that is fine. We have in root 19 GB, okay, 17 GB space is there. So no problem. Sure, good. And ensure that RAM and swap space are 2 GB at least. Okay. So we have given 4 GB. Otherwise, we can check from raw RAM info, RAM 5.I memory. So here we can see we have somewhere around 3.5 GB memory available. Okay. So we are good on that front. So now we are good with that. We just need to go through the installation. But today time does not permit us to carry out the installation. So we'll need to take it up in the next session. But for now, I think you have enough work to do setting up the lab, then download should be fine. But I'll suggest you to try download software for once at least. Okay. And then prerequisites. Okay, just go through it because DB installation is now simple enough. It's not very much challenging, but prerequisite one must be aware. Okay. Let's start the installation. We have got this here. What else do we need to do? So the installation. Okay. So let me tell you, there are two ways to install Oracle database software. One is in interactive mode. Okay. That means we will have a graphical user face installer. We need to follow the instruction, we can give our inputs, and then it will be done. So the way we install any other software on our machine, so the the only important thing, we should know what all inputs it needs, okay, and what is the significance, the option you are choosing. Second way is silent installation. Okay, so this installation, let me is interactive. Okay, for silent installation, we don't find any GUI. Okay? We make use of the response file. Okay? So the only difference is when we perform installation in silent mode, okay, we need to update the response file. We need to give all the input in the response file. Okay? And then response file will be called by installer. No GUI is invoked, nothing is done. Simply in the background itself, it performs the installation. Now, where does silent installation helps? Okay. So suppose if you have to perform installation on multiple servers, let's say you have a task to install database software on 10 servers, 20 servers. Okay. So if you go through GUI installation takes 15 to 20 minutes. Okay. Because you need to give inputs manually. Okay. So rather than doing it interactive mode, which needs a human for carrying the installation, you can create a response file, and at the same time, you can run that response file in silent mode. So to bring automation in the installation, to automate the installation or to carry out the installation on multiple servers, we use response file. And response file is like, it acts as a template. You have it, keep it with you. If you need to install database 6 months after now, you can do it. You need not to think about anything. You have all the inputs, all the details are there in that file. You just need to execute it.
Are you talking from the response file, from the same response file we get after we installed the Oracle with the GUI? I mean, you can, after you install it, you can just save the response file. Are you talking from the same response file we get after the first installation with interactive mode? Are the two the same?
You get the response file here as well.
Yeah, okay. And can I same response file for like another installation in silent mode?
Yes, we can use that again. So you can use this response file for the first installation. You can make the changes, you can give your input in this file, and even for the first installation, you can use this response file. It's not necessary to carry out first installation in interactive mode to have a response file. No, you have the response file.
It was a bit too slow. I just wanted to type the path. Can you just switch back? Sorry.
Okay, this path.
Yeah, the path you have the response file from DB install response, DB install response. Thank you.
So let's follow the instruction, whatever is there in the document. Note that installation will be carried out by Oracle user. Okay. So it is mandatory because we want Oracle user to on our binaries. Okay. Our installation file should be on by Oracle. So make sure we are connected using Oracle user. Okay. So with the help of ID, we can ensure that we are connecting to the server with Oracle user. Right. So we have moved and unzipped the software to this location, which is mandatory. Now, in order to invoke the installation, okay, we need to make some effort. Okay, we need to set the display. Okay, until we set the display, we won't get GUI invoked. Okay, we cannot get GUI unless we. So this should be in small letter. Let's see the current value of display. Okay. It is localhost.tail. Okay. So let's make it what is the IP of my laptop. So with IP config, so this is the IP of my laptop. So what I'm doing, I'm exporting the display of server, okay, to my local machine, okay, to my local laptop. IP address is 192.168.56.1. Okay, and then 0 colon 0. So they are related to position. I mean, that basically controls the number of machine we can export the display to. Okay, so what this does, this is my server. Okay, so I want to carry out the installation in interactive mode. For that, I need a GUI. Where do I need the GUI? On my local laptop. So we are exporting the display to laptop. Let's install. Okay, let me go to that location. So run installer. Okay, this is the Oracle's universal installer. Okay, if you are installing any of Oracle product, okay, for example, if you are installing Grid, if you are installing Golden Gate, if you are installing a Stream, okay, any product of Oracle that you are installing, it will be installed by run installer. Okay, so this is called universal installer. So this will invoke the universal installer. Okay, this will invoke the GUI. It should throw error. Okay. Research. It's actually taking more than usual. It's not take this long. Okay, the reason is I have a lot of machines here. They consume a lot of RAM from the system. Okay, guys, it is taking a lot of time on my machine, laptop machine. So what we'll do, let's try to carry out the installation here. Okay. So it is saying that unable to verify the graphical display setup. Okay. Let me export display again. 192.168.9.26 colon 0.0. Okay. So start again. Okay. Saying I cannot do it. So what I'll do, I'll exit.
I had the problem too. So I just edited the file profile. I mean, I just sent it in the chat. And so I just set the variable globally. Then I restarted with init6 and then it worked.
Okay.
But the only difference from you that I didn't use putty or something else, I was just on the VM directly.
Okay, so this is what you did, right?
Yeah. So I just set the variable for all and then.
But it should. I just need time.
If I understood correctly, the idea behind this was that because it's already a profile, so it already fetches by itself the correct IP address, so I didn't have to set it again.
Yes, it does for all. So let's do PC profile. So you are doing here what we tried. Do you know where it is to be done?
Like at the very end of the file. I mean, I had to set it. That wasn't there initially. I just inserted it at the very bottom.
Okay, so this is where I go in the end, and if I do it like export display, is it column there? And it should be fine. I'm done with.
I had to restart the system for making it work with
Okay.
init 6.
Okay, so you can do that as well. Problem is still here. So, what usually happen in my case, see, I tried to.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
You see on the taskbar.
Yes. So usually what happens with me, when I was using Xterm, okay, this mobile Xterm, so I tried to install, launch run installer, okay, but it does not launch. Okay. The solution which I got from the Google, I got one blog that says you have done everything right. The only thing you need to do is launch it from other session. So I was waiting for that error that we have got here, right? So I was waiting for this error here, okay, in this session. So what I did, I tried. But yes, so your way is, I find it more preferable because what you are doing, you are exporting the display for all the machine. So this column ensures you have allowed display to every machine. Whichever machine can connect to this server, they can get the installation. Yes. But we might still see. And the problem here is I'm not getting option to take one more session. Okay. I cannot take one more session. So I tried exiting it. Okay. And then tried one more session, but that didn't help. That didn't help here.
Is this a server without a GUI?
Yes. So, so the installation that I had carried out, the OS that we are using is 8.7. Okay. Yeah. So that particular software does not have GUI.
That's what I don't understand. If you have, like installed a machine with the OS that doesn't have a GUI, how are you be able to run, like a setup with a GUI if you don't install it for the operating system?
No, the installation of operating system, it was carried out by its installer, the OS installer. Okay.
Yeah.
So when I installed it via VirtualBox, I got that installer. So this installer was run on my local laptop. So I was able to run the installer. But when it asked me to install what level of installation you want for OS, that time it was not giving me the option for GUI. So I actually installed the latest one, which is 8.7. Okay. While if I installed RHEL 7 or OEL 7, I was able to get. So I thought of having doing it on the latest one. That's why I installed 8.7. Okay. So guys, we have got our run installer. Okay. So to summarize what I did, okay, in one session, I exported the display. Okay. And right after exporting the display, I launched the run installer, which is Oracle's universal installer. Okay. It should give you the error. Okay. This error, unable to verify the graphical display setup. This application requires X display. Make sure we have this under the path. Okay. Now can't connect to this. So everything is right with this. The only thing you need to take another session. Okay. And in another session, just launch it. You will get the launcher. Any questions so far, guys? Any confusion? Anything?
No.
Keshav, Harshini, you observed what has happened here? Are you good with that?
Yes, we observed it.
Keshav?
Yeah, Indra, can you repeat once again? Like earlier, you had some issue, right?
Yes. So what basically I need to do, I need to export the display to my laptop. Okay. And after exporting the display, we need to launch the installer. While we launch the installer, usually we get error. The error is like this. I also mentioned in the, so I already mentioned in the document that export the display to use installer wizard. Okay. If you still get following error, take a new session and export the display again. It will fix the issue. Okay.
What is
So
this
what I
error
do,
about? Unable to install something graphical.
so yeah, it is
Unable to
about the
verify
display.
the graphical.
It is about the display only. It is unable to verify the
Okay.
graphical display setup. The application requires display, and we already export the display. Okay. But somehow it doesn't take in the same session. So this workaround usually does not happen. I don't know why it is happening with this machine only, with 8.7 only. If you try to install, you should not get such error, but it is specific to OS 8.7. It is the new latest operating system, Oracle Enterprise 8.7 and Red Hat Enterprise 8.7. Okay. So what I did, I launched the installer in new setup, in new session, and I got this installer. So here we have GUI with us. Now see, again, there is an error. What is that error? Unexpected error while executing the action at state. Supported operating system check. Okay. So this operating system, okay, version 8.7, it is not supported for 19c. Okay. In future releases, it will be supported, but for now, it is not supported. It is asking, are you sure you want to continue? I'll say no, but still we can install. Okay. By tweaking it, we can install. See, so I have covered it here. We get this error. Okay. Now, to check the operating system version we have, we can check. So cat is the operating system utility that reads the content of the file. So from here, we can see that the OS is Oracle Linux and version is 8.7. This is the latest version. Okay. So to fix this, what we can do, we can export this parameter. So what does it say? Assume that it is OEL 8.1. Okay. Because 19c is supported by 8.1 only at the moment. Okay. Oracle database does not support OEL 8.4 and OEL 8.7, but we can install our product here by making some workaround. Okay. So this is the workaround using which we can. Okay. And anyway, Oracle keeps releasing the patches. Okay. In every 3 months, okay, in every quarter, they release the patch. Okay. So with new patches, okay, you will find that OEL 8.7 will be supported by Oracle 19c database. So I have exported this parameter. Let's see. Okay, then GUI is launched here. You're able to see. So we have this GUI.
Indra, one question.
Mhm.
Is there a reason why we need to install through the command only? Like we are installing on our local machine only, right? We can install directly, right? Instead of launching from that command prompt.
Oh, okay, sure. See, try to understand this mobile XTERM. Okay, this mobile XTERM is installed on local laptop. Okay, but we have connected to the server.
Linux server. Okay.
Linux server. So this is the console. This is the screen of that server. This is not the something which is running on local laptop.
This is just a remote connection to the
It
virtual
is
machine.
exactly, it is the remote connection. And therefore, I mean, see this run installer, it is not on the laptop so that we can go on and double click on this. No, it is on the server. We have taken a remote connection of the server. Basically, with command prompt only, we can take that. We cannot take the GUI remote connection of a Linux server.
Oracle is getting installed on this Linux server, not on the Windows machine.
Yes. Now, what you want to see. You want to see the interface. So this interface is being exported on your local laptop. Okay, fine.
Okay, got it. Yeah, the steps. Okay, steps for installing.
It's like the remote desktop connection for Windows, but this is Linux, so that's why he is using this X term.
Mobile extra.
Mobile external.
Okay. Okay, now we need to just give inputs, whatever this wizard asks to us. So first it is asking, select any of the following install option. Do we want to create and configure the database, single instance database? Okay. If we choose this option, this will create the database also. Okay. But currently we don't want to focus on database creation. We just want to install the database software. So currently we are focusing on our first responsibility. We are not going on to second responsibility, which is create database. We simply want to install the software. Okay. So this will simply perform the installation. Let's click on next. And next, select the type of database installation you want to. Do we want to install this software for single instance database or real application cluster database? So guys, one question to everyone. Do we know the meaning of instance? Do we know the meaning of?
That's the memory and background processes we access the database through them.
Yes. Yes.
And that database can exist without an instance.
Yes, we cannot access. So guys, do we know the meaning of instance, right? Now, for Oracle Real Application Cluster, for RAC, one database can have multiple instances. Okay. Multiple instances means multiple memory structure, multiple process structure. Each instance run on one Linux server if we are using Linux as operating system. If we want Windows as operating system, one instance will run on Windows operating system. Okay. Here we are not going to talk about RAC. Our scope is single instance, which is also called standalone database. So we are performing our installation for single instance database. Okay, single instance means there will be one instance for what edition of database do you want to install? You want to install enterprise edition or do you want to install standard edition too? Okay, so enterprise edition has a lot of features, as the name suggests. Enterprise means this supports bigger databases. Okay. So you can see from the definition, Oracle Database 19c Enterprise Edition is a self-managing database that has the scalability, performance, high availability, and security features required to run most demanding mission-critical applications. Okay. So bigger organization that needs security features, high performance, high availability, scalability, they use Enterprise Edition version. Standard Edition, this version is full-featured data management solution. It is best suited for medium-sized business. So for bigger database, for more secure database, we should go for Enterprise Edition. Usually at workplace, you will find Enterprise Edition installed. So we are going ahead with Enterprise Edition. Now it asks for base, Oracle base. Okay. So we usually keep U01 at Oracle. So now on one server, you can have multiple Oracle products. Okay. You can have Oracle database, you can have Oracle Golden Gate, you can have Oracle RAG, you can have Oracle Grid. Okay. So their home can be different, but their base will be same. Okay. So our product home is what? This U01 app Oracle product 19c. Now suppose you want to install Grid. So what you will do inside product, in parallel to 19c, you will create one folder called Grid. So binaries of Grid will be installed inside Grid, while the binaries of database is inside 19c database. Okay. So if you are planning to install multiple product of operating system on same server, you can do it under base directory. The software directory is the Oracle database home directory. So our software location is this only. We are getting our software location from here. Okay. So Eastern, does that help you?
Yes, it was just confusing that the screenshot has another location on it than the
So what I'll
operation you did.
to clean it up, we will take a fresh screenshot for our installation.
So that's the directory where the instance will reside, the home. Do we cover the silent installation?
Yes, we will. I don't think we can do it today, but if we have understood this installation, the silent one will be very quicker.
Yes, that's what I want to see.
Inventory directory. Okay, so this is Oracle inventory. Oracle inventory, I mean, what is the purpose of normal inventory is to track anything. Okay, if you are maintaining the inventory of your daily expenses, so that is your personal inventory. If you are managing inventory for your daily attendance, so that is another inventory. So inventory is the basic meaning of inventory is to track something. So in the same way, this is Ora inventory. So this inventory maintains the information about Oracle. Okay. So whatever product is installed on this server, it will maintain the inventory of all those products. So it will maintain that, okay, what all patches have been deployed on this. Okay. Who is the owner of which binaries, etc. And the group name of Ora inventory. So purpose of group is to define the ownership. So this will be owned by Oracle install group. Now here, if you want to give install group to everyone, that is also fine, because ultimately it is the owner of everything. And our Oracle will be part of install group. So you can keep install group for all. Anyway, we are not going to use real application. We are not going to use encryption key. Data guard will also be not used. Backup and recovery we can manage with install. So install is sufficient. Now, there are some scripts that are executed post installation. Okay. So basically, there are two scripts which are executed by root users. Okay. So we are not going to do this. We want to do it ourselves. Okay. So either you can choose if you want to automatically execute, you can do that. Otherwise, let's leave it for manual. We want to do it manually. Now it is performing prerequisites. Prerequisite is performed. If there was any error with the prerequisites, okay, installation would stop there and it will give us the report. It will ask us to fix those prerequisites. Okay, for example, the server does not have enough RAM. Okay, so it will not carry out the installation and it would ask us to fix the issue first. Okay, so we are on the summary page. You can get the summary. We are installing database edition, so enterprise edition it is. we are setting up the software only. We are not going to create database. This will be the base of our Oracle database. This is the software location where the software will be installed. Privileged operating system is installed, we kept it. The root script execution, we keep it manually. If you want to change anything, we can do it now. And this is with respect to inventory information. Okay, so we can save the response file here. Okay, let's do it. I want to keep it. Okay, let's keep it inside. Do we have any question or should I kick off the installation?
What if I forgot to save the response? I just hit install too quickly. Can I do it?
So no, there is no dependency of response file. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but if I forgot to save it and they just hit enter, hit install, can I restore or save it the later time after the installation is done?
You need to come until this step. You can save the response file now. If you have clicked on installation, you cannot save the response file. Even you cannot retrieve the response file from this installation. So you need to launch the run installer again and give
and then save the
all
file.
the
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
What is this response file? Whatever the selections that we made, that will be saved into this file.
This response file, it will be saved in the response file, and we can use this response file to perform silent installation. So basically, the response file is required to perform silent installation. There is no other task that response file does.
I only saved the response file in the past. If the colleague needs to debug that, the colleague knows where the paths are.
Exactly. I mean, if someone
only for
doesn't have,
documentation.
yes. If somebody doesn't have the knowledge, okay, but if they have response file that you have created, at least they know how to execute it. So now we are prompted to run this script as a root user. The following script needs to be executed as the root user. To execute the configuration script, open a terminal, log in as root user, run the scripts, return to this window and click OK. Okay. So we need to log in as root user. Here we are. Simply. Now what does it do? See, this is very important. If you are asked about the installation, this question is very common. First question is, do you execute some script by root user when you install Oracle database? Do you execute some script? Yes, we do. What does those script do? So see, here it is changing the permission of inventory. Okay. So remember it asked for who should on this inventory. So it should be on by oinstall group. Adding read-write permission for the group. So oinstall group, this permission, it is adding. So it is allowing oinstall group to read and write. And removing read, write, and execute permission for all other users. Okay. So here we can see that it is changing the group name to oinstall. Earlier, whatever it was, but from now on, it is oinstall. So if we want to quickly check the permission of this Ora inventory, we can check that. See, inside this, the owner group is oinstall and user is Oracle. So the first script, what it does, it changes the permission of and ownership of Ora inventory. What is the second script? So first script was Ora install root.sh, which is there in the U01 app inventory. The second one is in Oracle home. Now what does it do? Let's see. So we are there in the root session. Let's quickly execute. So see what it is doing. It is performing root user operation. The following environment variable will be set. Okay. So now in the server, it will define the ownership. Ownership of what? Our database, the software that we are installing. So it will set this location as Oracle home and Oracle as owner. Okay. So let's do it. So it has done that. Okay. It has created these files. Most important file is Oracle table, Ora tab. So it creates Ora tab. So basically, in short, if I have to tell you what this root.sh script does, it sets the environment for Oracle database. It defines the owner, it defines the home, it creates these files. Now this Ora tab file will have, currently it will be empty. See, nothing is there. Now this will have the details of all the databases running on this server. So when we go on creating the database, this file will be updated. It will hold the details of database. Okay. So if I repeat again what these two script does. So first one, it basically make changes with respect to permission and ownership of inventory. And second, set up the environment for database software. So we have done this now. We are back to this window. I need to click OK. Registration of Oracle database was successful. The installation is successful. So whatever we just discussed about what scripts does a root user execute and why, so it's all there. I've already covered. It's there in the document in detail. Okay, so whatever we have discussed, there in the document. Okay. So basically, if I have to summarize the installation of Oracle, so we are yet to carry out silent installation. But if you have seen carefully, what we did, we simply gave the inputs, install. So anybody in the interview will ask about the type of installation. If you are doing it via in interactive mode, so it will ask you how did you display the export, okay? And they may ask about what is Oracle inventory, what is Oracle database, what is Oracle home, what about those scripts that we have just discussed. So with this, we are done with the installation in interactive mode. In the next session, which is on Monday, we will see the installation in silent. Guys, just one thing, it looks pretty easy when someone else does. When you do it yourself, it's not difficult, okay? But when you do it yourself, you will find few steps a bit harder. Harder in terms of when I started doing it, when I didn't have any guidance, okay? Back in 2010, Google also didn't have much information about this installation. I used to deal with installation of 9i 10g. So I found it very hard to work with this display. Over the time, it has improved. Okay. Now people don't get much issue. But at the end, we just need to understand we need to export display. So give it a try to install it. Most importantly, just understand when you go through the installation steps, just understand the input that what you are giving for.
So if I'm giving this if config command, it is showing only inet6 and it is not showing the IP address. And currently, with respect to the firewall, I'm not sure. I have this McAfee and default Windows Defender security. And this is a Windows 10 machine, Indra.
Okay. So can you go back to VirtualBox Manager?
VirtualBox manager.
Manual.
Okay.
Yes. So if you can go on settings, the setting here is there on the right hand side top.
Settings. Okay.
Then network.
Network.
It will
Yeah,
set
I
up.
observed actually. I don't know. I tried this earlier. It was something Denny, I think so. Denny, and
Yeah,
then
then
I selected this yellow VM. Then it worked at that time, and adapter to also cable connected.
what is the second one?
Second
Adapter
one,
to-
which one?
yeah, this is
Adapter 3.
most
Adapter
only.
3.
No, adapter two only. There are two only. So
Okay. Yes. So here file location, and one question actually, like when I selected this one, base folder I gave this one, and when I what is this that Oran 19 the big file around 9.5 GB file, this one, can I delete this file once I import the file? Import
Yes, you can. You can.
appliance setting. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but keep it for now, because keep it for now.
Yeah. Yes. It is
Can you come
available.
down a
Yes.
bit? Would you mind if we drop
You
this
want me
machine
to
and create a? If we
Sure.
drop this machine and re-import it from the beginning. So let's go on. Yeah, on the right click, you can delete to remove the machine.
Okay. Right click.
Remove
Right
it.
click on this ODB 19c.
Yes.
Remove.
Remove along with
Delete all
files.
files.
Yes. Delete all the files. Yes.
Okay.
Now let's import that machine again.
Appliance and
So this is where you need to do. Yes. Again, this time now change the location. Yeah. So if you have space available outside C window, please do that. If C drive, space available outside C drive.
Space available outside. I'm giving this as the base folder.
Yes. So you are storing in C drive. Can we save it somewhere else?
Actually, I'm having only one drive, only C drive.
No problem.
This has enough good space. Free space, 785 GB.
Yeah, no problem.
So here I'm selecting this VirtualBox. And
Sure.
any other selections that I need to make?
No, it should be same. And now MAC address only. The MAC address policy. The bottom of the screen. Out of this window, yes, here. Generate new one. Generate new MAC
Generate
address.
new MAC address. Okay.
Yeah.
And import?
Fine.
Okay.
So both the locations are same, right?
So by giving this folder, what is this base folder? Means what will be in this folder?
This is where all associated file with respect to your machine will be there. So what we are actually doing is .ova. So this is your machine data. So virtual machine that you have created just now. So this is the
this is
image of that machine.
Okay.
And the one that we are importing, it is the backup of the machine that I created.
And if you don't mind, like if it works well, can we install all that? What is this? Thursday and Fridays, couldn't able to install all these settings since I'm stuck at the initial step only.
No problem, Keshav. You can do it your own. You can follow the. Actually, I want you to do this. I will do this in 5 minutes. No problem with that. But I want you to do this and try to understand what all we have done. Because unless you do it, you won't be able to understand.
Yes.
So once we are done with your issue, we need to see again installation only we will be going today. So this time we will be doing silent installation.
So
Yes,
okay.
that I want to
Uh,
see. I'm excited about that one.
Yes, it's good.
should I
Because
start the
is it
Yeah.
possible, I mean, if you do the silent inspiration to script it, like in the bash, so that I can, do it on the fly?
yeah,
Yeah, this can be done.
I got this message.
You can
Should
either
I
change what it is Wi-Fi. Could
yeah
not
could
start
not start
working
machine
because the following
19c
physical.
because yeah.
You can either change the machine's network setting or stop the machine. Okay, let's
What
change
I've
the
done is
network setting.
what I've done it was showing earlier deny. So I've selected I select any of
Let's
these two.
allow all. Allow all.
Hello.
I
Okay.
don't know why it
And
is given to you.
two. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Some security is enabled with your laptop also. See, probably, see, you can see the error with respect to NIC only. The NIC is not allowed.
Actually, I tried multiple times. I installed and again I tried on other machine also, other laptop, but still issue still persist. So
So, chances are there
I
that
uninstalled
they
this
are
Oracle VM virtual box. I think only iNet6
still
is
not.
showing.
Yeah. Can you go on the device security from your machine? Because because if we create new machine on your
Device security
laptop, device from the
Explorer, Windows Explorer.
yes, from the Explorer. Windows security, if you check.
Okay,
If you
you
go,
went to say settings.
yes, from here. If you go on devices, security, you are not getting anything. If you go on devices, no, can you search for security in the search?
Security.
Like you need to have an inbound rule or something.
Yeah, this device security. Start from the bottom. Uh, security is on. Core isolation. So it is on.
Is
Correct.
asking
You need to keep off. Keep it off. It should be or disabled only. Okay. Can we disable the firewall as well? We go back from the top. Yeah.
domain network.
Let's make it private. Let's say.
You want, sorry, Indra. You want me to select domain network?
No. So after the firewall is on, still I'm able to do that.
Indra, which method did you use in your VM? What kind of connection did you have? Have you bridged a host only, or what kind of selection
So
did you have?
we have two NICs. One is bridged and other one is host adapter.
Yeah, I have the bridged one.
Hmm.
Which one do you
So
have?
even Keshav also has bridged and host adapter. This is the first thing that I check. So Keshav, if you go on to our public network,
Public. Okay.
let's say the firewall is turned on. Can we turn it off sometime?
Where it is active public networks opening. Where I need to turn it off? Firewall is
You are on
turned
the
on.
first application. You have to go like on the Windows search and type in firewall. You have to open the
Yes.
the classical one from the control center. The new Windows settings don't have it.
Yes, turn it off from here. Firewall button. No. When do you want to resume?
For now, I'm putting.
Yeah. For restart, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so this is we have done for public. Let's do it for private as well.
Private, okay.
Need to, yes.
Private network system.
I think it is done for all. Yes, it is done.
Yeah.
So let's try to reboot the machine.
Do we need to restart or should I try?
No, try to do it now. I config, otherwise we'll start again.
Yeah, it's not showing up. So should I restart my
Yes.
machine?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I will be disconnected, I think so.
No, not your laptop. This machine.
Okay, okay.
Okay, sir, did you get any issue while you were installing VirtualBox?
It worked actually. And actually, one more thing I read this one, I checked. This one it says that virtualization is disabled. I think I checked the BIOS level. The VM enabled the virtualization, so it is. I think it is already enabled.
Yeah, I mean that's why you are able to import the machine. The only problem is that with your NIC, the NIC is not getting IP.
Yeah.
There's also a manual where you can set the IP4 address inside the Linux machine. Did you already try that? You can just edit the file that holds the IP6 or IP4 address. Did you already try that?
No, it's no. No.
That's the file. I mean, I cannot send a screenshot, really? Oh, that's poor. Okay,
I tried on other laptop also. Same IPv4 is not showing.
that's the file you need to edit. I mean, that's nano. That's the one I know. I don't know what your interface is called. I mean, because there's a file for each interface, and just you can, like type it in hardcoded, and it should just, after you were started the network adapter, it just should pick this or use this address.
So, Keshav, you can try this.
So ENP0S8 is the name of your.
Yeah, Indra, you're saying.
I mean, the file should. I mean, since I cannot post the screenshots, we just post the contents of the file. So that's what my file looks like. I mean, you will have another name, interface name, but and then, like at the bottom, you have to configure IP4, also the IP address, that's IP4. The gateway and DNS are usually the IP address of your router, if you are at home.
Yes, that is what I'm trying to understand. So,
but this is only working, also for me, only worked.
Sorry, sir, you open it.
For me, only the bridge connection is working, but I'm using VMware Player, not VirtualBox, but just an information.
So, Keshav, can you open that file? VI. Yeah, I'm telling you, go to that location, VI. On the machine.
Go to the VM, yeah.
Yes.
VM, okay.
You can go to VI /etc /sysconfig then network.
Slash network.
Yes,
Yes.
network hyphen. No, hyphen and slash tab. Press tab. File name is network
Tab.
hyphen scripts.
Network hyphen
Scripts. Yeah. Slash.
enter. Slash.
No,
Okay.
slash. if config hyphen.
No, IFTNF.
No,
IF.
ifcfg. So you just type if only and then tab. Press tab.
Okay. IF then tab. Okay.
Yes.
It filled
And
with if CFG
3.
hyphen EMP0S.
Yes. And then press
3
3.
digit.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. After
Enter.
that showing. Yes.
Browse DHCP.
Yeah, IP44 is not configured.
Failure fatal no. IPv4.
Yes. But this is not configured for me as well. It all looks good. And something is to be done at your machine, Keshav. I don't know at the moment what is blocking me. So if you can,
Yeah.
if you can do this IPv4 failure fatal to yes, then let's see. Because I can see in Easter's machine it is.
I mean, these are the 5 lines you need. That is what you're missing.
Method. Okay. Okay. IPv4 failure fatal. It is it mentioned as port yes.
So,
Should we update to yes?
yes. So IPv4 failure fatal it is no. Let's do it. Let's make it yes. So your mouse pointer will not work.
Should I just in code or?
No. This
I'm
simply
not able to
replace
edit.
no with yes. Press I.
Okay, inside.
Press I. Yes.
Any other changes?
No. Simple escape :WQ.
Control. What is it? Control.
Es-
I
es-
vaguely remember.
escape. Yes. Escape
Control. Escape.
:WQ.
Control escape.
WQ. So
Control escape.
No
colon,
control.
right?
No control. No control. Don't press control. Press escape. Then shift plus semicolon.
Okay, WQ. Save and exit.
I'm going to
Should I
reboot the
give?
machine. Reboot
Okay.
the machine.
Do I need to exit out of it?
Do it in its. No. Log in again.
Okay. I need to just log in.
No, log in again.
Okay.
Yes. Init 6. Init space 6. You need to reboot the machine. Init 6.
I need to. If I need to give different commands.
Yes. INIT space 6 number 6. digits. Yes. Yes. Enter.
I need
Enter.
6 and press enter.
Yes. So that's why I prefer this mode. Okay.
Okay.
So coming back to installation. Okay. So I mean, so far we have seen the interactive installation. Okay, we had carried out the installation in interactive mode, where we had the graphical user interface. Okay. So what we did, we executed the run installer, okay, which is Oracle's universal installer. Why is it called universal installer? Because most of the Oracle products are installed using that run installer. So what basically that run installer does, it calls the script from the background. Okay. So when we want to run it in interactive mode, it launches GUI. But if we want to do it in silent mode, so what basically silent mode does, the fundamental difference is it does not invoke any user interface. Okay. So if you remember, we have provided a lot many inputs while we were following the wizard, installation wizard. Okay, so run installer, what it did, it gave us the installer wizard GUI. So if you remember, we had given Oracle base location, Oracle inventories location. We had given a lot of OS groups. So for silent installation, what we need to do, we need to store those imports in a response file. Okay, so we have to prepare a response file. Okay. So let's see, where is that response file? Okay. When we install or when we download it, okay, when we download the software, we have got a response file. Okay. So let me quickly check where we have that response file. What is the 84 me 192.168? So this is the RSP. .RSP stands for response file. So this is the default RSP that we get when we download it and unzip the software. Okay, so at this location, okay, wherever we unzip the software file, so we have unzipped the software file at this location, which we are using at Oracle Home. So at this location, inside install response, okay, at this location, this is the default response file. Okay. So we can update this response file. Now, what type?
One question.
Yeah.
So this response file last Friday, this is the with this file name it got saved, right? What if one wanted to have the silent install? Can it be manually created without going to that automation steps? Like you mentioned that we need to go all the way to the end, then save the file and then come.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying, Keshav. This is the file which comes with the software. Okay. So the moment you download the software, you will get this file. Okay. Now this is the default one. Okay. Now, what I was telling, see here you will need to make lot many changes. Okay. First of all, this response file says do not change the following system generated value. Okay. So we need not to change this. We should not change this. Okay. Now we will compare from here. Okay. We will compare it with our GUI based installation.
Okay.
After launching Run Installer, what was the first thing that we were asked? Whether we want to install the software only or along with software installation, we want to create the database also. So we chose to set up the software only. So see, here we have got two options. Specify the installation option. What do we want? Do we want to install DB software only, or with software we also want to create database. So we want to install database software only. Okay. So I have opened this response file in VI editor and now I'm making the changes. So what I said that day, rather than making a fresh change, if we use this file, okay, so a lot of things are already there. Okay, so that's why I said that if you don't want to make your first installation in interactive mode, what you can do without installing, okay, go up to the final point of installation and just save the response file. Don't install. So here, just save the response file and don't go for installation. Cancel it. What you will find? You will find a response file created at this location. Or if you want to save somewhere else. So where it will save your time, let me tell you. See, it is already there. This option is already there. Specify the Unix group to be set for the inventory directory. It is O install. Okay, so if we compare, what was the second step? The order can change. Okay. Order can change, but more or less the inputs will be same. So specify the Unix group to be set for the inventory directory. That means which group should on inventory. So it is O install. We are using O install only group. No other group we are going to use. Okay. Now the next question. Specify the location which holds the inventory files. This is an optional parameter if installing on Windows machine, but we are installing on Linux machine. So this is mandatory for us. So we want to store our inventory at this location. Okay. Specify the complete path for Oracle base. So this is where this place will be my Oracle base. Okay. Specify the installation edition of the component. So do we want to install enterprise edition or standard edition too? The value should be EE for enterprise edition or SE2 for software edition. So if you look at here, enterprise edition or software, so we chose enterprise edition. So let's give enterprise edition EE here. Okay. Now the next one is privileged operating system group. So if you remember, see, this is here asking for Oracle base. This is asking for co-install, this inventory. So inventory will be stored at this location and this group will be owning. Okay. Now here we had given co-install everywhere for DBA group, for database operator, for database backup and recovery, for data guard. Okay, if we are using encryption key, if we are using rack database. So for everything, we are using co-install. So see, here it is asking privilege operating system group. So for everything, see, for OS DBA group, we are using co-install. Okay. Then for OS Hopper group, we are using again co-install. For backup group, we are again using co-install. So this is what we are giving. Here we are selecting from the drop downs. Here we are mentioning here. So if you are using Oracle supplied response file, you will need to type each and everything manually. But since we had already installed the software, okay, that's why we already have this. Okay. So this is what we are giving. See. Now it asked for, do we want to execute the script? So we chose it true. Okay. We chose to do it. I mean, last time we didn't choose. We prefer doing it ourselves. But this time we want to do it. Okay. So we'll say root. Okay. Should it be done as a root user or as an Oracle user? So sudo means Oracle user will be switched to other user. Okay. So we don't want to use it sudo. We have the password for root user. Okay. If we don't have password for root user, we can ask from Linux administrator. So what I usually do when we perform installation, we take help from Linux administrator. So when it asks for root user password, we ask system administrator to enter for us because they never share password with us. Okay. So we do it as a root user, or we should have sudo access. Now, this is applicable if we are choosing sudo. So we are not choosing sudo. We are simply doing it as a root user. Now this is grid option. Grid option means this is for database. See, value is required only if the specified install option is install DB software only. Okay. So this is not cluster. We are not going to do this. This is not REC database. Our database is single instance database. Okay. Now this is DB configuration options. So we are not creating database. Okay, that's why we are leaving this option as it is. Okay. We are not doing anything in that. Okay. This is all with respect to database creation. We are not doing it. Okay. So if you try to understand what is it doing, whatever we are giving, whatever inputs and values we are giving in this user interface wizard, it is all being already before installation starts. This all inputs are being given in this response file. Okay. With me, guys?
Yes.
Keshav, Harshini?
So, for example, a regular user, for example, I'm not a DBA, and I request software Oracle to be installed on my machine. Help desk, when I contact and when I submit a ticket, they will be installing, right? Silent install. So, like, it will be having the default uh, uh, response file, such kind of.
So this default response file, wherever you will download this software. Okay. So let me show you. Currently we are
And
here. Okay.
what my question is, what is the benefit of you having this silent install over because um, usually users will be requesting the Oracle software to be installed on their machine, right? The regular users, the read-only.
Okay. So your question is you want to understand the benefit of silent installation over interactive mode installation, right?
Interactive mode. Yes.
So I'm going to we'll cover this in the end. Okay.
You are much
So,
faster, right? But that's it.
yeah, sir, please come again. I couldn't get you.
I mean, you are much faster, but that's it, right?
The Keshav is much faster.
I mean, the silent installation is much faster than,
No.
clicking through.
So if you guys are interested, let me cover it now. So let me tell you, faster in what sense? You are automating it.
Yes.
Okay. If you want to install Oracle software for once only, I will suggest to do it by interactive mode. Okay. But if you have very frequent requirement to install, okay, like Keshav mentioned, in his organization, people need to have Oracle database software installed on their machine. So it's a frequent ask. Okay. So what you can do, rather than installing in interactive mode, you have your response file ready. See, all your hard work is done while you are preparing response file. If you have done this response file, if you have prepared this response file once, using it just as good as executing one command. So that's why it is faster. Okay. If you have this response file ready, everything is already ready. What you need to do, you need to execute the command. Okay. So let me tell you the benefits of silent installation. Okay. No, it is not there. So I have covered in some anyway. I'll include this. So basically, when you have to automate the installation, you can do it via silent installation. The major and the biggest benefit of silent installation is when you have to install software on multiple servers. Okay, suppose in your organization there is a requirement to install database software on 20 machines. Okay, so rather than uh, installing database software in interaction mode, what you can do, you can place that response file on those 20 machines and just run one command. The command we are yet to execute. So you just need to execute that one command and installation will be done. Okay. So first benefit, it automates the work, it is faster. And second, when you have to perform installation in bulk, that time silent installation helps. Okay. These are the only two benefits. And third, you can say in your team, you have a L1 guys who doesn't know, they know how to execute the script, how to execute the command, but they don't know how to install database software. So you can share the location. I mean, you can prepare a document, and on this document you can share the command that is to be executed for installation and this response file, and rest will be done by them. Okay. So now let's install database software on the same server. So for that, what we need a new database home, new Oracle software database home. Okay. So what we will do, we will use one tab Oracle for that we will see. Okay. So see, this is my one database software home. What I am doing here, I will be creating one more home. Okay. So I will have two software installations. Okay. One under DB_1 and the other one under DB_2. Okay. Both Oracle homes will have 19c binaries installed in them. Okay. Now what I am doing, I'm moving the software files from folder home to this home. Okay. Why do we want to do this? Because we know that we need to unzip the software in the Oracle home itself. The DB_2, this directory was empty. It doesn't have anything. We want to use it as Oracle home. Okay. That's why we copied the software to the home location, the new home location, and now we are unzipping it. When we unzip it, you will see that the response file will be created. Okay.
Usually,
so
Windows, for example, quick question. So, for example, Windows machine doesn't allow to install. For example, if I'm already having Oracle installed on my machine, Windows based, if I'm trying to install, it will not allow, right? So, when coming to this one, like, is it like having the two instances of the database?
Yes, it allows.
Like you created DB_.
Yes, even on Windows also you can carry out two installation at different location. It may give you warning. Yeah.
I have a question. If like we are in the productive environment and in our company, whatever, how often does it appear you really have the directory named like DB_1, DB_2, or do you give them like proper name like DB_, I don't know, application name like this?
No, this is
Or
just
you
to
always do. this is only just for demonstration, right? But how do you do it? Like,
This is just to hold database software binaries. It has nothing to do application. So this is the nomenclature that Oracle recommends. This is the nomenclature that Oracle follows.
do you actually use it, like, at your
No,
company? Or?
No, in my environment, the nomenclature is slightly different. So see, first thing, why do you want to install same software onto different location? So what we usually
For REC, maybe.
for REC also on one node, you need one installation. So what happens? You can have two database versions installed on same server, 12c and 19c. Okay. So if you are installing 12c as well, so this will be my home for 12c and this will be my home for 19c. So it depends on your team. Okay. As a team, you sit together and you decide what nomenclature you want to use. But this is just for your sake of easiness. Otherwise, Oracle supports this nomenclature, and if I have to use, I will use this only.
Thank you.
Okay. So see, here we are. We have already downloaded everything. So we need to go to install. Under install, we have to go to the response folder in order to see. So now, are you guys able to understand? We had installed binaries already there. That's why we had two response files. And here we have only one response file. So what I will do, I will copy that response file. Okay, fine. So what I am doing, I am copying the response file. Okay. This is the response file of my first installation. So what I did, I copied this response file when I installed for the first time. Okay. So I'm copying it here. Where I have copied it in my second home, where I want to carry out the installation. Okay. Yep. So we have already seen that this file is all good. Okay, we have already verified. Now I will show you how we can execute this installation. Okay, so again, I need to invoke run installer. Okay. Now run installer. First, I will perform prerequisite. Okay. So I'm running installer in prerequisite and in silent mode. So this hyphen silent ensures that this run installer invokes in silent mode. That means it will not invoke any interface. It will not invoke any UI. Okay. And now what is my response file? So location of response file is this. And what is the name of? Okay. Just okay. Now it is saying invalid argument. Okay. So let me quickly check here.
Forgot the E. You had the typo in it. You forget the E response file. You only you only typed response.
Okay, so couple of errors here. The first thing, I need to give execute prereqs, and I gave only this is execute prereqs. Okay. Then hyphen silent. Then hyphen response file. Okay. And then the location of response file. Okay. I think I don't need the quotes as well. So I'm not going to use quotes. Okay. So what it will do, it will not carry out the installation. It will just perform the prerequisites. Okay, so let's see.
Are they the same prerequisites you do with the yum install package we did the first time?
Exactly same prerequisites it does. Physical and logical structure of database. Data files,
Yeah, data file system files.
physical storage structure and logical storage structure, right? So,
Yeah.
so in logical storage structure, if you remember, we had something called data blocks, extend, segment, and table spaces. Yes.
Yeah.
So now we will see how can we create table spaces, how can we resize table spaces, how table spaces are associated with data files. Okay. So in short, we are going to talk about table spaces and how we can manage the table spaces. Okay. So if you
Okay.
remember, table space, okay, it is a database storage unit that contains one or more segments. Let me slightly up. So if we are creating a table, that means we are creating a segment. Okay. Segments are nothing but the collection of extents, group of extents. What are
Yeah.
extents? So extents are nothing but the
Group
group
of
of
blocks.
blocks.
Yeah.
Right? So blocks are the memory unit, okay, and they are provisioned or allocated in terms of extent. So if some segment, okay, for example, if we are to create a table of 10 GB, so all the blocks will be allocated in terms of extents. Okay. So now let's talk about table spaces and data files. So very first thing, if we want to create table spaces, we need to connect to the database with a user who has create table space privilege.
Okay.
We always connect to the database, okay, with a user who has sysdba role assigned to it. So sysdba role has create table space privileges. Okay. So sysdba is the root user. So it has all the access. Okay. Which means it already has the access. Okay. Now we have already discussed about the different types of table spaces. Okay. We have big file table spaces and small file table spaces. The difference between both the table spaces is the only difference. Okay. Big file table space has only one data file associated with it. Okay. So let me clear again the logical structure and physical structure. Okay. Physical storage structure and logical storage structure, they are the different presentation of same thing. Okay. So in physical storage, what is data file? Data files are associated with table spaces in logical structure. Okay. So it is nothing but just a name. Okay. So like if we are divided in two groups and if both the groups have some name, so name is the logical entity while the people in the group are physical entity. Okay. That is how the logical entities are nothing but they are logically divided. Okay. Eventually the data is stored in the data files on the disk. Okay. So when big file table space means when a table space has only one file associated with it. It's a big file table space. Okay. In 19c, the size of this data file can be up to 128 TB, not beyond that. 128 TB is a big file. Okay. Now a small file table space, which is the default one. Okay. So it is the traditional table space. Okay. It means this type of table space can have multiple data files. Okay. It can have up to 1022 data files. okay, or temp files or undo files. Okay. Now, this classification was based on the number of data files associated with table space. Now, based on the data it is stored inside the data files, on that basis, the table spaces are classified. Okay. The permanent table space, temporary table space, and undo table space. So, if any table space is permanent table space, which means it stores data permanently. Okay. Until a user is deleted intentionally, otherwise it holds the data permanently. Then temporary table space. Now, if you remember, during the discussion of architecture, we talked about, suppose if there is an SQL, okay, which has order by or group by clause, like select all from EMP, okay, where and order by EMP number. Okay, so here we are sorting. Okay, whatever data we are selecting using this query, we are arranging the data in the ascending order based on EMP number, whatever data is there, whatever value is there in EMP number. So this order by clause, what it does, it performs the sorting, which means it orders the data by employee number. So at first it is done in the PGA. Okay, now PGA are usually small in size. If PGA runs out of space, then the sorting is performed in temporary table space. Okay. So group by operation or order by operation. So these type of data is stored in temporary table space for some time. Okay, temporarily. The data is stored temporarily. That is why they are stored in temporary table space. Once operation is completed, they hand over the data to PGA, and then from PGA server process hand over the data to end user. Okay.
Yeah.
And undo table space. So again, let me refer the architecture discussion. So whenever we make any changes in the database using TML statement, which is if we are updating any data, if we are deleting any row, okay, if we are inserting anything. So whenever these type of statements are executed until they are committed or rolled back. Okay, either the transaction will be committed or rolled back. So until it is done, the data is stored. The old copy of the data is stored in undo table space. Okay, and why do we store old copy in the undo table space? In case if the statement is to be rolled back, okay, the data from undo table space will be written into data file. If it is committed, then data from the undo table space is deleted, is wiped off. Okay. So if you remember, we talked about undo retention and undo size. Okay.
Yeah.
So such type of data is stored in undo table space. And permanent table means, suppose if you want to store your details, like when you access Facebook or when you access any e-commerce website, when you place any order, you will find that your order you can see even after 6 months in the cart. Okay. They'll keep notify you that this is your historical order. Are you still interested? Do you replace? Do you want to replace this order? So your such type of details remain in the database for long time until unless you delete it. Okay. So based on the type of data, a table space folds, table space have 3 types. Okay. Now if we talk about permanent table space, so this is the syntax for creating a table space. Okay. So create. Okay. Do you want to create big file table space or a small file table space? So create. If you are not mentioning anything, it will create a small file table space, which is by default. Okay.
Okay.
Now create, for example, small file table space. And suppose we want to create permanent table space. Okay. So create permanent table space. Now, this permanent table space, okay, we need not to mention permanent keyword. Okay, if we are mentioning create small file table space, which means it is permanent table space. Okay. If we want to create small file temporary table space, we need to mention temporary table space. If we want to create undo table space, we need to mention create undo table space. Okay. But this diagram is for permanent table space. So we need not to mention permanent keyword. So create big file or a small file table space, then the name that you want to give. Okay. You can give any name, table space 1, table space 2. For example, if your application name is Flipkart, so you can give TBS underscore Flipkart. Okay. Because eventually what it does, it is associated with the data file which will hold the data for table space. Okay. Now we know that the table space is associated with the data file. So now here we are creating the data file which is associated with this table space. So we are creating a data file. Since it is a permanent file, we will use data file. If it is a temporary file, we will use temp file. Okay. If it is an undo table space, we will use undo file. Then file specification.
Yeah, Indra.
File specification means the location of the file. Okay. Now, coming further, we go down.
Yeah, Indra, one question.
Yeah, just a minute, Keshav. Give me a second. I'm unable to hear. Yeah.
No, actually, like this table space, in what way it is related to the database? Means, is it interrelated to the database? Um, what is this table space about? That is my question.
See, your table space is nothing but it is just a logical name. Okay. What is your database? What is your database made up of? It is made up of data files and system files. Okay.
Yes.
So data files, all data files. See, as I mentioned, we cannot go ahead and open the data files. Okay, we cannot read the data from data files. Okay. So what we do,
Yes.
we use database instance. Okay. So in the instance, to read the data from the data file, we needed a logical structure. Okay. That's why these table spaces, and these all things come into picture, extend, blocks. So these are nothing but the way, I mean, logical representation, a new name. Okay. Like
Okay.
you are
Okay.
Keshav. Okay. You must be known by some different name at your home. You must be known
Mm-hmm.
some different name to your friends. So you are a
Okay.
single entity. So this is nothing but the logical representation.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you scroll up, Indra? Can you scroll up to
Yes.
the
Give me
to that pictorial diagram?
yes.
Yeah, this big file and small file, this small file, what is the major difference between this big file and small file? Like we keep creating tables and how the data gets written. Is there any interrelation between the big file and small file?
So the only difference that we just discussed, big file table space will have only
128.
one data file. Okay.
Okay.
The small file table space will have multiple data files.
Okay. 1022
Here, yeah,
maximum.
in
Okay.
a small file table space, the data file has the maximum size 32 GB, but the number of data files can be 1022. While the big file
Okay.
table will have only one data file. Okay, one data file, one temp file, or one undo file, whatever type of table space it is. Okay.
Okay. So we created a database, right? Means you demonstrated by creating a database. So this table space need to be created before the database creation, or it's nothing to do with the database. It's not interrelated or interdependency.
No, see, table space is something uh, which needs to be managed over the time. Okay. It is not like you have created it once and then done. No. If you see your application is growing, okay, if you see there is a need of more space, more storage, then you need to manage the table space. Okay. So,
Okay.
with it's a very good question actually. I think I had covered already. So, let me show you something. So here I have connected as Oracle user. Okay. So my Oracle base, Oracle home and Oracle SID, it's all set. Okay, it's all configured. Now I am connecting to the database. Okay. Now, if you remember, in multi-tenant architecture, there is something called root container. Can you see this is the topmost one is root container. This is seed PDB and this is our regular PDB. So seed PDB is nothing but it is the template. It doesn't hold any data, but using this template, we can create new PDB. Okay. And this is our root container. Okay. So whenever we create /s sysdba or whenever we start or shut down, we always work on root container. Okay. So here we are connected to the root container. Okay. See, so on underscore name means container underscore name. Okay. It gives you which container you are connected to. Are you connected to root container or are you connected to pluggable container? Are you connected to PDB or root container? Okay. So we always, if we are connecting using this, we are connecting, always connecting to root container. Okay. Now let me show you. Describe. Okay. Sorry, I was on mute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Chandra. We are able.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So see, this is the view. Okay. From here, we can get the information for all the table spaces. Okay. Whatever table spaces we have in the database. Okay. Now, first thing, this is the root CDB. So this root CDB will have the access to the all the table spaces. All the table spaces means it can access the table space of itself, which is this. It can have the details of table spaces for seed PDB, which is nothing but the template. It doesn't have any data, but these table spaces are created. It can also have the data files or table space details of PDBs. If there are 10 PDBs, it will have the details for all the PDBs. Okay. So now let me first tell you something. I want to see how many PDBs are there in my database. So I have 2 PDBs. Okay. Can you see that PDB underscore seed? This is nothing but the template. This PDB underscore seed. This is the template. Okay. And if you guys remember, while we were creating database, we had created this PDB. So it asks the PDB name here. See. Okay. So this PDB we created. If we had created 2 PDB, it had asked for 2 PDB name, and we could see here 2 PDBs. Okay. So now let's see what all table spaces I have in the database. So I will select the name only. Okay. and I want to know whether it's a big file table space or small file from v dollar table space. Okay. So see, I have 15 table spaces. Okay. Now you must be interested. Okay. Can you observe that how many system table spaces are there? 3. Okay. Now, first of all, let me tell you, none of the table space is big file table space. All the table spaces are small file table space, which means they can have multiple data files associated with them. Okay. Now, each database will have only one system table space. Okay. Why there are 3 system table spaces? Reason, it has one system table space for root container, one for seed PDB, another one is for the PDB that we created, regular one. Okay. Now you see, can you see that the container ID is 2 for PDB seed, container ID is 3 for PDB. So if I select along with name and ID from v dollar table space, and I will order it by container ID. Okay. Now you will see that container 1 means container ID 1 means you will always see this root container will always have ID 1. Okay. Which means root container has 5 table spaces: system, sysops, undo, user, and temp. Okay. Temp we know it is a temporary table space. Undo we know it holds undo data. System and sysops, they hold data dictionary, and users data, applications data. Okay. On top of that, suppose you don't want to use user table space. You want to keep your data separately. So what you decide, I will create my own table space, which will have its own data file. So my applications data will not be stored in any other data file, but in my own data file. So for my application, suppose your application name is, let's say, training. Okay. So we will create table space for ourselves. Okay. Similarly, see, container 2 has, you will see container 2 doesn't have users table space. See, if you had observed, this doesn't have user table space. Why? Because it doesn't hold any data for user. This is a template, just a template. Okay. What is the role of template? It does not do anything, but it simply guides you. So using this template, you create this PDB. Okay. And this is actual PDB, which is used by application, which is our container 3. Okay. Am I clear, guys?
Yes, yes.
Ashini?
Indra. Yes, yes.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
the PDB that you created while you created the database, so it is with this container ID 3 or 3, right?
Yes, it is 3. It is given by
It is
database itself. I didn't give it.
okay.
Okay.
So
Now,
1 and 2 is by default system created, and any while we are creating
the 1 is
database
2
and
always reserved for these two, and from 3
we can
onwards, yeah, whatever PDBs you will create, it will be given to them. Okay.
okay.
Now let me tell you, there is a requirement. Okay. Development guys said, I want, we are going to create a new application. Okay. And we want to store that data separately. Okay. Either they will tell you, or being a DBA, okay, it's always good to manage data separately. Okay. So if you have 3 applications connecting to your database, have 3 table spaces. one for each. Okay. So if you are bringing any table space offline, other applications will be unimpacted. Okay. So all your applications will be connecting to your regular PDBs. They are not going to connect root container. They are not going to connect sheet PDB. They will be connecting to regular PDB. Okay. So we also have, so see, using this command, I can see how many PDBs we have. Okay. So let me find where you will find general commands. Okay. Which is reoccurring. Okay. Which we need to use again and again. Okay. So see how to check the status of pluggable database. Okay. So show PDBs. Okay. How many PDBs we have. Now I want to connect to my PDB. Okay. So we will be connecting our PDB and then we will create table space in that PDB. So now we are connecting our PDB. How can we connect? Alter session set container, alter session set container equals to the name of the container. Okay. And if you want to make sure which container have you connected to, show container name, you will find you are connected to your container. Okay. So I have covered. I will upload this document and I will keep updating wherever I find new command. Okay. You can also update this document whenever you find any new command. You can do that. Okay. So see, it is covered here. Okay. You connect to first container database, root container, then you get the PDB detail, then you connect to your PDB, and then you can either get the ID or the name, whatever you are comfortable with. If you are comfortable with the ID, you can get the ID. So now we are connected to the PDB, okay, which is accessed by our application. So let's see how many table spaces are there. So describe, DESC means describe. Okay. So this is the view. Okay. View means we always say data dictionary, data dictionary. Data dictionary is what? They are the collection of table space. Okay. They are the collection of views, different views. Views means what? They are as good as tables. Okay. They stores the information about the database. Okay, which means this is a view. It holds the information about table spaces. Okay. So that is how. If I want to see how many users are there in the database, so I will use DBA underscore users. Okay, using this view, I can get the information of all the users. So how many roles are there in the database? Okay. How many privileges are there? Okay. So we have views which holds the information about database. So metadata of the database. Okay.
Like
Yes.
you mentioned about, you taken an example how many users are there in the database, right? In a SQL server, there might be like multiple databases, so it will be showing only the number of users or usernames only that have access to that particular database, or it will show the users who are tagged to that SQL server.
SQL Server. Are you referring
Like
Microsoft SQL Server?
yeah, means in my organization, like under the SQL Server, we have like multiple databases. So you
No, that
mentioned
is
that
different.
we,
See, Microsoft SQL Server's architecture is completely different. It used to have multiple
okay,
databases. For multiple databases, there will be one user which can connect all the databases. In Oracle, there is only one database. Okay. Oracle does not have multiple databases. So what Microsoft architecture, this Microsoft server does, it has different databases. Okay, they call it database. whatever databases are there, here they are table spaces. Okay.
Oh, in
So there are
Oracle, one cannot create multiple databases in Oracle.
one user, one database user, you mean to say?
No, multiple database for example, Warrior 1, Warrior 2, Warrior 3, or
You
like
can
three
create,
databases.
you can create, but you will never have a common user who can connect all. You cannot have one common DB user who can connect all the databases. No.
Okay.
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 So yes. Now we want to create a table space. Okay. So let me tell you. Yes. So we need this. Okay. Now see, when we create table space, there are many things that we can use. Okay. A lot of things. These all options are available. These are used, okay, when it is needed. But I'll show you how a general table space is created. How usually the table spaces are created for production database. Okay. Now minimum extent means this is size clause. So we are going to use size. I'll show you how many, what should be the size of database. Okay. So this is the size. This is how, okay, size clause, which is size keyword. Then how much KB or MB we want to use. Then there is logging clause. Do we want to enable force logging? Do we want to encrypt this table space? Then default table space we will discuss when we create user. Do we want to bring this table online after creation, or do you want to keep offline? Okay, then extend management, segment management, flashback mode, and lot many things. Okay, so we are going to cover one by one. Okay, so let me first tell you. So create, okay, big file or a small file. So we are creating small file table space. Okay, so we need not to mention small file. Okay, small file is by default. So create table space. Now the table space name is, let's say, TBS underscore training. Okay, so create small file we don't need. Okay, now we are creating permanent table space. Okay, so create small file table space name we have given. Now we want to associate a data file, so we will give data file. Okay, then file specification, which means the location of the file. Okay, so we want to, okay, let me go here and connect. Let me take a new session. So we want to inside Aura, inside data, inside Aura 19, okay, inside data file. Okay, this is where I want to create my data file. Okay, so this is my location. So I have copied it and then pasting here. Okay, and then I want to give the name of the data file. So usually what happens, whatever your table space name is, okay, after that you will put 01 dbf. Okay, now we want to use minimum extent and block size. Okay, so which means the size. So we want to keep the size as, let's say, 10 MB. Okay, the maximum size of this data file can be 32 GB. Okay, so currently we are allocating only 10 MB. Okay. Okay, now logging clause. Logging clause means what? There are some logging mode in the database. Okay, logging means, can you relate the logging word, whatever we have discussed so far? Can you relate it? What is the logging? Where logging comes into picture?
Like listener?
No, listener is not the log. No, it is a part of SGA. Redo logs.
Yeah. So, yeah, redo log buffer.
Right? So what we can do, okay, if we take any session, okay, and if we want to execute some SQL in no logging mode, okay, which means you want to perform update, insert in DML, but you don't want to generate logs for that. So you can do that. So this is about logging clause. Okay. By default, your database runs in normal mode. Okay. So you can take a session and you can run that session in low logging mode. Okay. But if a database, if you have enabled force logging, which means if somebody is taking a session, running its query in no logging mode, but still it will generate the logs because the system, the database is in force logging mode. Okay. So do we want to keep this table space in force logging mode? For now, we don't want to do this. Do we want to use encrypted table space? No, we don't want to use encrypted table space. Okay. Encryption is altogether a different topic. So we are not going to discuss it. Okay. Now the default table space, we will discuss it. Okay. What we can do in to a user, we can assign a default table space, which means if a user is storing any data, it will by default be stored in its default table space. Okay. So when we create user, we will talk about default table space. Okay. Obviously, between online and offline, we want to keep our table space online. Okay. For some maintenance purpose, or if we want to back up the table space, okay, for the time we want to bring the table space offline. Otherwise, we will keep it open. We will keep it online for the access by user. Okay. Now the extend management clause. Guys, this is very important. If there is a question on table space, okay, you are asked about extend management. Okay. So extend management is what? If you know there are blocks, logical structure, okay, multiple blocks, mid, extends. Okay. So extend is a term you want, I mean, your memory is allocated. Okay. The best example in a layman term, when you buy groceries, okay, so you buy groceries in terms of kg or kilograms and grams. Okay. So in the same way, when you buy some blocks, okay, memory, you buy in terms of extents. Okay. So how many extents? How many MBs? So extents are group of blocks. Okay. Now we know that memory is allocated in terms of extents to a segment. Okay. So segments are nothing but table or index. Okay. So when you create a table, okay, obviously you need some space. So you get space in terms of extents. Okay. Now, when these extents are managed, okay, when we say extent management means the details about these extents. Okay. So details, extent management is what? Details of extents. Which details? Okay. Where the blocks coming from. Okay. Where means which data file. Yeah. Because eventually the storage is coming from data file. Okay. So these blocks are part of which data file? Okay. This comes under extent management. Okay. So when a query is run, it knows like, okay, the Oracle server process knows that I have to read the data from this data file. Okay. So this comes from extent management. Okay. Now, if extent management is done locally, Locally means if extent details are kept in the table space itself. This is called locally managed extents. If the same details, the details of extents, okay, if extent details are kept in data dictionary, okay, then it is called data dictionary managed, or it is called dictionary managed extents. Okay, so locally managed extents are better in terms of performance. Okay, so in interview, if somebody asks you, when you create table space, have you heard of extent management? Okay. What type of extent management are there? Two types. Either extents are managed locally in the table space itself, or it is managed in the data dictionary. Okay, so in the beginning, traditionally, extents are managed in dictionary only. Okay, but over the time, now they are managed locally. Now I have heard that going forward, they are going to decommission the dictionary based extent management. Okay, so what is the difference between locally managed extent and dictionary managed extent? When the details of extents are stored in the table space itself, that is locally managed. When the extents details are managed or stored in the dictionary, it is called dictionary managed table space. Okay, if we are not mentioning anything, it is locally managed extent. Okay, make sense, guys? Am I clear?
About the, I'm little confused on this post and logging, the logging clause, the two options. What exactly, can you please once again?
Force logging means usually if you enable archiving, if you run your database in archive log mode, okay, what it does, it creates logs. Or normally, even if you don't run your database in archive log mode, normally also if whenever you perform any DML, okay, they generate logs. When you commit or roll back, they generate logs. Okay, so in redo logs, the logs are stored. Okay, now what happens, what you can do, if you want to run some of your operation in no logging mode, so which means they are not going to generate any logs. Now why do we have redo logs in the database? To perform recovery if required. Okay, but some user prefers not to generate redo. They are okay with the data loss. The data might not be important, so they say, okay, we are going ready to take risk, don't generate any redo logs for me, I'm fine. If I lose the data, I'm fine. Okay, so they decide, they create a session. Okay, in the session, they make settings that don't generate logs for me. Okay, which means they do their work in no logging mode. But if at table level, table space level, if we enable force logging, okay, so whether you are performing your operation in no logging mode, still it will create the logs. Why? Because the force logging is enabled. Okay, but we usually don't take care of logging at table space. We take care of logging at database level. Okay, so your production database, if it is very critical, you will find that force logging is enabled. Okay, you can, okay, I'll show you. Let me just first create the table space, then I'll show you how can you identify whether your database in force logging mode or not. Perfect. So similarly, segment management also, is it locally or dictionary based? Flashback mode, we have not yet discussed, so I'm parking it for now. Okay. Anyway, it is not required, and loss rate protection is also not required at the moment. Okay. Now let's go and create one more thing, auto extend. So by default, auto extend is off. Okay. Auto extension is kept off. What is the meaning of auto extend? See, we are creating the data file size 10 MB. What is the maximum size of this data file? What can be the maximum size? 32 GB?
32 GB.
Yeah. So currently
Yes.
we are creating it with 10 GB, 10 MB. Okay. Now suppose this table space, we start uploading the data in this table space. Okay. This is overutilized. Now it is completely utilized. All 10 MB is utilized. Okay. Now it will run out of space. Okay. If auto extend option is on, database itself allocate some storage to it, and it will keep allocating the storage until all 32 GB is utilized. Okay. If I keep the auto extension off, it will start throwing the error that there is no sufficient storage. But if I keep auto extension on, we can use up to 32 GB. Okay. So in
So
production,
by default,
yes, by default it is 32 GB.
no,
Yes.
if I'm not giving this auto extend on or off, if I'm just limiting the command size 10 MB, is there any default value to this? Is it auto extend on? It is set to
No,
on or off?
auto extension, then it will be 10 MB only. It will not go beyond 10
Okay.
MB. You will have to allocate space manually. You will have to extend this table space manually. So what you are doing, you are
Okay.
not extending it manually, you are doing it auto.
And
So database
so
is doing for you.
if auto extension is off and if it is reaching to its maximum limit, will it be creating a second DBF or it will throw an error? Like,
No, it will throw error. If auto extension is off, it
okay,
will throw error. And if auto extend on and all 32 GB is occupied, then also it will throw error. You need to
okay, okay.
add one more data file. Okay.
And one more question,
Let-
Indra. So, like, we created database yesterday, right? Without creating this table space, small or large table space, if I'm creating some tables and adding data to the creating tables and adding data to the table. So default, will it be creating a DBF because everything, whatever we do, it will be returned to the data file, right?
Data files. I'll tell you.
So, okay,
I'll tell you where it is created. If you are not creating any table space where the data is, very good question. I'll tell you where it is created. That's where this default
okay,
concept, I'm holding it. So that's where this is the answer for your question. This is the concept.
okay.
So now my table space is created. So Keshav, I will suggest you to hold this question for now. Okay, I'm going to explain in detail when we create user. I'm going to explain this in detail.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. So just keep this question with you. Okay. Now my table space is created. Let me check from v dollar table space. Let me check. Select name from v dollar table space. Guys, let me tell you one thing. We are connected to PDB. Okay. This v dollar table space of PDB will show me the table spaces of this PDB only. Okay. When we connected to container database, root container, and when we accessed this v dollar table spaces, it had shown me the table spaces for all the pluggable, all the containers. Okay, be it pluggable, bleed, CDB, whatever containers are there, it had shown me for all because it had access. But this PDB has the access to its own table spaces. Now, one question. With this $V table space. Can you tell me what data files are associated with this table space? This name gives me the name of table space. Can I get data file information from here? What do you think? If you can read it out.
Third column, yeah, included in database backup. Good that.
No. There is another view called DBA underscore table space. I believe no. DBA. Let's see if it is. So this is another view, okay, which gives more details of table spaces. Okay, this gives this V table space gives limited details. If you want to get more details, okay, see up to extent level. What is the block size? What is the initial extent? What is the next extents? Minimum, maximum size of this, percentage increase, everything, anything and everything. See, force logging is enabled or not, if extent management is enabled or not, is it locally or what. You can get all type of big file, is it encrypted, okay, all type of information you can get it from here, whatever you want to check. Now I want to see the association of table space and data files. So this is another view, DBA data files. Okay. So here you can see table space name and file name. Okay. Here you will see the size of the table space and data file. Are they auto extensible? What is the maximum size? Okay. Online status, whether they are online or offline. Okay. So let's see. Select table space name, comma, file name. Okay. The size. Okay. It is in bytes. So let me convert it into KB MB. Okay. Auto extensibility. Extensible. And let's have a status as well from DBA data. Okay, it will give information about all the table spaces, but I want the information only for the table space whose name is, what was the name of our table space? DBS underscore training. Guys, this I'm formatting it. Okay, set lines means set line size 200, which means in a line I can have 200 characters. Okay, this is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 like this. So in a line I can have 200 characters. In a page size, in a page I will have 200 lines, and if you use this / it will re-execute the query. Okay, you can resize the column name, format, and the size is what could be, okay, let's say 40 characters. Yeah, no, it's more than 40. So 3 is left. Let's make it 45. Okay, so I'm doing formatting. Okay, so my table space name is DBS training. File name is this. Okay, size is, this is in MB. So this is 10 MB currently. Auto extensible. Yes, it is auto extended. Status is available, which means it is open. Profile is nothing but is a collection of some parameters. Inside a profile, there are two types of parameter. One is related to the resource. Resource means how many connections a user can have simultaneously. Okay. How much CPU it can use. Such type of resource related parameter. And second type of parameters are password related parameters, which means after these many number of unsuccessful attempts, user account should be locked. Okay. Or what should be the length of password, minimum password length. If you are creating a user which has the password without special characters, okay, but if the user is assigned a profile, okay, which must have special character, so it will throw error. Okay. So if we are creating a profile, which means we are working on these parameters. Now, what are all these parameters? We'll briefly talk about this. The first one is session per user, sessions per user, which means how many concurrent sessions simultaneously if I create a user and if I give 2 sessions per value, which means a user can connect to the database with 3 different sessions. It can create 3 sessions, not more than 3 sessions. So one, okay, which means suppose if I create a user, if I take 3 different sessions from 3 MobiX from there, and if I try to have 4, it will not allow me to connect to the database. If we talk about the next, so it is CPU per session, which means specify the CPU time limit for a user session, which means suppose if I give it 1 CPU per session. Okay. Now, when you have created a session, when you have connected to the database, and if you run a query, okay, if you run a long running query, which is running for more than 5 hours, for example, okay, it fetches a lot of data. So if a user is connected to database for 5 hours, which means it is doing some work and that work needs CPU.
So when coming to this session per user, for example, if we are giving 3 and then mobile term, like if we are coming out abnormally, like exit of it without a smooth exit, like log off. So is it treated as killing the session, or internally database will treat that already he logged in, he or she?
So if a session is terminated abnormally, okay, if the session was idle for getting it terminated, it is considered an exit. Okay. Which means
Okay.
no session.
Coming out of the session. Okay.
Yes, but if you are running a query, if a session is active and it is running a query, again, if a query has been running for 15 minutes, okay, it needs 5 minutes more, but the session is terminated abnormally. What it would do, whatever work it has done, it will roll back that work. Okay. So whatever time it takes to roll back the work, it will be considered as session. So session is disconnected from your machine, but the session is there at database. It is doing its work. So unless the work is rolled back, session will be there.
Can I kill it?
Yes, you can kill it. You can kill it from the database.
Because it's not finished rolling back. What happens then?
So the killing again, what it will do, killing again will roll back the whatever transaction you have done. So killing does the same thing. Okay. So what happens? Suppose you are connected to a database and the query has been running for 15 minutes. Okay. Now if you get disconnected, so either you will kill it yourself, or what database will do, database will wait for this parameter, which is idle time. Okay. So once it crosses this idle time, database will kick it off, which means the database will roll back and exit it, will kill it itself. So either you are killing it manually or the database itself will do it.
I have a question. If, like you said, the query is running like 5 hours or so, is this realistic?
Is this?
I mean, is this realistic? I mean, I never had in my time.
It is realistic. It is realistic. Yes, it is realistic.
Can I like ask the database if the query is like still ongoing, or just like stuck.
Yes. So there is a view called long running queries, vrawler session underscore long ops. Okay. So from that view, you can get the session who has been active for a long time. Okay. If there is a session for let's say if it has been running for 30 minutes, okay, you will find that session in this field. From $$ session underscore long ops, you can find it.
And it's also showing me the state of the query.
State of
If
yes,
it is running or not running.
yes, it will show you that.
Forgive me, but it's very hard for me to imagine that somebody will run a query so long.
Yes, let me tell
Yeah.
you. In my current environment, yes, in my current environment, when the billing process is run, it takes 8 hours.
What process?
Billing. When they bill to the customer, when they generate
Every month.
Yes. So 2 or 3 hours are normal. Sometimes it takes 8 hours. So based on the volume, it takes time. So yes, there are sessions. In fact, if you run your backup, if you are taking the full backup of the database, okay, you will find that your database is taking 8 to 10 hours. Currently, we have 12 TB database, which takes 13 hours. Okay. So you will
Did you say TB like terabytes?
Yes, 13 terabyte.
It's huge.
It's really huge. And the database was created back in 2005. So it's been around 18 years. Yeah, but the business is growing, application is growing, you will find the database is also growing.
So it's kind of normal, the size.
Yes, it is not.
I mean, the biggest one I have ever seen that we use within our application are, I think, 100 gigabytes or 200.
I've been working for last 10 years. When I started working for an organization, it's a bank here in India. So that time we created a new database. And when I left after 2 years working the organization, it went up to 200 GB from 0. Okay. So now back to the parameters. So CPU per session. Okay. Now you are connected to the database, but you want to limit the usage of CPU. Okay. So you can limit it here that beyond one CPU, this session cannot use. So if you have a long running session which wants or which needs more than one CPU, it is not allowed. So with this parameter, you can restrict a user. Okay, so you can plan it. Suppose if you are planning to have 100 sessions connected to the database at the same time, so you can plan like this. If you have 100 CPU on the server, so you can give each user or each session one CPU. Now CPU per call. Now what is a call? So we know that okay, when a session, what actually happens in the session? Either they read the data from the data files or from the instance, or the user insert the data or update the data or delete the data. So any SQL statement is the call. Okay. So if you want to limit the CPU per call, that is also possible. That for one transaction, okay, you want to limit the CPU. Now connect time. So it specifies the total elapsed time limit for a user session. So you want a user to connect only for 30 minutes. You don't want to allow a user to connect to more than 30 minutes. So this is the moment it will be 30 minutes, it will disconnect the session. At the same time, idle time. If the session is connected, okay, If it is not doing anything, okay, then what you can do, you can configure this parameter, let's say 15 minutes. So if a session has been inactive for 15 minutes, it will be killed. Now logical reads per session. So in a session, how many logical reads, how many data you can read from the memory and from the disk. Okay. From the memory means from the SGA, from the instance. A disk means from the data file. So you can limit that as well. Okay. But usually in production environment, you don't set up because you want your application to work. And most of the time, you cannot anticipate how much data an application requires. So you keep it unlimited. But if you are creating a user for internal user, okay, for internal team, so you can do that. Again, logical reads per call. So what is a call? Transaction. Select, insert, update, okay, fetching the data, executing any procedure, parsing, they are all call. Now, if any SQL statement is reading, suppose you want to limit 100 bytes. Okay, so what it will do if its value is 100 byte, which means it cannot read more than 100 bytes. This session cannot read more than 100 bytes for a statement. Okay. If you are keeping it 1 GB, which means you cannot read data more than 1 GB in this session. If you want to read more data, exit and then connect. Okay. In the same way, SGA, private SGA, it specifies the amount of private memory space that a session can allocate in shared pool. So from the SGA, you can have your fixed space for a session. But as I mentioned, it is not good. Okay. It is better to decide by application itself. Okay. Now, Harshini, you asked about composite limit. So composite limit means when you work around with these parameters. So let Oracle decide. Okay. You don't give it any, you keep all other parameters with respect to resources, which is CPU per session, CPU per call. Okay, then logical reads per session, logical reads per call, and private SGA. So when you don't want to configure these parameters separately, what you do, you keep them unlimited and you set the composite limit. So if composite limit takes care of all these parameters, so you are automating the configuration of these 5 parameters. Okay. So it specify the total resource cost for a session expressed in service unit. Okay. The total service units are calculated as weighted sum of these. So for an application user, what you do, you keep almost everything unlimited, which means if any application, suppose your e-commerce application connects to the database, creates a session, you keep it unlimited. Otherwise, suppose if it is doing something and due to these restrictions, it is not able to fetch the data. So these are the resource related parameters that we can configure in a profile, and that profile is assigned to a user. So it will be applicable to those. Now, if we talk about password parameters, which is comparatively simple than resource parameter. So the first one is failed login attempt. Guys, let me tell you these password parameters, they are very crucial when it comes to audit. So if you have heard of PCI audit, payment card industry audit. So this is something that I do it every year, and the auditor, external auditor who visits us, who does the audit, I find them more interested in password parameters. Okay. So you need to work on these parameters. Okay. So failed login attempt means it specify the number of consecutive, okay, it is consecutive, failed login attempts before the user is logged. So I mean, it's pretty simple. If you have logged into the net banking of bank, if you log into any of in your Gmail, okay, or somewhere Amazon, Netflix, if you have logged in there, and if you enter your password wrong for n number of times. So suppose if we keep this value 10, and if you have entered wrong password 10 times, that too consecutively, your account will be locked. You will not be able to log in. So it is directly related with the security. Okay. So if somebody is trying trying to log in with your credentials, okay, and they are guessing your password, okay, so they log their. So if you remember the correct password after 10 attempts, your account will be locked. Now the password lifetime. Password lifetime in days. Okay, so for example, if you set it for 180 days, you can use same password for 180 days. Okay. After 180 days, you need to change the password. Then password reuse time. Suppose if I set it as 365, which means we cannot reuse the same password for 365 days. So if I'm using one password now, the password is set for me today. I cannot reuse the same password for next 1 year. If I have to reuse the same password, I cannot. Okay. Then password reuse max. Okay. So this is again the number of passwords. Okay. After which only I can reuse the password. So suppose if I give it 3, okay, and if I reset one password now, so after resetting password now, I have to use 3 different passwords to reuse this password again. Okay. So both of these parameters, password reuse time and password reuse max, they both are for same purpose, which is related to reuse of the password. One talks about the time, the other talks about the number. Okay.
I have a question about that because you said it's very important if you have an audit. What do you do if you, like, we have an application that is centered around the database, and the application has to log in with the user for the application because it uses the database all the time. So we are kind of bound to that the password never expires, because otherwise the system just won't work. The service just gonna refuse to work. Is there everything else that we can do regarding security and audit?
Yes, we can do that. So the first thing about the failed login attempt. So as per audit, suppose if the compliance standard change and currently it is 10, but they have changed it to use 3. So you need to make changes in this parameter.
Usually it's this, just in a config file like an ini, and they are just all the connection string is stored in it.
No, init is related to the initialization parameter, database parameters, and they are password parameter, which is for user inside the database, not outside of the database. Yes. Now, password log time. It specifies the number of days that Oracle will log an account after a specified number of. So we talked about failed login attempt. Okay. Now, suppose I cross the limit of failed login attempts and got my account locked. Now it will be locked for how long? Will it be locked forever? If you want to lock it forever, you can give unlimited. Or if you want to lock it for 15 minutes, then you can set 15 minutes. Okay. So since it is in days, you need to convert those 15 minutes into days. If you want to keep it for half days, 12 hours. So you can lock it for 12 hours. Password grace time. So grace time is what you get notified, okay, before your account or password expires. So suppose I have created my account now, okay, on 1st June, okay, and its validity is 180 days. Its life is 180 days, which means my password will expire in next 6 months. So if it is 1st June today, my account will expire on 1st of December. I'm counting with months. 180 days will be a bit lesser than 1st December. Now, if I say, if I set this grace time, password grace time is 7 days. So from the 1st December, it will calculate 7 days, which comes around 24th November. And from 24th November onwards, whenever I log into database, whenever I connect to the database, I will get a message that my account is about to expire in 7 days. Change your password. If I change my password, good. If I don't change password for next day, I will get your password is about to expire. Change it. So grace time means it allows you to reset your password. You can connect to the database in grace time, grace period. But once your password is expired, you cannot connect to database. Okay. So these all parameters are required. This is what a profile is. So whenever we say user profile, we are profiling a user, which means we are working on resource and password parameter. So now let's quickly connect a profile for us. We can create using create profile, then name of the profile. So we are giving it app user, which means our application will connect to the database using whatever user will be created for applications, and those users will have this profile. So create profile, app user, and now the limit keyword, we are limiting composite limit, unlimited. We can see the resource, all resources we have kept unlimited because it is an application user. We don't want to limit application user. Field login attempt 10, password lifetime 6 months, password reuse time is unlimited, which means never use this password. Password reuse max is unlimited. That means we can never reuse the password. Password verify function, it is null at the moment. So I'll tell you if there is a password for 19c and how we can configure it. Yes, Keshav, go on.
I think Oracle has its own some custom profiles, right? Where one can use or
Yes, we can see. So when we create database, we have some standard profile created with the database that we can get it from DBA profiles. We want to see what all profile we have get it from DBA. That is what profiles.
and another question like I know that it's out of not related to this one, but like the DBA users means the regular users, surprisingly, we noticed that the account is expired. So, is there a way for Oracle to send an email notification that your password will be expiring on so and so date, like when it is nearing to that particular date, at least 1 week before some
So
some process job?
So like a password reminder.
Yeah,
yes,
password
kind of
reminder.
password. Yes, you can do that. So what you can do, either shell scripting, using shell scripting, or by OEM. So what you can do at OEM, you can create a metric extension. Yeah, and you can deploy that metric extension for your database. When you deploy it, it asks you how many times do you want to run in a day? It asks for the frequency. If you set that frequency once in a day, and suppose if you give, if any user is running in grace period, so it will give you the mail. Okay. You can configure the mail at OEM as well. If you want to send it to directly to the end user, then configure their mail ID at OEM. So they will get the mail.
Okay. Like you mentioned earlier, you will share some scripts, some jobs
Yeah, that is
that you are
related to
using.
health.
Can you
Health checks. So
please?
health monitoring. Yeah, I'll do. I'll share it with you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
But the solution that we discussed just now, it's very costly. Instead, what Oracle does, whenever somebody connects to the database, the user is in grace period. The database sends them the message. Yes, we need not to do anything explicitly. But yes, if you want to do it, you can do it. Okay, for application, at least you do it, because application is not a human being. If you are sending a message to a human being, they can take the action, but application cannot. So you can do it for application. We have done that. So we use OEM for that. Okay. So yes, it's a very good question. So this profile, when we create database, we get these two profiles created, default, and with 19c, it is Aura stick. So we can, if we are not assigning any profile to our user, by default, this default profile will be assigned to the user when it is created. So first, let's create this profile and then see how in the database we can get the details. You can see that profile is created, and now we check here. You can see if user profile has been created. Let's quickly check what all columns are there. So we have profile name, then resource name, resource type, okay, which is resource parameter or password parameter, and its value. So let's select all from DBA underscore files, where file name is the one that we have just created. All columns we need file, need resource name, need resource type, source type, so type tells limit. Limit means it's your from DBA and your files. Right? So size is 200, page size is 200. Profile is not page. Let's set column profile for A. How much better? See, this kernel resource type is kernel means the resource parameter, CPU, reads, etc. And the other one is password related. So we can see. For any profile, you will find only these parameters. Now, you spend most of your time on profiling once you create a new database, once you create a new user. Okay. Once you develop a new application, okay, it's a one, you can call it a one-time effort. Once you have created one application user, if you want to create second application user, you will already have a profile created for you. Okay, so you just need to use that profile. So in the beginning itself only you create a lot of time. Otherwise, if your auditor finds something based on the compliance changes, that time you need to change this parameter. Okay. So if you want to change the parameter, alter profile, profile name, okay, then We get the syntax. Alter file. So you will find the syntax here. Alter profile, profile name, limit, parameter name. Is it a resource parameter or password parameter? In that. So let's do it. Alter profile, we have given alter profile, profile name. We need to give limit. Limit, we want to keep limit as 3. Parameter name is failed login attempts. Redundant source. Limit, profile, limit. Failed login attempts. You can see the profile has been altered. We again check, select. So we can see from 10, it's now 10. So we can change it as per our requirement. Alter profile, profile name, limit, this parameter. Okay. So any question on profiling? Otherwise, the next thing we will create a user. And in case if you want to drop a user, drop a profile, we can use this statement. Drop profile, profile name, and then cascade. So what this cascade word, keyword do, it revokes the profile, whoever users it is assigned to. Okay. And the user will be assigned a default profile. Okay. So now let's first create a user if you are all good. So how can we create a user?
And
Using
is there a way to set the password limitations like special characters, some at symbol or dollar symbol?
yes. Yes. So that is done by password verification function.
Okay, password.
Currently, we have not assigned any function. So let me check. Here it is. So these 3 functions. Out of these 3 functions, we can use any function. So if we view the definition of this, okay. So what I'm doing, I'm trying to read the definition of this function. Okay, what is written inside the function. So how can I get the definition of any object? Function, procedure, table, index, okay, anything. How can I get the definition? So there is a package called DBMS metadata. Inside that package, a procedure is there, ATTL. Now it asks for function, object type, object name, and honor. From here. The set long I just didn't get. I don't know why it is not giving me complete definition. It is giving me only first line. Let's try to wait for the process. Another function, strong function. range. So yes, for now, let me check why it is not giving me. Otherwise, what happens? It will give me the definition of this function, and inside that definition, you will find that it is using all those criteria that you are talking about. That a password length should be minimum 8. It should use a special character. It should not be a dictionary word. Okay. The password should not be the old one that we have already used. It is all mentioned here. And uh, what we can do, so this is what we can do, alter profile app user limit password verify function. Its value is, let's say we want to use basic function, let's use this link identifier. That's true. So this single quote was not required. Now, whatever criteria is mentioned in this function, okay, it will be applied to the user whose this profile will be assigned. Or if you don't want to use Oracle supplied function for password verification, you can create your own as well. Let's create a user. So what username should we use? We want to use authentication by password. So password, let's keep password, our common password, welcome one. Now we want to use default table space. So do we have any table space? Sky DBA underscore b table space. So name, file, let's use DBA spaces. Okay. Let's go table space. Spaces. Okay. So this formatting sometime, if you are working on data, better to use SQL Developer. Table space, and I believe content was there, right? Select table space name. Oops. DBA table spaces. So we want to use permanent table spaces. We have user, we have TBS1, we have TBS training. So shall we use TBS training? Table space, permanent table space, is it fine? Can we use this?
Yes.
And now the temporary table space. Okay. We have two temporary table space. Okay. In fact, three. So temp, temp1, and TBS temp. Okay. Now, if we want to use any temporary table space out of this, we can mention. So what I'm doing here, I'm not going to use any. Okay, and we know that the temporary table space of a database is temp. Okay, so we are expecting that we are not going to mention it explicitly. Implicitly, by default, the database temporary table space will be allocated to the user. So I'm not going to use this. And now the profile. Profile we have just created app user. And this password expire, what it will do, it will force a user change the password when it logs into the database for the first time. So any question, or should we go on creating the user? Password verification for this field. See, password must contain one or more special characters. Okay. Don't use @ instead use welcome. Now this is coming from the password verification function. Okay. Let's see, we get any error. So created. So welcome $1. So now we have DBA users view. We can get the information of all the users from here. Let's see, select user name. Password, it doesn't store. It gives, it is storing the password, but it does not. Then account status. Okay. If account is logged, then when it is logged. Okay. It gives when the account was logged. And expiry date, when will it expire? Default tablespace. Temporary tablespace. When the user is created. When what profile is assigned. You can see if you want to get last login, okay, password change date also we can get. Okay. This was not there in 12c, but now we can get it. So this particular column is new for me as well. But what I can make out is when the password is changed. Okay, so we'll see. We'll change the password. We'll see what value we get in these columns. So our username is the name of our user. Ready. There. Some name. That's true. Ready. So status for it. Okay. So our username is training. Password, as I told you, there is nothing in this column. Account status is expired. Obviously, it has to be expired because here we mentioned password expired. Okay. So it is expired. Now, expiry date was expired on 7th June today. What is the default table space? TBS_training. Okay, this is what we gave. Okay. We intentionally skip the temporary table space default one. Okay. So you can see the database default training default table space is assigned to it. Okay. If we missed to provide default permanent table space, it would have given user, which is the database default permanent table space. The user is created on 7th June and profile of the user is athletes. Okay, guys. Any question?
Earlier
Yeah.
you mentioned that the password will be encrypted. DBA cannot see the password, so it will be showing us in an encrypted mode, or can a DBA see the password?
DBA cannot see the password.
Okay, if I'm setting the password as some ABC1, so DBA cannot see that actual password. Sometimes some developers will be asking to create a user for an application. We need to share the password, right? So that they can use in other like scheduler jobs.
No, so you cannot take it from the database. You need to store separately. Okay. So let me tell you, there is a tool. Pass. You can use this tool. So in my organization, we use this tool to store the passwords.
Yeah, this is a separate tool, just like LastPass, KeepPass. Okay.
Yes, yes, like this. TPAM. Like, so every organization has their own safe. We have the KeepPass. But yes, from the database,
So,
we cannot get the plain text password.
okay, we cannot see the password.
See how password you can see. This is the view I was talking about. We want to see the password of the user that we have created just now. This is our password in hexadecimal.
Okay.
While our actual password is welcome $1. Now, why this is useful, I'll tell you. Now, we have created the user. If we want to change the password of this user, then we can do it using this command. Alter user, username identified by new password to be changed. If we want to reuse the same password, subjected to profile, it is allocated, it must be allowed. And suppose if we don't remember the password, we forget the password, okay, or if we don't have the password, still we can change the password, alter username identified by values. Okay, and this value come from here. Is provide this value, password will be fixed. For example, you don't remember the password and you don't have time to set the new password. Now let me tell you what happens. In real life, when you develop an application, okay, so it's not like it's a one-page application, one-page code or two-page. It's a 1,000-page, okay, which is written in multiple modules. Okay. Now each module needs to connect to the database. So suppose you have 15 modules, okay, and somehow you miss the grace period. The application missed the grace period, okay, and password is expired. Application is unable to connect to the database. Okay. You are losing the business. You don't have downtime. It's a peak hour. What will you do? If you create new password and give it to application team, they need to enter that new password in 15 modules. Okay. Which means if you talk practically, it will take, if you try to do it quickly, still you cannot do it more than 15-20 minutes. You cannot do this earlier than 15-20 minutes. At least you are going to take 15-20 minutes. Okay. So this is a loss of business for 15 minutes. So what you can do, you can quickly get this. Let's just give me a second. Now, so the quickest way in this scenario, are you clear with the problem statement? What is the problem?
But like you said, in your organization, you are using some external tool, KeepPass, so that DBA will
You can get it from
add.
yes,
Yeah, means
but
the DBA Oracle doesn't store, right? That particular DBA person will be adding the passwords over there.
yes, in the same. Yes, yes.
Okay.
So suppose you don't have password there as well. By mistake, it is stolen. Okay. Or you are not sure. Somebody else
Okay.
that
Want to wait
done
to
it
recheck.
earlier, but you are not sure. Okay. Now in that case, what you can do, you can quickly see, you can get this value from the database. We'll execute this query, we'll get the value, and here, okay, you will put this value and execute this command. Within seconds, your password will be renewed. Your password will be reset. Not reset, but the same password you can use. What it does, it actually resets the expire time. So account status again open, right? So your account is not expired yet. Now let's talk about the distinct account dashboard status from DBA dashboard use. So we have expired, and locked, we have opened, we have locked. Okay. Which means open means you can connect to database, locked means failed login attempt. It has passed failed login attempt value and now the account is locked. So we can manually unlock as well. Okay, we need not to wait for 1 day. We can use this alter username, okay, whatever it is, alter username, okay, account unlock. So this will unlock the account for us manually. We can do it from it. If it is expired, change the password is the only thing. So we can change the password and expire status will go up. Right? Fine. What else? If you want to drop a user, you can drop that. Drop username cascade. So what does this cascade will do? Whatever objects are owned by this user. Okay, suppose if this user creates a table, okay, insert some rows in the table, there may be multiple tables. So this cascade, what cascade does? It drops, it deletes those tables as well. So in which database we created user? Did we create user in root container or in pluggable container? Anybody observe or still remember? So which user did, which database did we connect? PPT. Correct. We never create or we should never create any user for application in root container. Always create user in PTP. Now, let me show you or get the detail.
I have a question because you said we should never use the root container as the actual database for the application. Now, issues that's what I am doing or we are doing because I am not able to because I don't have the knowledge to manage the PDBs. So technically at our internal servers for testing, we just have the root container and also there's a database and schema in it. So why is this bad?
No, I mean, see, the responsibility of a root is it manages PDBs. Okay. So let me tell you one example. If you want to upgrade your PDB, okay, currently your PDB is associated with a CDB on version 19c. Now, why it is called pluggable? You can plug it off from 19c, and if you want to upgrade it to, you can plug it back to 21c database. Okay. You need not to upgrade this database separately. You just need to plug it off and plug it in with some other database, the upgraded database, and your upgrade is done. If you cannot do it with root container. Okay. So root container is something which is at the base. Okay, you cannot plug it off a root container and plug it in with some other database. Okay. That's why we should not create our application scheme or application user in root container.
Yeah, but we don't need to move it. So is there
Yep.
any other downsides?
It is with respect to administer and management. Nothing else. Technically, there is no limitation.
That doesn't play a role like in performance, whatever.
No.
Thank you.
One more thing. How did you get to know? I mean, are you sure you are using multi-tenant database?
Yeah, I just installed Oracle 21 and I looked
No.
at the Oracle documents, and the Oracle documents said there is no classical anymore, but only the multi-tenants are supported now, Oracle 21. And I just created a new database with the tool. Then I just there's just a checkbox that it should create for me a pluggable one, and I just unchecked it, and then it just created the database. So I think it's just a container one, and I just imported the schema with data pump, and that's it. Create the user in it.
Okay, which means you are not using multi-tenant database. Okay, since you unchecked that box, that means you are not using multi-tenant database. So if you are
So
using
it's
multi-tenant data, you must have pluggable database.
okay. I mean, the Oracle document said that at Oracle 21, there's no classic anymore, but only multi-tenant databases. They just kind of de-supported it, or I don't know how to say it.
No, if you can share that document with me, honestly, I have not worked on 21c so far
I will
because
just
it is not.
yeah.
It will be helpful for me as well. But yes, I have seen in my environment also in the beginning, we used to use 12c version, but we didn't use multi-tenant database that time. So we used to have only one database. So now I want to check the user that we created yesterday. Want to know the user name from DBA_user where created yesterday's date, which was 7 0 y for. Okay, so you tested it.
Indra, yesterday I sent email where I'm not able to connect using the tool SQL Developer.
I'm sorry, Keshav, I didn't go through the mails yet. It was a busy day for me, so I didn't check. I'll check it out after this. Okay.
Okay.
So now we have created the user and now we want to connect to the database. So the first question, which database this user will be able to connect? Can I connect root container using this database, or can I only connect pluggable database?
Pluggable database?
Yes, because we created this user in pluggable database, we cannot connect the root container. Okay. Now there is something called global user. Any multi-tenant databases, something called global user. Okay. So first thing, these users are created in root container. If we create any global user, these users are created in all or whatever PDBs we mention during user creation.
Does that also mean that all the data that I have in the schema in the user will get copied to the new PDB, or only an empty user will get created?
So only the user is created. Now using that user, which database you are connecting? Are you connecting to the root container or you are connecting to pluggable container? Okay. Then after connecting to the database, if you create any table, if you insert some records, those records will be processed, which means inserted, updated, or deleted in the database that you connect to. Now, whenever we create global database, global user, it is mandatory to use this prefix. Suppose you want to create a user with the name test. Okay. If you want to create a global user, you should use C hash prefix. This C hash prefix tells that this is a global user and it creates the user in all PDBs or whatever PDBs you mention in the statement. Okay. But the user that we created in PDB. Okay, so we will connect using this user. Okay, we will connect to PDB. Now we are trying to understand how can we connect to a database. Okay, so for how I'm connecting to a pluggable database. First, I'm connecting to the root container. From root container, what I do? I alter the session and I set the container to the PDB. Whichever PDB I want to connect to, I set this container. So I'm connecting to the PDB container as a sys user. Okay. Now I want to connect to the PDB container, okay, using the user that I created yesterday, that we created yesterday. So what do we want to achieve? We want to connect to PDB. Okay, our PDB name is PDB only. With which user? User whose name is training. How can I do that? So there are two ways to connect to a database. Two ways to connect to a database. First one is using service. Second one is for easy. So if I remember, Easter, you asked about the service, right?
Yes, that's the service name. I have to specify when I want to connect it, right?
So using service, what we do, service.
But that's when I use the TNS names or, right?
Yes. So what we do, we create a service. Okay. We create a service means let's call it, we create a service in TNS names.ora file. Okay.
That's
This
when I have
TNS
to.
means,
Sorry.
this TNS means it's an Oracle network. TNS means it's always Oracle network. So we create a service in TNS names.ora file. Okay. I'll show you what all it takes to create a service TNS names.ora file. I'll show you. So the location of TNS names.ora file, okay, for all the database in Oracle, that is Oracle home. Inside Oracle home, you will find a network directory. Inside network directory, you will find admin directory. Okay. Find that file. Okay. So let's go to that location and create a service for us. We first check that our Oracle home is set. Yes, it is set. I'm going to Oracle.
This service is for having that new user connected to the database, right?
Yes. So now
Okay.
what this service does, this service, let me first create the service. Okay, then we'll talk about this. I already have that service created.
That's when you use the TNS names, so alias for connection, right? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So see, this is, I have already created. This is your service name. It could be anything. A, B, C, X, Y, Z, it could be anything. Whatever you want to keep. It could be anything. Now you need to give description. The description of what? The host name. Okay. So our host name is Oracle 19c. Where do you get your host name from? You can give IP as well.
How can I change the port? I mean, that's the standard port we have here. But if I change the port here, is there somewhere else I need to change the port? If like I have multiple databases and software running on the same machine, like for M, then I need different ports, right? Otherwise, it will just have a problem or interference, or not?
No,
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I got you. You have multiple databases, multiple instances running on the same server.
Can it have the
They
same
might,
port
yes, they can. They can. I have in my
without
environment
interfering?
multiple. Yes, this is just a port. Okay. If your server has capacity, if your server has CPU, see, the port is just to establish the connection. It doesn't do anything else. So port should be open. That's it. It's your host name, and I'll show you where connection goes to the different database. Okay. So in this line, this is the protocol. So what protocol, network protocol we are using for communication? So it is TCP. Okay. On which host we want to, where our services is running. Okay. Where our database is running. This. The port is default, by default 1521. Okay. You can have your service running on, database running on different port as well. Connect data. Connect data means now you are connecting to a database. So we are connecting in the dedicated mode, okay, which means one PDB will have, one PGA, one server process will have one PGA. And this is where your service name will come. Okay, your service name means the name of the database. This don't get confused between this service name and this service name. This is also called service, but here you need to mention database.
So
Name
this
of
is
the
the global
database.
database name, service name.
Not global, no, the global, it's a database name.
And what's the difference between service name and SID?
So you can give SID here. Okay, can give, suppose if you have PDB1, so you can give your service name here. SID is the instance identifier. When you use SID here, you are using it as a service.
Because I saw different notations or approaches configuring the TNS names Aura with SID and with service name, and it's just it gives me a lot of headaches because there are just some different approaches.
No,
That's why I just
there are two things. If you are using SID to connect, you are using easy to connect. If you are using service, you don't need to give SID. I'll show you. I'll show you.
I mean, with
So,
S-Connect, you mean easy connected? I give like hostname slash the instance name, right?
yes. So either you give entire detail while you are connecting, or you use service name, where you need to use service name only. That's it. Don't need to use host name and anything else.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, see, this service, if we copy and paste this service inside this file, our service is created. Okay. Now,
Why I have to? I mean, I already have a listener file and a TNS names Aura file. And usually in the listener file is the listener, and in the TNS names Aura files is the TNS alias and also the listener. Why do I have to give the listener and this? So I have to name the listener second time in TNS names Aura? I mean, it was just confusing for me.
I'll tell you first. Right. Now, what happens? You have created the service. If we go back to okay, what does it do? What does this listener do? whenever a client, okay, whenever a client or an application, when it sends connection to the database, who does it interact with first?
The listener. Only for the first time.
Yes. Yes. Now, when you connect to the database using this service, okay, that connection, that user process comes to the listener with this service name. Okay. Now it is listener, okay, who checks whether this service is running on or whether this service is registered with listener or not. If this service is registered with listener, then only it allows to connect to the database instance or database. Otherwise, it does not. Okay. Now we have created the service. We have created
One
it
question.
with service. Yes.
Yeah, as you are updating, I opened this tnsnames.ora on my machine, and there is a default where service name equal to RCL. So this RCL is the database that I created, and here you gave the service name as the PDB. Means that is the container name, right? So we can give either the database name is nothing but the SID, right?
If you are talking about standalone database, if you are talking about RAC, then SID and database name is different. But yes, for us, for now, database name and SID is different, which is Aura 80.
Sorry, can you please repeat once again? I missed.
So in our case, see, our database is standalone database. Standalone
Alright.
database means what? One instance for one database. So in our case, we have database name and instance name same, which is Aura 19. This is for root container. We have pluggable database different. So here we are giving the name of pluggable database. Pluggable database does not have any other instance. It gets associated with Aura 19 instance one.
So I have two different entries, like two different databases in the TNS names or a file.
Yes. If I
One
want
for
to
the
connect to
container,
root
one for
container,
the
yeah.
pluggable.
Yes, one for the root container and one for the pluggable container. They both are container. So try practicing. It is root container and it is pluggable container.
And it has its own service name.
So this pluggable container, which is PDB, the one that is it is associated to the database training database, right?
User. Inside PDB
Okay,
container,
training
we
user,
have created training user.
training user. Yep.
Yes.
And this training user will be connecting to the ORA19 database.
Why it will connect to Aura 19? Where did we create the data? Where did we create the user?
But didn't we create the user for the pluggable database? So it is connected to the PDB?
Yes. So in the beginning itself, Keshav, you answered. Training user was created in pluggable database. That's why
Yes.
it will be connected to.
Yeah, my question is that the user will be connecting to what database? So is it this PDB is
Let's
associated to?
let's wait. Well, let's go on. Okay, you will get all your questions answered when we discuss. Okay. Still, if you will have any question, then we will answer. But I got your question. Give me 15 minutes. Let's go on. The question will be answered.
And you will also explain why the listener is noted in the TNS names order, right?
Why listener? Now, the first thing, we create a service in the tnsnames.ora. This is A. We need to register this service with listener. Okay. This is done automatically by Oracle itself. We don't do it. We don't register it. Did you see what I did? I simply start the listener. Okay. And what it did? See, I simply started the listener and I can see this service PDB1 is ready. This PDB service PDB1 is ready. It has handler to handle my request. Okay. Similarly, Aura 19 service is already.
Yes, actually, my question to you, the one that I sent email is on this one only, where I was trying to connect using the SQL developer with the user that I tried creating. I haven't updated this DNS names.ora. Not sure if
Okay. I
I
didn't
just
see it.
created the user and
Okay.
tried connecting using the SQL developer.
So now let's try to connect. Okay. Let's try to connect this. Okay. The format is, does anybody remember what was the password we kept yesterday? Now here we are connecting to the PDB. Okay. So I'm giving username @service. Then I enter and then I enter the password. Can somebody read out this error for me?
System privilege.
Aura 01045 user training Lex create session privilege. Anybody can make out from the message? What does this message suggest? This message reads that user training
It doesn't have
does not have privilege to connect to the database. So what did it do? What did it do? This user, okay, we go here. This user goes to the listener with this service PDB. Okay, listener verified this service and upon successful verification, it sends request to the server process. Now, what server process did here? It went to the PGA. Okay, in the PGA, it verifies password of the user. Okay, but the password before, the password is verified. It allows the login. The session is maintained. A program global area is created for it. But then when it parsed, during parsing, it finds that it doesn't have privilege to connect to the database, which means we now need to grant permission, need to grant privilege this user so that it can connect to the database. But before that, do we understand how should we connect to the database? So to answer your question, sorry, not CDB, what is that? If we try to connect to the root container, its a service name is Aura 19. It says invalid user, which means the user does not exist. If we try to connect to container database, it does not have training user. So how can I connect that? Okay. So we can connect only PDB, okay. But since it does not have create session privileges, so we cannot connect to the database at the moment until unless we grant him the privilege. Make sense, guys?
when I was trying, I was getting this invalid option. I'm not sure. I just gave the PDP. The PDP that I created is PDP1.
Just leave your question aside for a moment and try to understand the concept. We are not yet done. Okay. Now the second option
My question is why I'm not getting the option to enter the password.
I mean, where did you get?
Can you share a screen?
Yeah. Can you share your error message in the chat?
In the chat, yeah. Actually, I'm trying different machines. Yeah, sure. I will message.
Now the second option that I was talking about, which is Easy Connect. So see, when we are using service, can you see here, did I give any host name? Did I give any port? Did I give instance name or database name? No, I didn't give anything. I just give a service name. Now, instead of giving service name, if I give host name, port, and the database name or instance name, that type of connection is called easy connect. Okay. So you can see from here, this is the example of easy connect where we are giving host name, port, and SID. SID means instance. Okay. In our case, SID and instance, they both are same. Now I got your question, Keshav. So you cannot connect using SID because if you connect using SID, you will always connect to the container. Okay, you have to connect using service name. So here, whatever service you create in tnsnames.ora, make sure it is registered with listener. And once it is registered with listener, pass service name here. Okay, make sure the firewall and everything, all network is open at your laptop. And guys, let me tell you, you will always connect using PDB using service. If you are trying to connect to PDB, you will need to connect to using services. Okay.
For service, I have to configure the TNS names, right?
Yes. So if I quickly summarize, right, there are two ways we can connect to any database, okay, from any application. It could be a Java-based application. It could be a GUI application. It could be SQL plus. It could be anything. Application and clients, they both are same. First way is using service. Second way is easy connect directly. So for service, we need to create service in tnsnames.ora and get it registered with listener. How can we get it registered? We have to, if we are creating a new service, we have to stop the listener and then start the listener. Okay. This way we can register it. And via Easy Connect, we just need to give host name, port, and if we go back to database architecture, there we saw something called client and then database server. Now, if we have to talk about Oracle network, we need to understand that Oracle network always work on client server method, where client is any application that connects to database. So if you develop any application in the Java, the .NET, or in any programming language, okay, that application, if it wants to connect to database, it will be client for database. So for last couple of weeks, we are connecting to the database using SQL Plus. So this SQL Plus is client for us. Okay. So Oracle always works on client server method. So client is nothing but any application, while server is database server. Now, whatever it takes to connect, okay, whatever it takes to maintain communication or connection between client and database server comes under Oracle network. And this is what we are going to discuss today, Oracle networks. Okay. So this is our Oracle network. Now, let me tell you, first thing that we need to discuss is listener. What listener does, what is listener and what it does. So listener is nothing but it is the process on operating system. It is process on the host where database software is installed. We can see here, this is our host, this is our machine, this is our server. If whatever we want to call it, host, machine or server, we can call it anything. If I want to check listener process. So we can see this is my listener process. I have two listeners. One is listener and other one is listener. So listener, what is listener? Listener is an operating system process. Okay, it is just a process. What it does, it maintains the connection between client and server. Now, there is a configuration file for listener, which is called listener.ora. What is it called? Listener.ora. The extension .ora stands for Oracle, which says that it is the Oracle's listener. Now, if you want to check, now the location of this listener file is Oracle Home. Inside Oracle Home, there is a directories, network, inside network, head. It is the same directory where TNS names.ora exists. If I want to see listener Ora file, now let's see what is there in this file. Okay. You will find whatever listener we create, its definition will be there. This is the default location and name. Now, this is the example. What exactly used to be there in? So let's say this is one listener, listener one. Okay. This is the name of the listener and this is the description. Okay. Description means what is the protocol, which host this listener will be running, okay, and which port this listener will be running on. Okay. So host name, port, okay, and the protocol that it follows. Okay. Got it, guys? So this is the listener process that runs on operating system. Now, what happens when we create database? Okay. When we create database, the default listener is created. So if you remember, let me show you. Now, if we had chosen to create database with typical configuration, okay, it creates the listener, default listener. But we chose advanced configuration, and in advanced configuration, if you remember, it asked us to create listener. You see here, guys, we had created a listener with the name listener1, which is running on port 1521, and it is associated with this home. Yes. So this is how we create a listener. We can create a listener while we are creating a database. We can create a listener afterwards as well. After creation of database, we can create the listener. Okay. We are going to see how we can create a new listener. Okay. But if we choose the typical configuration, so it doesn't ask us to create a listener, but it creates a listener itself with the name listener. Okay. By default, it creates. But here it asks us to create, so we give a different name. We can give any name. The only thing we should be able to remember it. Okay. Now, why do we need listener? Because listener, what does listener do? Listener establish or maintains connection between client and server. How does it do? Okay. How listener gets to know that client is sending a request and I have to connect this request to the database. How does it do? Okay. So listener is registered database. Okay. So we have to associate listener with the database. Okay. So let's first see how we can access. Let's first create a listener. Okay. So how can we create the listener? There is a tool called Netka. Okay. What is Netka? Netka is Network Configuration Assistant. Okay. Right here. That stands for Network Configuration Assistant. We had DBC, right? What's the full form of DBCA and what it does? We use DBCA. Anybody remembers?
Yeah, database configuration
Database configuration system.
assistant. Okay.
So we created database using DBCA. Similarly, if we have to create listener, we will be creating it using Network Configuration Assistant, which is Netka.
Yeah, Indra, one question.
Yes.
Yesterday in TNS names.ora, you created a PDB equal to description. So here now you have shown that another TNS names.ora with the listener 1, listener 2. So the one that yesterday, the one that you created with the name PDB is nothing but the listener. Is it like yesterday I connected, you helped me in.
See, we are not, I have not shown TNS names.ora. I have shown listener.ora.
Okay. The listener.ora, both are separate.
Different. Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's create a new list. So what I'm doing, I'm invoking the Network Configuration Assistant. Okay, Netka. Now with this tool, what all can we do? We can configure a listener. Okay. Naming methods, I'm going to cover. Okay. Local net service name, that is also I'm going to cover. And this directory usage is not important. So let's configure. We need to choose listener configuration. Now, what do we want to do listener? Do we want to add new listener? Do we want to delete any listener, existing listener? Do we want to rename existing listener? Or do we want to reconfigure existing listener? So we will create new listener. Now let's give it name listener 4 because we already have listener 1, 2, 3. Now, which network protocol do we want to use? Which network protocol do we want to use? We always select TCP because it is most secure protocol.
I have a question about this.
Yes.
If I create a database and then I look into the listener.org file, there is the default entry is with this EPC. What is this? And why it's like the default?
This one.
Yeah.
This IPC. No, we don't have IPC. This is our listener.ora file. We are everywhere we have this TCP. Oh yes, you are talking about this one, right?
Yeah, that's the default entry. Why it's doing this, the default.
Okay. So Isra, give me some time. I'm not sure what it does because I have never used this inter-protocol communication. I always use TCP.
Yeah, that's what I am wondering. We all use TCP. Nobody uses EPC export.
Yes.
But why it's there by default? That's the question.
I'll get back to you on this. The moment I'm not sure. I don't know why this.
Thank you.
So I'll find out and will tell you. So this is the default one which is created by Oracle when the database is created, but we don't want it. We want only TCP. The IPC protocol I'm aware is inter-process. While this is TCP is considered the most secure. This is a bit slower, TCP, but when it needs to communicate with client, this is the most secure. There is one more network protocol which is the fastest among all. It's called UDP. Okay. User Datagram Protocol. It is the fastest. But when we talk about security, it is least secure. So that's why TCP is. So from the logic, what I can make out why IPC is used here for Oracle's internal communication. But let me go through it and then I'll get back to it. Okay. So at the moment we are using TCP, and now it asks for which port do we want to run. Okay. So let me tell you, on one port we can run only one list. Okay. So since we are already using 1525, so let's use 1531. So we are creating a listener which will be running on 1531 port, and it will follow the TCP communication protocol. So if you go by its description, you will find that only these are the things required. It asks for protocol to be followed, which machine it will be running, and which port it will be running on. So that's it. That is what required to create a list.
You are using different ports since this 1521 is already used by the user.
No, see, Keshav, it is not for a user. It is an operating system process. User is inside the database. Okay.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
yeah, this is for a listener. Okay.
Okay.
Now we will connect. We will see client will connect to the database. Then it will give username and password. Okay. Now it can connect with any listener. So it is not like user one will have one listener, user two will have two listeners. No. This user can connect to the database using any listener.
So 1521 is used by what process? Like you said, the
Listener
1521 is out.
So you can see we have created two listeners.
Okay, listener to with
Okay.
using one.
There are two listeners. There are two listeners on the same port, but if you start listener, it will start only one listener. The other listener, it will say already running.
Already. Okay.
Okay. So only
what's the common practice if I have like multiple instances with multiple versions like Oracle 12 and Oracle 19? Do I have for both of them one listener on their own in different ports?
see. So to answer your question, can you see the location of listener names.ora? Sorry, listener.ora file.
Yeah, it's in the network admin inside the home. Yeah.
So if you have two instances of different version, which means you have two Oracle software home, two Oracle homes. Each homes will have its own listener file. In that listener file, we can have as many listeners as we want. Okay. It is not mandatory to have only one listener. It is up to us. Whatever number of listeners we want to have, we can have.
Why do I want to have multiple listeners?
The reason, if you want to run or if you want to have different ports, if you want to use different ports. So what is the definition of the listener? That is what I'm trying to explain here. Okay. What is there in the listener? Protocol, host, and port. Okay. So if at operating system level, you have some limitation on the port, what you can do, you can have one more listener running on different port. So in case if something goes wrong with this port, you have another port open where another listener is running.
So, like, if I have a failover cluster for database, it's like the same for listener, kind of.
Failover of what?
Yeah, so this is kind of a failover if just one
Yes,
port is.
failover of listener. Failover, yeah. So we are maintaining the redundancy. That's it. Okay. So now let's create. So would you like to configure another listener? No, we don't want. Let's cancel it. Then finish. Now see. Sir, it is not replicable. I cancelled it. That's why. Yeah, I'm sorry, my bad. So I cancelled it from here, and that's why. So select the listener that we want to start. Okay. So you can see here in the background that listener configuration has been completed. If you want to start it, we can start. Click on next. We'll start. Now we can cancel. So last time if I go up, I cancelled before it actually got created. Can you see here? Didn't get any message that the listener has been created. But here you can see that listener configuration has been completed for listener 4. Now we check. Can you see a new listener that we created? It's been now. Good so far, guys. So what we have created, we have just created the listener. Now, if I want to check the listener's status, whether it is running or not, whether it is started or stopped. So I will run a command status and will give the listener name, which is status, and our listener name is listener 4. It is case insensitive. So we can give it in small letter as well. So we can see the status. Can you see? This listener is connecting to which host? It is running on Oracle 19c host at port 1531. The parameter file of this listener is inside Oracle Home Network Admin. This is the listener file. Okay. Call it configuration file or parameter file. Both are same thing. Then this is the listener log file. Okay. If you want to check what the listener is doing, what connections are it is accepting, we can see. So all the connection will be logged in the log file. Okay. Am I good so far, guys? Am I clear?
Yes.
So we have just created the list. Now, coming back to this, we have created the listener. Now let's talk about the client request. What is there in the client request? When a client sends a request, what used to be there? So let's talk about client connections. When we talk about client connection, it usually has 3 components. One is connection descriptors. Connection descriptor means description of the connection. Okay, how does it look? See, this is the connection descriptor. So when a client sends a request, it sends this description. So description has what it has? The protocol, which host it is sending the connection. Which port? Okay. So it will go to this host and now it will try to connect this port. Okay. It will check on this port for this service. Okay, this service is nothing but the database name. So if we talk about the request, do you remember in the beginning itself, we discussed that it will come up with database details. Okay, which database it wants to connect to. So it is coming up with database service. Okay, this is the service which is running on this port and this port on this host. Okay, so it will come up with this connection descriptor. Listener already has these details. So listener will verify, do I have any service on 1521 port which this client wants to connect to? And then it verifies, okay, I have, it forwards the connection. Okay. So client connection, it comes up with connection descriptor, the description of the connection. Okay. And then connection request. What is a connection request? Connection request now, Keshav, your point is coming here. Connection request means in the request, you have username, password, and connection description. Okay, these three things will be there in the request. This client will send username, password, and connection descriptor. This connection descriptor is what? The description of the connection, which means database details, host name, port, and service. And whatever service it tries to connect to, service is nothing but the database name. So whatever service tries to connect to, it must be registered with the listener. Are you getting my point, guys? So your listener will already be registered with the database. So listener knows the database, and here client, it is also sending the database details. Listener will verify which database it wants to connect to, and post verification, it will hand over the connection to server process. So when we talk about Oracle network, okay, so what all required a client to connect to database server? Okay. First thing, we need a listener. Okay. Second thing, this listener should have, or the best way to call it, DB should be, or must be is the right word, must be registered with the listener. Okay. Otherwise, how will it be able to identify? Okay. Third thing, we want client connection, or client request is the right. Client request is what? Is username and password. This is also referred as credentials, connection, identifier, or it is also called descriptor. Okay. So this is what all required. Okay. So we have created the listener. Now let's register the database with listener. Now we are registering. Now to register the database, we need to go to DNS names.com. In DNS names.org, what we will do, whatever listener we have created, So let me copy this. Whatever listener we have created, I will give it a new name. Let's call it underscore 2. So this entry, when we create database, it creates the default listener. And for default listener, see the default listener that was created, it was created with what? So what does it take to create a listener? It takes a protocol, takes a hostname, and it takes a port. So in tnsnames.ora, it is created with listener underscore 19. This is required for service registration, for database registration. So we have created a new listener. For which port have we created the new listener? For 1531. So can you see that every different port has a new entry in the tnsnames.ora? Okay. So we need this entry in the tnsnames.ora so that we can register the database with the list. Okay. Now, along with this entry, what we need to update a parameter called local listener. Okay. So what I need to do, I need to set this parameter the system set local listener. So I need to give all these parameters. So the one that we have just created. Now if you see show parameter, so now we have 3 listeners. In tnsnames.ora it is used as, it is called by different names, but in actual they are different. Okay. So whenever somebody asks you the listener name, you need to give these listener name. Listener 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, whatever listener you want to give. The only thing it is resolved again description, port and hostname and protocol. So protocol you will find TCP only, okay, most of the time, or I would say always. But port and hostname is important.
Parameter list, can you please repeat once again? What is the use of that parameter list?
So this parameter, it tells database that these many listeners are available for use. Okay. Now get yourself registered with these listeners. So this is for registration. If you don't tell database these listeners are there, these listeners are running on the host, it will not be able to register itself. So this is for registration. Now let's create a service. DNS dot. Okay. So yesterday we created PDB1, PDB2 I created my use, and now I am creating one more service. Okay. So I'm creating service for which database? Pluggable database. Okay. What is the name of this service? DB3. Okay. So Easter, to answer your question or confusion, this service name, okay, this is the service name, and this particular service underscore name will be either SID or the database name. Okay, so it always will be a database name. So you ask me about the service name. This is called service or this is called service. What should we do? So this service underscore name will always be either SID, which is the instance name, or the database name. Mostly SID and database name are same when we have non-rec database. Okay, when we have standalone database, which means one instance and one database. Okay, so instance name or SID and database name is same. Okay, so in our case, this is same. This is the database name. But if you are working in rec environment, so suppose you have two nodes, so two nodes will have different instance. So rec is completely different. Let's not talk about rec at the moment, otherwise it will create confusion. So does this answer your question, Mr.?
Yes, thank you.
Now, see, we want to register this service with the listener, which is running on which port? 1531. So this is where this service will be registered automatically with the listener, which is running on this port. So we have not given name anywhere, but port only. Okay. So now let's take the status of our listener that we created. So we created listener 4. Can you see that? Did we need to register manually or it has registered automatically itself? Can you see that this service? This is not this service name. This is this service name, which is the database name. So you create as many services as you want. In listener, you will always find the database name only or instance name. We have created service called PDB3. Now let's connect to the database using training user with service PDB3. Are we able to connect using PDB3 service? Was the PDB3 service? What it did, it allowed us to connect to the database at 1531 port. Let's try to connect to the database using PDB1. See, PDB1 is also connecting us to PDB server. PDB2 service also connects us to PDB server. So now I have multiple services, okay, registered with different listeners. So I can connect to now this time we are connected with the same user with different service. Okay, let's try to connect using PDB1. Sorry, welcome to all of. Now let me ask. So, okay, guys, if I connect to database using this service, okay, which database I will be able to connect to? Root container or pluggable?
It's the container.
How did you able to find out?
The service name is Ora19. That's the name we give the container.
So if I give this Ora19, but if I give here PDB database name, then I will be connected to PDB database. So this name is nothing but just
It's
a logical
alias.
representation. Exactly, it is alias. But this is called service. This is called service. And at listener, you will find this as a service. So if I try to picturize what we have, what configuration we have, so let me give it a try. This is our database. Okay, this is root container. Sorry, this is my database server. Inside database server, this is my root container. This one is my PDB template, which is called PDB seed. This is my PDB1. Okay. Now, inside this machine itself, I have created 3 listeners. One, in fact, 4 listeners. Listener 2, or 3, and listener 4. Or let's call it 3 listener. Now, if I give it a name, here, this is server. This is my P. PDB version 2, PDB seed. So seed PDB is nothing but template to create new PDBs. This is our regular PDB. Now we created listener 1. We created this listener 1 when we created database. Today we created listener 4. Okay, so let's keep it 2 listeners. Now this listener 1 has service for root container for PDB. How? So first of all, let's get the definition of listener. Okay. So listener 1 and listener 4 we are talking about. So listener 1 is running on 1521 and listener 4 is running on 1531. At 1521 port, I have a service for Aura 19 database, which is my root container. For 1521, I also have a service for PDB database. Okay. So this is how I identify that. I have identified that this listener has services, one for root container and one for PDB. Now let's try to find out what listener 4 has. Okay. So listener 4 is running on which port, guys? Try to answer it. It is running on which port?
1531.
1531.
Now, do we have any service in tnsnames.aura connected to 1531 port? We have one service whose name is PDB3 and it is connecting to 1531. On 1531, the listener is running and listener connects to which database?
The PDB.
PDB. So this is how we are, which means have service for.
So Indra, if I'm creating a new database, like for example, financial database, so in that I need to give the service name as the new database name, right? You
Service
go
name
back
is
to
this
this.
one.
Yeah.
Service
So service name as that whatever the new database, for example, financial.
Exactly. Now, let's talk about client. This is the client machine. In our case, client machine is database server itself. So, in the client machine, we have SQL Plus. Okay. Now, when we are connecting using SQL Plus, what we are giving here? Username. Then it asks for password. And third thing is connection identifier or connection description. Connection description means the database details, right? The database details is service we are getting. This is the connection descriptor. Okay. This is connection descriptor. We have given it a name. Okay. This is naming method. Basically, it takes username, password, and connection descriptor. This connection descriptor, if we give it a name, service name, this is called service name. Here we are giving username, training one on the training, password, whatever is the password, that's service name. These details. Okay. Now, suppose in service name, if you mention PDB 3, okay, if you mention PDB 3, so this request will goes to which listener? Listener 1 or listener 4? Listener 1 is running on 1521 port. Listener 4 running on 153. Here you are using the service name is PDB3. So my question to you is, if we are sending this connection request, okay, which listener it will go to?
I think it was 1 with PDB3, right?
Sorry, Mr. Can you please talk it?
If I remember correctly, the listener 1 had PDB, PDB1, and PDB2, 2
So,
and 3, right?
So which means you want to see TNS name for Aurora, right?
Yeah, that. So this is 3 and 1531. Oh no, that's listener 2. Sorry, yeah, it's other port. So that's listener 4.
So
that's
which
listener 4. Yeah, that's listener 4 because listener 4 has the port 1531. Okay, yeah.
This is where our connection.
I think now I understand it.
Now, let me tell you, if I talk about complete network, okay, we first capture this that we need to refer because this is really useful. It's very easy to understand network when we are working on this, but once you are not working on this, so now I'm trying to give you complete picture. Okay. This is my client machine. Okay, this is my client. This is my host. If I ask you the host name, can you please tell me the host name? Is our host name? Or if you don't remember, please help me get the host name from the machine. How can I get the host name and IP? Keshav, machine guys want to know the host name of this machine. Can I get that?
Hostname icon
Hostname is Oracle 19c.
Yes. Yes.
Hostname minus I is command, right?
yeah, 192.
So this is my server. Okay. In client server model, this is my server. And my client is can be anything, but since we are using SQL plus, okay, so where is my SQL plus? Where are we launching the SQL plus, guys?
Remotely on some client machine, right?
Yes. Yes. But in our case, we don't have any other machine. We don't We see, I'm using SQL Plus. So which machine I'm using this SQL Plus on?
In this case, on the server itself.
Servers. So in our case, okay, the client and server are same machine. But usually what happens, suppose if you are placing an order on e-commerce website, so your laptop is client. Okay. And if it is going to the e-commerce, suppose the company name is Amazon Web Server. Okay. So wherever, if you can tell me any e-commerce website, please. Okay. So
Amazon.
Amazon, exactly. So Amazon will have its own database, its own data center. So in that case, your laptop will be client and Amazon's machine will be server, where their database is running. Now, what all you need to send when you want to connect to database? What all you need to send? Username, password, and service name. Or let's don't call it service name. Connection descriptor. Okay. So you want to send connection description. Okay. Where do you get this connection description? Okay. Do you get this connection description? So
Either I have the TNS names or a file and I'm like calling it
yes,
with
from
SQL
the
developer or
DNS names.ora file.
yeah, or otherwise if you can switch out the connection
So
to Easy Connect and just type in all the infos you have.
yes. So see this connection description. You can get it from TNS names.ora. So how will you get TNS names.ora on client? You can install Oracle plugin. Okay. If you develop your application in Java, there is something called JDBC connector. Okay. So in JDBC connector, you can configure your connection description. If you are developing your application in any programming language, you will have one file related to connection. Guys, am I clear here? You need connection description at client machine. Okay. So your application machine, in whatever programming language you develop your application will have network, this connection file. Inside that connection file, you will have that database details. Now with connection description comes to the now let's call it listener. What is there at the listener? Listener will have the port number it is running on. Okay. So port number is running on. It will have which network protocol it follows. So you will find TCP. Which host it runs on. So whatever host, in our case, it is RECO 19c. Which DB is registered with registered DB name. And this connection description has this database name. The listener will have this database name. Once the verification is done, it forwards the connection. Now, if you want to see the listener details, you can see the listener details from listener.ora. And if you want to see service detail, which means the database service detail, you can get it from tnsnames.ora. So whenever you have to work on Oracle network, you will find working with listener.ora and tnsnames.ora. So I'm preparing the document. Small things are to be covered. Will take an hour or two to include those details, and then we'll share it with you. Try to create one listener, try to create one process, try to register it. Bottom line is you'll have to follow, you will have to perform these steps, and then your network will be established. Network will be set up between client and server.
So Indra,
Let
one
me tell you
question.
one more thing, guys. Yes.
So in my organization, like most of the users who connect to this Oracle database, they're using SQL developer, like naturally. And whenever one is submitting a Oracle access request, read or read write, the DBA person will give the user ID, all the connection strings. So my question is, when coming to SQL developer, will it be registering all these details somewhere on their local machine, on their local laptop?
Usually, you should have a local copy of DNS names or, right?
Yes. So see, SQL developer is what? It is again the client. Okay. It is an
Client.
application.
Okay.
Here, if you observe or if you try to find out, SQL developer is nothing but it is an application which is written in Java. Okay. And as I mentioned here, every programming language has their own file, okay, which maintains the connection, which takes care of the connection. Like if what we are doing here, we are connecting using SQL Plus. So what SQL Plus is doing? SQL Plus is getting the service name from tnsnames.org. Okay. For Java, there is something called JDBC connectors. So when you develop any application in the Java and when you install SQL Developer, it installs connector files as well. And these connector files store that service name. Okay. That
Any
prepares
idea
the
where
connection in
to?
the background. You install Java, so you can go inside the program and JDK will be there, and JDK and JRE, everything is there. They make use of those executables for making connection. So they make a connection in the background. They prepare this connection description. Okay. What we did here, we prepared that connection manually here. Okay. But when you work on SQL developer, you just give this thing. Okay. It is prepared by this connection file, this connector, JDBC connectors. Okay. So every
These
programming
connections,
language has those files.
where these will be stored in SQL. For example, I have the directory structure SQL developer. There is under the SQL developer, there is a bin directory extensions like the lib directory. So like all these
No,
whatever
this
connections.
is not. Yeah, sure.
Mhm.
Actually, as a DBA, we need not to worry about it, and it is not required for us to know the location. Okay,
Okay.
this is job of a developer. Okay, where he keeps this connector files, etc. But yes, as a DBA, if we are working with Oracle client, then we should be aware the location of tnsnames.org file because Oracle client is managed by us. SQL developer is developed by some other developers. So what they have done, they have created a general connector. So you just need to give username, password, and service name. Which service name? Which is registered with the listener. That's it.
Okay.
So you need not to worry about where those connector files are there, how SQL developer prepares the connection. Because
Yeah.
if you go on
Usually,
thinking of this, you will have to create. It means you are trying to understand the programming. There is nothing harm understanding anything, but uh, I mean, at the moment, try to focus on Oracle network. That is what my suggestion is. So yes, now as a practice, try to create a listener for you, register the database with this listener, and use that service to connect to the database using SQL. So now let me quickly tell you something about privileges. Okay, we have seen how we can connect to the database. Now we have to talk about roles and privileges. Privileges means what? If I ask you what is privilege in general,
They're like
it is-
system privileges like connect or resource.
no, in general, not in terms of database. Privilege is nothing but permission to do something somewhere, right? This is what the privilege means, right? So when you have some sort of permission, do something in database, they are database privileges. Now there are two types of DB privileges. One is system privileges. Okay. System privileges means what you can do. Can you create session? Can you create table? Okay. Can you create index? So what can you do is system privileges. The second type is object privileges.
So like the
Oh.
definition.
What is the object in database? A table is an object. An index is an object. Procedure is an object. Function is an object. A view is an object. Okay, these all are objects. Now, do you have select privileges on a table? Do you have insert permission or insert privs on a table? So when we talk about does any user have access on the object, it comes under object privileges. When we talk about the capability of a user, can user create a table? So that is called system privileges. So system operations, the privileges for system operations are system privileges. The operations for object like select from, delete, update, they are called object privileges. Okay. So create session is a system privileges that we need to grant to our user. So here I am connected as this user and I am connecting to which container should I connect to if I want to grant privilege to our training user? We have created training user in PDB.
In PDB.
And yes, PDB. It's not a global. So let me grant. How can I grant permission? I want to grant. What do you want to grant? Create session privilege. Create session. Okay. To who? To training you. Grant succeed. Now let's try to connect. You see, we are connected.
I am not sure. I will try once again. I will send an email indicating that even though I started the listener, stopped and restarted. I will send an email.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Let me request you, don't try it now. Try after session. Okay. Because you will miss then this roles and privileges part.
Keshav, I kind of understand you because I think it took me a whole week to set up the TNS and that I had a successful connection from my host to the server. So it's not an easy topic.
Okay, so guys, if you are comfortable, let me stop these roles and privileges for now.
So here, for example, like I stopped and restarted the services. So
First, show me the service name that you have created.
service name, yeah.
What?
So where you want me to go?
I think you are already. If you can check present working directory, PWD.
Yeah, I mean this
You are
network
you are
admin.
all. So you can cat now. Do it cat. Don't use VI.
So
Okay.
I added this PDB1. So
No,
I created as PDB1 and
no, you created service with the name Keshav. So your service name is
yeah.
Keshav, while this service name is the database name. Since your PDB1 is your database name.
The database name is ORCL actually. The one.
ORs, okay, come out of it.
Okay.
If you can run the command ps process ps space hyphen
Minus.
ef grab for the pipe symbol shift plus
Mhm.
backslash grab space pmon.
Pimon, right?
Yes. So your database is not up. Database is down, Keshav.
So you meant to say I need to log in as this SQL plus
It says DBA. Says DBA. As in this.
SQL plus as this DBA.
As in slash as. No, see, you are connected to idle instance. Your database is down. Start up.
Started.
Database is down. See. Now you are bringing up the root container.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The root container database is coming up. Your instance and root database will come up. And then PDB is associated with this. So we will see if the PDB is open or not. So how can we check PDB is open or not? Let it get open first. Yes. Now first check which container you are connected to. Are you connected to root container or you are connected to pluggable container? Show on underscore name. Which container are you connected to?
Root container. It's connected
Root
to
container.
the root container.
Now you want to see how many PDBs are associated with this root container. So give show PDBs. See, this
Yeah.
PDB1, there are two PDBs. One is template PDB and other one is the one we created with the database. So this
This one,
is
right?
it, yeah, is it open for read write? Can you see the open mode?
Yeah.
Mounted.
Yeah.
It
It
is
is
not open.
mounted.
So open it now. Alter, pluggable, database, pluggable.
Okay.
pluggable database, then pluggable database name, which is PDB1.
PDB1. Okay.
Open the read write. So read space write. For read write purpose, you want to open it. Now check the PDBs again. Is it open now? Arrows don't
Yeah,
work
you
here.
did right.
Now exit. Show me the listener status now. LS inverse here.
Currently, connection refused.
No, it is stopped. No listener. So start it.
Okay.
Wait for some time and check the status.
Okay.
So Easter, to answer your
Yes.
question, if you uh, if you can change the port of the database from default 1521 to other port, so in the listener you can do that. In the listener file or whenever you create listener, it asks for the port. At which port do you want to run your listener? So 1521 is your listener port.
That's
So
the
when you
default.
create, yeah, so when you create database, it asks you to configure the listener. That time, if you want to keep some other port and you are sure that that port is open on the server, then you can use that. It's not necessary to use default. Or you can
Yeah,
create
actually,
listener.
thanks, Indra.
I have a question.
Earlier,
Sorry, go on, Kesha.
yeah, sorry, sir. Earlier, since from past 2 days, I was observing this, and for in your screen, it is showing as read write. So I haven't got a chance to check on this.
No problem.
Yeah.
I intentionally start this way so that you can see how we can connect to the database. If you observe for last 1 week, status, the listener is already started. I always start from connecting to the database. Now, can you see that the Keshav is there? ADP1 is there. What? Why Keshav is not? Can you go back to that service again?
Service.
DNS name slot. So yes, Esther, in the meantime, you were asking something.
Yeah, if I have like 2 different versions of Oracle products like Oracle 12 and Oracle 19DB on the same machine, do I have the multiple listeners for each instance?
Yes, it's home wise. One database home will have its own listener. So if you have two different software, which means you have two different home, which means each home will have its own listener. Each database will have its own listener.
Will I have a naming conflict then? Because usually by default the listener name is listener in the TLS names aura. So do I have then to change the listener aura and TLS names aura?
No. When you set your database environment, okay, so the listener names scope is the home. When you set up your home, it checks within the home only. Inside one home, you cannot have two listeners with the same name.
Yeah, but the listener control command, I'm issuing it from EMD, so where does it know?
Listener control, every database home, it's a listener control binary. So which database home you are invoking the listener?
So I just starting the command prompt administrator, and it's not in the home itself, but just where the bin from Microsoft is, the system binaries, and it automatically checks if it's just one database in there.
Sorry, sir, I didn't get your question.
Usually I have the scenario that's just only one instance on one machine, and I'm issuing the command not from the Oracle home, but usually from the home of the user or
That is fine. That is fine. But
the
once
system
you set your
binary
environment,
location. Yeah.
once you set your environment, okay. So we in the very first session, immediately after creating the database, we learned to set up the database environment where we were exporting Oracle home. We are exporting path. Inside path, we are giving Oracle home. So automatically it points to the listener control of that home. Okay, if you invoke that listener control, it will automatically read the listener of this home only. So if you have Oracle 12c and Oracle 19c, if you have set up Oracle 19c, it will read the listener of 19c listener only. It doesn't interact with 12c.
Can I have the same Oracle, like it's the OS account, like Linux or Windows, whatever? I mean, I just create an Oracle as the user that names Oracle.
Yes.
Can I use the Oracle user twice as the Oracle user? Do you know what I mean?
Yes. So that Oracle user can own hundreds of Oracle home. In each Oracle home, you can have listener with the name listener. Okay. Now, which home you are connecting to, it will work on that listener only. All listener can listen on port 1521.
I'm sorry, I have difficulties to understand.
Okay, no problem. We will take it separately tomorrow. So, Keshav, your service should get registered with the name of Keshav, not with PDB1.
PDB1.
It should not be with PDB1, but with Keshav. Try to reload the listener again. Go to the listener.
So here I need to give as Keshav SQL
No,
plus
but it is
Keshav password.
No, go ahead with PDB1 only. Remove the password from here. Remove the password. Remove the password and / here. You need to remove one as well. Yeah. No, Keshav 1 you are connecting, right? Was it Keshav 1 with username?
No, it is.
It will fail. See, it is saying this PDB1 is your service is not registered, Keshav. You will get not resolved connection identifier. Can you stop the listener again?
A minute or so, right?
Yes. So if you can execute status, if you can check the status.
Currently.
So there's no services registered in the listener?
No, it takes some time.
Yeah, I think it's taking like a good number of seconds, like a minute or two.
Yes, the reason we don't have enough resources. It's a lab environment, but when you work on enterprise servers, you find that it is done in no time.
Yeah, service PDB1.
See, you can see the Keshav is not getting registered. So Keshav, can you send me that service name? You can paste it here. Yeah, from the TNS names.org, there is something wrong in the service.
Okay.
If you can paste it, and then tomorrow I will start with this.
This one, right?
The listener can only be started from the home directory of the corresponding listener, right?
No, no, no. See, you need to invoke LSNR CTA. Okay, so either you need to go to that location and then execute it, or if in the path variable you have configured that location. Okay. Keshav, if you can quickly come out and if you can please type me for which space LSNR CTL.
LS,
No, that listener control.
okay.
LSNR CTL. Can you see the location Easter? Is Oracle home win. Inside win we have listener control executable. Are we
Okay.
executing from that location? No. We are executing from admin, right?
So, okay, I understand. Thank you.
Keshav, can you please also show me the PDBs you have?
The PDBs,
No, from SQL. You need to connect to container database first. And why it is
already.
not taking? Keshav, exit out and try with a service Keshav rather than PDB one.
You want me to connect to SQL Plus?
Yes, SQL plus and then username. The name was Keshav, right? And then
Yeah.
at the rate service name, which is Keshav.
Actually, I gave it this in capital, like,
So
so
that is okay.
that is fine.
That is okay. Well, see,
Yeah,
you are able to.
create session privilege.
So you are able to connect.
I will go through the video and I will start.
And Easter, I will work with you on those stresses tomorrow, and I'll try to uh, resolve your confusion with respect to the listener. Now, there are two types of privileges exist in the database. One is system privileges, and other one is object privileges. So, system privileges means these type of privileges are more about what a user is capable of doing. Okay, such as create user. Can this user create a user? Can this user create a table? Can it connect to the database? Can it drop any object? Can it create new table, drop table, etc.? So what it can, it's more about the task, the activity a user can do inside the database. Okay, it is system privileges. All the tasks are about system. Object privileges. Now, in database, okay, if you don't know, then objects means whatever we create in the database as a user, such as table, index, view, function, procedure, okay, packages, etc. They all are object. Okay. Now, if a user has any privileges on this object, are object privileges, which means suppose there are two users. Okay, first user name is Harshini and the second user name is Easter. Okay. Harshini is holding some tables, Easter is holding some tables. Okay, now they can select the data from their own tables. They can insert the data into their own tables. But can Easter select the data from the table owned by Harshini?
No.
Okay. Okay. Until
If I'm not
unless
explicitly granted a right for it, no.
Yes. So Easter must have privilege to access the tables owned by Harshini. At the same time, Harshini must also have the access. When we talk about object level privileges, okay, selecting data from a table, inserting data into a table, okay, then delete data from a table, updating data of a table. So these type of privileges are called object privileges. Now, why it is important to understand the type of privileges? Okay, so when you work in your real life environment and you want to know what all access a user has, okay, that time this concept will be helpful to understand. Okay? Because there are some views we will see shortly from where we can get this sort of details. A user has which system privileges a user has, which object privileges a user has. Okay. And now if we talk about the roles, okay, now suppose I'm a database manager. Okay, in my team, there are, or let's not talk about my team. There is an application team. In the application team, there are 20 users. Okay. Now we have created the users for them, for all 20 users. Okay. We have given them the minimum required privileges. Now they make some changes and they come up with all the approvals that they need access on 5 new tables, all 20 users. Okay. Now what will you do? Will you grant permissions to each user one by one? So it's very cumbersome task. You are granting one privileges, okay, to one user. Okay. Now, can you imagine there are 5 privileges in 20 users, which means you will have to execute 100 commands. Okay. 5 commands for each user. Okay. So when you have this complex situation, so what you can do, you can use roles. What is a role? So role is nothing but it is the collection of privileges. Okay. For example, I have to grant 5 privileges. So what I'll do, rather granting each privileges one by one, I will create a role. Okay. And I will associate all those privileges with this role and I will grant the role to a user. So what I need to do, I simply need to execute one command, which is grant. Rather than granting privileges, now I'm granting a role. Okay. So this is a role in general. Okay. So we are going to see how a role is created, how we associate privileges of a user, okay, to a role. Now, this is the general syntax. Grant whatever system privileges, for example, create session. So grant create session to a user. Grantee means who is getting the access. Okay. Now, this is something interesting with admin options. So with admin options means, now let's again go back to our example. Harshini has some tables. Easter has some tables. Okay. Now Easter has got access. Okay. She has got the access of all the tables owned by Harshini. Now she can insert, update, select. Okay. She can process the data of the tables owned by Harshini. Now, if Harshini has granted the privilege with admin option, okay, which means now suppose there is one more user called Keshav. Okay. Now Keshav wants to access the tables owned by Harshini. So if Easter was granted the privileges with admin option, which means Easter can further grant access on the tables owned by Harshini, okay, to any user with
So it's like
admin option.
option.
Yes. So
The
with
same
admin option means
grant.
I can grant the option, I can grant the privileges to other user because Harshini has granted me roles with privileges with admin option, which means I can administer those objects or privileges. Getting my point, guys? With admin option.
Yes, Indra.
Yes, Indra.
Okay. Now, if we talk about the multi-tenant architecture. Okay. So, if you remember, we talked about in multi-tenant architecture, we can create two types of users. One is local user and other one is global user, which is also called common user. So common user means it is created in the root container. Okay. If you remember, we discussed that the name of the common user or global user starts with C hash hash. Okay. So if we create, okay, if we create common user, so if we create common user in root container, that user will be created in all the associated PDPs. Okay. So if you want to see, let's go to database. Okay. So what we are doing is we are creating a common user. Okay. So to create a common user, I need to connect to the root container. Okay. So how can I ensure that I'm connecting to root container? So show me the container name, con_name. So I'm connected to a root container. Okay. Now let's create a user called C hash hash, and I'm giving it a name test, and let's test only. It will be identified by password, and the password is, let's say, test123. So I'm not giving it any other clause, which means its profile will be the default profile. Its default permanent table space will be database permanent table space. Its default temporary table space will be database default temporary space. Okay. Let's create it. Okay. So if you want to see, select username from DBA_users. Yeah. Username equals to C hash hash test. So you can see this user has been created. Okay. Now let's connect to container PDB, and let's run the same command. Okay. Can you see that a user with the same name been created in pluggable database as well? So this is called common user. When you create any common user, you must have to give C hash hash. If you are giving C hash hash in the username, if you are using it as a prefix, which means it is a common user. It will be created in all the pluggable databases. Okay. Am I clear, guys? Are we good with common user?
Yes.
So one question. So for example, if a user with the name Keto need to be created, the global user it need to be created as C hash Keto,
Yes.
and
C hash hash
I
has
need
to
to
be
means,
perfect.
so the end user need to log in with Keto or C hash Keto.
C hash hash. C hash hash.
Okay. Okay.
C hash hash. It will be a complete. Yes. So now, suppose I want to grant a common privilege. Okay, suppose let me alter session that container equals to $2 root. Now, if I want to grant a privilege to common user, okay, so let's say I want to grant create session privilege. Grant create session to CSS. That's the problem. CSS test. Okay. Now let's try to connect using this user. So let me take the service name. So this is Aura 19_1 for container database. So let's plus username is CSS test service name, and our password name was test123. So can I? Cannot. Yes, I can. Yes. So can you see that we are connected to root container with which user?
Yes.
With the C hashes test.
CSS, which is common user. Okay. Now let's try to connect PDB using PDB1 service. So what I will do? The first thing, guys, does this user exist in the PDB? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, it exists. We have seen this. Now let's try to connect. Yes. Okay, it says that. Okay, fine. Let's test 20. Sena CTL. The service. PDB only, right? Now, yes. Okay, it is PDB1. I was giving PDB1. So, PDB1. The password is test12. Okay, guys, what can you see here? First thing, am I able to connect to PDB using CSS test user? Yes or no?
Yes.
No, I can't connect. Can you see?
Oh, you don't have the right for I just
Create.
read the
Yeah. So
because you don't have it, yeah.
yes. So the important concept here to understand is we created a common user. Okay, so username is same in container database and pluggable databases. Password is also same, but I granted create session privilege in only in root container. Did I grant that permission or privilege in pluggable database? No, I didn't give. Let me go up and show you. Can you see that? Alter session set container. I was connected to root container and I granted the create session privilege when I connected to root container. Yes. So I didn't grant create session privilege in PDB.
If you
Yes or
give
no, guys?
with admin,
No, with admin. With admin is for if you can grant those
for that user.
permission to any other user or not. Okay. It has nothing to do with pluggable database. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now I am again connected as sysdba to root container. If I had granted create session privilege to CSS test, okay, and if I had given container equals to all, this privilege was granted all the users in all PDBs, which means to this user in all PDBs. Okay, do you want to see? Now see which container which database I am connected to. Which container I am connected to? Am I connected to pluggable container, PDB container, or root container? I'm connected to root container. So when connected to root container, I have granted privilege to see hashes test. Now I want to check, can I connect to PDB database or not? Can you see I can connect to PDB with common user? Yes. So the concept is you can create a common user, but you can maintain the privileges, okay, separately, okay, which means if you want to give some sort of privileges in root container, but the same privileges you don't want to grant in pluggable container, you can do that. But if you want to grant same privileges across all the PDBs to that user, you can do that as well. Okay. So in multi-tenant architecture, a privilege can be granted in two ways. One is common, one is local. Okay. So the first, when I granted create session privilege in root container, I granted it local. And when I used as container equals to all, which means I'm granting it common. Any question? Should we move on?
Can I restrict to a specific container instead of giving the container equal to all?
Yes, you can.
Like container equal to, you
Yeah.
can give the container's name.
Yes, but ideally, you can do that. Ideally, but if you know which pluggable database or which container database I have to grant access, better you connect to that pluggable database and then do that. Okay, this is recommended way, but yes, you can do that. Container equals to PDB1. Now we have talked about the role. Okay. The role is nothing but group of privileges. Why a role is created? For easier, or I would say for making the privilege management simpler. Okay. Now how a role is created. So first of all, let me tell you, you never create any privilege. Okay. It's already defined in the database. Like create session privilege, we granted to users. Did we create that privilege? No, but roles we can create. So how can we create the role? Create role, role name. Okay. If you want to authorize the created role, you can use identified by. Okay. Again, if you are identifying it, then you can identify it either by password, or if you are creating your own package for verification purpose, if you are using some external mechanism such as operating system or AD integration, or globally, which means you have a group of databases and you have a central database where you will be authenticating your password. But let me tell you guys, I have never find a need of creating a role with authorization option. Okay. Still, if you want to do this, there are options. Okay. But I have not seen, I have never created a role in production environment. For my learning purpose, I have created, but in production environment, I have never created any role. Okay. Because what happens, if you use this identified clause, okay, so you need to enable that role before using it. Okay. So for example, Keshav is a user. I have granted him a role. Okay. And that role is authorized role, which means it needs authentication every time. So whenever Keshav connects to the database, before doing anything, in this session, he has to enable that role. Okay. So you can enable a role. You have to enable a role before using it. If you are identifying or if you want to authorize it. Okay. So it is not recommended. In fact, it is not needed, I will say. If you use it, you will make your job difficult. Okay, you will put yourself in trouble. But if it is the audit compliance, if your organization has to follow those standards, you have these options available. You can do that. Now, there are two types of roles: common role and a local role. Okay. A common role means, again, if you create a role with the name C hashes, and if you use container all, this role will be created in every associated PDB. Okay. But if you want to create a local role, so connect to that database, connect to that container, either CDB, PDB, okay, or don't use C hashes. Simply use role. Okay. It will be created into that local database, into that pluggable database only. Okay. So if you have a need where you want to create a common role, so you can connect to container database and using C hashes, container equals to all option, you can put that. Again, container equals to all, or if you want to create for few containers, you can create for few containers as well. Okay. So let's try to create one role called HR manager. Now, let me try to explain the scenario that we are trying to cover here. So, we have a user, we have another user. This user name is, this user is, let's say, he's a manager. So let's create a user as user manager. Then we have, let's call it team member. Okay, or better give it employee. Okay. So there are employees who reports to manager. So there is one manager and one employee. Now, there are certain tables, okay, and some more privileges. Like if you talk about what a user can do, what an employee can do, it can see the employees. Okay, it can create the data. Okay. While what user manager can do, this manager, what it can do, it can create new employees. It can create, it can delete old employees. Okay. So what we will do, we will create, first of all, we will create two users. So we are creating in PDB. Okay, we are not going to create common user. This is applications data. So we are working in pluggable data only. So I need to connect with sysdba. Alter session set container equals to show container name, show user. So let's create a user called user underscore manager identified by, let's keep the same password, welcome one. So we need not to remember the password. And I'm not bothering about, in fact, I don't care at all about profile it is, because we are in lab environment. We just want to work through privileges. Okay. So I'm not worried about permanent table space. I'm not worried about temporary tablespace, and I'm not worried about profile as well. So this user is created. We create another user. User equals to employee. This is again identity by company. Okay. Now let's talk about the privileges that underscore employee will have. First thing, it should be able to create session. Okay. So underscore is not required. So we will grant create session. Then it can select the employee detail. Okay, which means there must be some tables. It should be able to select data from and update the data. Now what a manager should have access. It should be able to create session to the database. It should be able to select data from employee. It should be able to select, update data in employee. Now it should be insert, which means it can create new employee. Okay, and delete if any employee is leaving the room, leaving the team, it can delete. So this is all what we want to. Okay. Now let's first create the tables for employees. Okay. So we had created, should have granted, no problem. You need username or password. $1 it was. So let's do one thing. Create a table here. Okay. Let's have ID. Okay. Name. Which is workshop. And let's have 50 character long. Constraint invalid table name. Sorry. I again didn't do it. Table name. Let's call it. Okay, this is the feature of Go-to. Fine. So let's create a table called employee. Okay. So one employee is there who's getting trained in sufficient privilege. Okay, this user itself does not have. Let's switch it. Container equals to DB. Okay. So guys, here I am granting get session to training. Grant source to training. Okay. Now let's not do. So we are going to create a table. So I need to give create table. Okay. Create table to training. Okay. So guys, if I didn't give create table privilege, I would not have been able to create table. Okay. So I had granted create table privilege as well. So along with create session, I had granted create table privilege as well. Okay. Now let's insert some record. We are going to face one more issue. Okay. So insert into employee table values. So ID, let's say ID is 1001 for this employee, and let's say name is, can give any name, the name of, let's say ABC. Okay. So guys, can you see that? One more error. We had assigned permanent table to it. Okay. But we didn't grant permission to write. Okay. Which means it cannot write data into the table space. Okay. So we need to grant one more. We create one more session. Third on yes, that's how training. User username is training quota unlimited GBS training. Okay, so this is how, guys, just give me a sec. Okay, sorry guys, I'm back. So this is how we can grant quota. Quota means it allows to write into the table space. Okay, so now let's see, can we insert the data into let's come select all from employee select all from right. So now the employee user have select on employee table, update on employee table, while the manager should have additional privileges. Okay. So now do we know, guys, how can we grant individual privilege to a user? If I ask you to grant a single privilege to a user, can you do that?
Yes.
If you are okay. Yep. So Keshav, Harshini, if you guys are okay, then only I will go on creating role. Can you grant this privileges to these users? Okay. If you are not sure, I mean, after session, go through the video. It's very simple, straightforward. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a role. Okay. Where role name will be role underscore employee. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll create a role. Guys, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, my headphone got disconnected. Okay. So yes. So what I'm doing, I'm creating a role. Okay. And then I will assign that role to the user. Okay. So now here we are granting privilege via role. Okay. The single privilege, now we know how we can do that. Okay. So let's create a role. Employee. Okay. So let's see. This role we need to create in PDB. Okay. This is again the local role. Okay. It's not the global role. So I am creating this role in PDB. Okay. Yes, Arshin. Somebody saying something? So now this role is
Yeah,
created.
Indra,
Yes, Keshav.
are there any system-defined roles? Like, for example, by default, if we are requesting for a DBA access, they will mean to read-only access. They will be providing read-only access to the database, right? So, are there any system-defined roles where just read-only access, or they will be
So
creating some specific role?
no, read only, it's not created because they don't know the exact requirement. But yes, there are predefined rules. So since day one, when we have created the database and we are connecting to the database, you have been hearing from me that we are connecting to the root container as sysdba. Yes. So this sysdba,
Yes.
it is a role. Okay. If you check this role, you will find that what all privileges exist in the database, they all privileges are given to sysdba. That's why it is a super user. So anything and everything, whatever we can do in the database, okay, it's all privileges are part of that sysdba role. There are lot many privileges, predefined roles are there. Okay, sysdba is one of them. Sys operations, okay, which is sysoper, sysoper. Okay, syskm. If you are working with TD wallet, you need syskm role. Okay. If you are working with backups, you need to have sys backup roles. Okay. So there are list of predefined roles, but as you are asking, read only. So read only means on which objects, okay, on which table you want to have read only. You want to have only select access. That that is not predefined. So the requirement is itself is not predefined. Okay, so there is no predefined read-only rules. Okay, but you can create.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Now what we will do, we will associate privileges with the role. So how we can do that? Simply by granting. So grant create session to underscore employee. Now with this role, what all we want to give, we want to grant select. Now see, we want to grant access on the table owned by which schema? Training schema. Okay. So what training schema will do? It will grant select access on table. What is the name of the table? Employee to whom? To role. Okay. What is that role? User underscore employee. The table keyword is not required. Now, this privilege has been granted to this role. Similarly, it should be able to update as well. So here, grant select, along with select also we can give. So if you are giving select and update together, you can do that. Okay. So now we have a role exist. Okay. What was the
Instead of
name of
just
the role?
choosing a specific table, like can we give that role to the entire database? Mm. Because DBA will not be worried what all tables down the line. Some developers will be creating tables, right? So, like, can we give on the entire database,
No, I mean, how will you give
like grant select?
grant select? Okay, grant select on this table to To whom? To database.
On not restricting to a specific table. Can we give to the entire database the role, the grant select update on the database to this specific user?
No, but
Like
then
currently you granted
all
it for the table employee.
yeah, but then you will make all your users a database admin. Do you want that really? Do you want your developer to be the administrator? Can
No,
recover your data?
here you are giving the role select update to for a specific table, right? And to the user underscore employee, you are giving this privilege. So my question is like, can we give that the select update rule to the entire database instead of just giving the table name? Here, table name is employee. So and we
Technically,
are
we
giving
can do.
only
Technically, we can do. Technically, we can do. But see, you will never want to grant access on all the tables to all the users. So this employee user, this user under employee should not have select access to all the tables of the database because you will have sensitive data. Okay, such as card number, card pin. That's why it is very dangerous. But yes, technically it is possible.
okay. For example, I have like Oracle database. I have read-only access to almost like 12 databases and a SQL Server,
So
some set of databases. So I
you are
only have
DBA,
the
right?
read-only access.
You are DBA, right?
No, I'm not a DBA. I read-only access. My DBA has provided this access.
So
So, so
can
they
you
will
read
be giving me this way.
yes, this way only. So that is what. Can you read the data from data dictionary, which means DB underscore users? Can you access that?
DBA underscore users. No, I don't think so.
So you will have access on all the tables for application tables only, which means
Okay. Yeah, I was
see
talking
in
about
a
application table. Database.
yeah application. See again, it depends. In my environment, I have tables which holds sensitive data, which means card number, okay, pin of the card, yeah, and many more
Okay.
sensitive data. So I don't want to give that access to. So it again, if your application doesn't have sensitive data, then grant access. Up to you. That is where the requirement comes into picture, and that is where we are required DBA. Okay. So guys, by mistake, I have already I already given it to the user, but I have to grant it to role. So I'm revoking it. Okay. Revoke, select, and update on employee from user underscore employee table. Okay. So instead of granting it to the user directly, I have to grant it to the role, and the role name is okay. So now I have a role which has this three privileges. So whenever a new employee joins in, okay, what I need to do, I need to grant that single role. I need not to grant individual privilege. Okay, so what I will do now, I will see I am at PDB as which user? As sys user. Okay, now what I am granting? I am granting a role, okay, whose name is this, to a user whose name is user underscore employee. Okay, so I have not granted privilege directly. What I have granted a role, and inside that role, all the privileges are there. Okay, so this user underscore employee should be able to select the data from table. So let's select all from training.employee. Okay. Now, why did I give training.employee? If I don't give this training.employee, it would think that employee is my on table and I'm selecting all from employee. No, I need to give username, or it is also called schema. So schema name dot table name. Okay. Then only I will be able to. So can you see that, guys? Sorry, I have not connected to. First, I have to connect to. I have to connect to the underscore employee at @ DB1. So show users. So now let's try to understand this difference, and this is very important. Select all from training.employee and select all from employee. Okay. So this user underscore employee doesn't have any table. And when you try to execute this query, select all from employee, it thinks that, it is selecting the data from employee which is owned by itself, but it doesn't have any table. If you give the owner name or schema name or username, okay, if it has privilege, we'll be able to connect. Okay. So are you able to understand how we granted set of privileges via a role to a user?
Yes.